Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, depending on where you are in the world. Hi, I'm Justin Sonfield. I am the Legion Commanding Officer of the 501st, and I'm tired, but I've got a group of people here that are lively, anywhere from 1 p.m. in the afternoon to 4 or 5 a.m. in the morning. And this is a bunch of our command staff of the 501st Legion. What I'm going to have everybody do is introduce yourself, introduce your position, and then we'll take it from there. So we'll start with Christina. Tell us who you are, where you come from, and what your position is in the 501st Legion.
Hi, I am Christina Shaw. I am in Pennsylvania, part of Garrison Carita, and my position is a Legion Diversity Officer.
All right, we're going to dive into what that does in a minute. Michael, let's hear about you.
Hi, I'm Michael Capel from Idaho Timberline Garrison, and I am a Legion Membership Officer in Elmo.
All right. Erica?
Hi, I am Erica McKinney. I am in Alpine Garrison, which is in Utah, and I'm a Legion Public Relations Officer.
All right. Teresa, I don't know if any of us know you over the last couple of days, but let's hear who you are and what you do.
Well, my name is Teresa, and I am with the Badlands Garrison Crimson Aurora Squad Leader, and my position with the Legion is a Legion Public Relations Officer.
Daisy.
Hi, I'm Daisy. I'm from the Netherlands and part of the Dutch Garrison, and like Michael, I'm also a Legion Membership Officer.
Okay. Siobhan. Hi. Where are you joining us from today?
Hi, sorry. I'm Jovan Del Campo. I'm from Philippine Garrison. It's 8 p.m. here, and I'm part of the Legion Diversity Office.
Nice. Lucy.
Hi, I'm from the Spanish Garrison. I'm a Legion Public Relationships Officer too as well.
All right. And then Donny.
Hello, I'm Andoni Serrano from Spanish Garrison. I'm member of charity group El Cier Officer.
All right. So in this club, for those that don't know, there's basically just two requirements. One is that you build a movie accurate Star Wars costume, and the other is that you're 18 years of age or older. But for some, that's not even enough. They give so much locally that they feel at some point that it's important to put on the pauldron, as we like to say, and come and help the Legion function. It is a grand job because we are a group that, as you can see, spans across the world, different time zones, different languages, different cultures. But we have to come together to be able to run this amazing operation consistently across the world. So what I would love to hear from each of you is your story of how you found, because we also have a great diversity of age here, how you found Star Wars. When was the first time Star Wars was introduced to you? And then how did that progress into joining, well, first of all, building a costume or wanting to build a costume, and then joining the 501st Legion? We're going to start with Daisy. What brought you to this crazy mess?
I actually have a brother who's 8 years older than me, and both him and actually my mother really liked Star Wars. So when I was a kid, I remember seeing Star Wars on VHS, which is like one of those videotapes for the even younger age. One of my favorite characters actually always used to be Maul, but I wasn't really interested in shaving my head to do that costume. So when The Force Awakens came out, I decided to make a Kylo Ren costume. And I met the Dutch garrison at the convention, Comic-Con here. But in the end, I made the entire costume myself. So I made a Juno Eclipse costume, and I joined the 501st Legion with that. And I've made many costumes since.
I believe everybody in this world has some sort of a superpower, and Daisy's is this amazing attention to detail and ability to create these beautiful pieces. And Daisy and I first met when I believe it was Naomi, my wife, who was working on her Kira Crimson Dawn dress. And there was a wonderful group of people that had never met each other, were from different corners of the world, all working together to get this dress that everyone had seen in this trailer made and sewn, and then eventually added to our reference library. And Daisy was one of those people that was along the whole way, so complimentary, so helpful, and just a pleasant person to work with. And I wanted to thank you for helping my wife and helping each other, I guess, through this amazing journey of costuming. So thank you.
I think that's the important part, and you're very welcome. And I really love helping everyone. Like I said earlier, my friend from the Dutch garrison is over, so he can do an armor party for his girlfriend, so she can also join Legion. So it's something that I really am passionate about, and I really like sharing what I know and using that to help others.
That's amazing. Well, we're going to go across the ocean again to Spain. And Aldoni, so we met about a year ago, and I think we were talking about Training Day, or well, actually, do you call it Training Day, the parade in San Sebastian? Yeah. Yes. So tell us about the first time you saw Star Wars and what brought you to the 501st.
La primera vez que you all know that
yes,
we have translation, but maybe Lucia is there that can help me. Please.
Yeah, I can help you.
Lucy's going to help as well.
Yes, so Andoni, cuéntanos eso, cómo empezaste con el tema de Star Wars, ¿no?
Bien, pues de pequeñito, cuando tenía 10 años, el hecho de ir a ver la película cambió mi vida, la forma de ver el cine para siempre. Y cuando ya crecí, vi que existía una organización como la 501 y vi que podía unir dos aficiones, es decir, el cariño por Star Wars y además poder hacer cosas para los demás. Es fantástico.
He's saying, yes, you do it best.
Okay, I'll translate. Well, when he was 10 years old, he went to watch the movies, and that changed his life completely, the whole experience of going to the cinema and watch those. And when he found out about the 501st and saw the opportunity to combine both two passions, for cinema, for Star Wars, and creating stuff and helping people, he just had to jump into it.
That's an amazing story. And so, what I wanted the group to know is just the charity and everything that they have done. And the reason why I went out and asked Aldoni to join this group of leadership this year was because of seeing all of this effort that was done in this parade, and the money raised and the smiles given. There's another, a side, group that we affiliate with, and it's R2KT, and you'll hear more about that probably in another panel later. But this group has a droid that goes out and raises awareness and just puts smiles on faces, and it's just a beautiful, beautiful thing. Lucy is someone who I met as a member of the Mexican garrison. I don't think it was a year ago yet, but one of the most talented artists I've ever met in my entire life, and sweetest people. And we finally, and Aldoni and I as well, got to meet each other in real life in Star Wars Celebration this year. Lucy, tell us what brought you to Star Wars.
Well, I And my dad was the one that actually put the movies to me already on DVD. He just went to Blockbuster and got like Star Wars, Lord of the Rings, and Indiana Jones, and for the whole week we just watched the movies together.
Can I tell you that this is the best father I've ever heard of in my entire life? Those are the perfect movies to show your child.
Yeah, he didn't realize that would change my life forever, because thanks to those movies, I decided to study cinema. So he just gets blown away that I'm like, right now, my whole life was moved by those movies. And well, the 501st Legion I knew from some time, but it was until I read the front novels and I was just taken away by the character that I decided, oh, I need to do this costume. And in a month, I did the first one, and in 3 months, I had to change it because it was not approvable. I still have, I think, the old one, the first one, and I just jump in and join. And I like to use, well, if I can help giving images or helping other people just transmit this happiness and this excitement over Star Wars or cinema, or overall helping to get through a message, I'm here. I'm always going to help you guys.
Well, thank you very much. Let's go all the way to the Philippines. Hello. Tell us how you. Hi. Tell us how you found Star Wars.
I found Star Wars as a very young child because my family is so much into pop culture and movies. So we got to watch a lot of the Star Wars films in the cinema. But I found the 501st with the Philippine Outpost when I was still a handler in 2007. So I was assisting them as early as 2007 to their troopings, to charity walks and stuff. So I've been there. It's just a matter of time for me to build a costume for myself. So eventually I did. And it's been great so far.
That's amazing. Mr. Michael, tell us about finding Star Wars in so many ways. So this is a gentleman here that has given himself so much to all of the groups and become a leader across so many different costume groups, and it's a real pleasure to have you here as well. So tell us about your journey to Star Wars.
Many thanks, and apologize for the voice. Like I said, I've got a cold, so I sound absolutely dreadful. As far as becoming introduced to Star Wars, I enjoyed the films when I was younger. I was alive, but the one I really remember was going to see Return of the Jedi as a youth. After a T-ball game, went and saw that. Had a lot of fun, and always just really enjoyed things relating to the space fantasy of Star Wars. And as far as coming into the Legion, right around 2008 in Alpine Garrison, where Eric is from, my wife and I were involved in a charity walk that we'd helped with for many years. And there was a group of the 501st there, the stormtroopers and whatnot. And my wife got to talking to them, and they invited her to make a costume and join. She decided to do so, picked out a Sage Ventress, started planning, drawing, sketching, figuring out the details of the costume. And then at one point along the way in here, she said, yeah, well, I'm going to go ahead and do this, and I'm going to be a Sage Ventress, and you can join too. And I was like, oh, really? It's like, yeah, it'll be great. You can be Count Dooku. And I was at the time clean shaven, I think 30. And I was like, okay, yes, dear. And so she roped me in and convinced me to grow out a beard, which she'd been wanting me to do for years, and haven't looked back since.
Amazing. Christina, tell us about being in Pennsylvania and finding Star Wars.
Well, actually, I moved here 3 years ago, or maybe four. I actually started off in Star Garrison. I was introduced to Star Wars. Actually, my dad tried to introduce me when I was young. I remember seeing it on TV with him, and I was asking so many questions. He was just like, okay, no. And it was like, it was a new hope, because I think Return of the Jedi was coming out, and I was just like, okay, who's this? who's this? What's going on? And he's just like, oh God. And later on, he told me about, he took a date before he met my mother. He took a date to see A New Hope. And and I was doing the exact same thing that girlfriend was doing at the time, was just asking all these questions. And he's like told her to finally in the middle of it, shut up. Just watch the movie. This is good versus evil. That's all you need to know. But and Star Wars were kind of just in the back of my mind. I never really paid much attention to it until one of my friends invited me to an armor party. And
oh, wow.
And I was just like, cool. I built actually chainmail armor at the time.
Wow. Oh, did we freeze?
Oh.
She's frozen in chainmail.
She is frozen in chainmail. No.
Well, we're gonna get the complete story about chainmail as soon as we figure out if Christina's internet we'll come back. Teresa.
Yes. Good morning.
I mean, we know a lot about you over the past couple of days. You're an amazing hostess. Yeah. You're an amazing hostess. You have been able to wear so many different looks live on TV over the course of the last couple of days. Tell us about your journey and how you found this huge family that we've got.
It was my brother, actually, my brother Peter. At the time, I believe when he was first wanting to join, he always wanted to be a stormtrooper, always from a little boy. So my love of Star Wars comes from my mother, who took us to opening night for Star Wars: A New Hope, and every other opening premiere has been as a family, but it was my mother who started it, complete with Leia buns, because she was beautiful and had this long, thick hair that she wrapped up into Leia buns. So my mom with Leia buns, toting 3 little kids to the movie theater to see the opening of Star Wars. So my love is right from the beginning. And when it came time to look at this club called the 501st Legion, it was my brother. And he said, I want to build a stormtrooper, and I'm going to do it. I think you should join with me. I said, no, I can't do that. I'm a mom. I'm a hockey mom. I'm into my kids. And carting them around was more important than joining this club dressed up as a stormtrooper. So I thought. So fast forward to Peter being a stormtrooper. We had lost our baby sister. And he had said, I really want to do this as siblings. Would you please do this with me? It's totally up your alley. Like everything that you are, this is. So I feel that you should join with me. So I started handling as a photographer. I went out and took photos. And then finally he said, I will help you build a stormtrooper. I'll help you build a costume. It was actually not the stormtrooper. So I perused the CRL for hours and hours and hours and called him and said, how do you even pick a bloody costume? There's like hundreds. And I'll be honest, my first costume choice that I wanted was a Royal Guard. That's what I wanted. Wow. And he's like, you're going to die. It's wearing velvet curtains and a tube over your head that you won't be able to breathe through. And so he sort of steered me away from that. And I said, well, I think it'll be a classic stormtrooper as well, because I didn't want anyone to know that I was a female. When I joined, I wanted the anonymity of just another face. And I thought the most iconic portion of this costuming would be the stormtrooper, A New Hope stormtrooper. So that's what I joined with. He helped me build it, and that's how I joined. And it was right at the beginning of 2016, and I had seen TFA, The Force Awakens, and I was smitten with the silver chrome captain that was in there, because the first bad woman in a command position for me. So Leia was lovely, but she was nothing compared to Captain Phasma and leader of her stormtroopers. So that became my dream costume that I began. And that was my journey I joined our garrison public relations that very just a month or so, and have remained in that position with my garrison since the joining of, because I knew right from the beginning that if I was going in, I was going full in. Like, you may as well go in.
You may as well go in.
May as well go in.
So that shiny costume, again, how a costume can bring people together. That's how we met. And I was building a phasma for my wife. And I mean, just to brag for Teresa a little bit, her phasma is one of the best phasmas I've ever seen in my entire life. There are a couple out there that are just flawless and amazing. But this even, became something, Teresa ended up helping, I believe, almost every first order TK and every phasma out there, and tirelessly made these lovely gaskets that if she wasn't making, then we would all be dying of sweat from rubber gaskets. And so, it was just, again, how a costume in a movie out of nowhere can bring people together. And I remember walking into Star Wars Celebration in 2019 in the bash, and you may not even remember this, but Naomi and I saw you in the hair across the room, and it was really, 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 really a moment of, oh my God, there's Teresa, a celebrity amongst us. And we walked over and I believe thanked you, and then then later in the year, we ran into you in Galaxy's Edge during Dapper Day. And it was, again, almost like a celebrity sighting, seeing this person. It was so inspirational.
Then it was more like family sighting, right? Like
the
Dapper Day was family rather than, hey, I sewed for you, or hey, you sewed for me. Or that's actually the first time I ever trooped Phasma was in Orlando. That was the first time ever that Orlando celebration. That was a scary, scary troop.
Right. Oh, but I remember the videos from that, and amazing. Erica. So I want to tell this group, there's no harder working member of a command staff, period. And it's been for several years than Erica McKinney. And she gives tirelessly and selflessly to this Legion, and is literally seemingly available 24/7, in guarding us from the outside world, protecting us from social media trolls that may want to say something mean, and ultimately though showing, her job is showing what we do to the rest of the world, and as our public face and public relations. Erica, what brought you to the 501st Legion, to Star Wars in general?
Oh, to Star Wars in general. Well, my dad did actually. Let's see. Well, all I remember, I was little. I'm aging myself here tremendously, but I was little, and Elvis died. I remember that. We saw it a couple months after it came out. Yes, he did. Well, there are theories out there. But I remember my mom being really sad, and my dad came home, and she was mourning the death of Elvis, and he came home. And he scooped his kids out and he took us to a movie. And I remember getting in the car and we're going to this war movie. And here I am. I don't want to go to a war movie. And here we are. I'm sitting on his lap, and he's got, popcorn in my lap. And here we are. These starships come out. And we saw that movie 7 times in a row. And I'm still here, guys. I'm still here. It's my... It is impacted my life greatly, and it's never not been in my life since then. And it's been in work I've done, and it's fed my kids, and because I've done animation and graphics, and I'm here. I've made costumes where costumes are concerned. The 501st just kind of has been a natural progression. My husband and I, between the two of us, we have 6 children. Well, they're adults now, but. And we've kind of always made costumes. We've made, other fandoms. We've made Lord of the Rings costumes, and we've made we have Scottish heritage. So we've made, Scottish costumes, and we've made, of course, Star Wars costumes. And I think we made Mandalorian mercs costumes first. And then with Michael and his wife Brida's help, we made my first costume of the 501st was Bounty Hunter Adventurous. And Michael was tirelessly in helping me with that. And I've been here ever since. And the 501st is just kind of something that we've always been charitable people and wanted to do something, and we give back. And it's just part of who I am, part of who my family is. And it's just
No,
who we are and
it's
what we love to do. And
it's sensational. And I remember meeting you online meeting you online and then finally meeting you on camera and then finally meeting you. I mean, we worked together for over a year before we met together for the first time in Celebration. That's what this does. We have a latecomer, Mr. Scott from Georgia Garrison. Scott, introduce yourself. Tell us what brought you to the 501st and what you do for the Legion.
Star Wars, I guess, came about during ESB came out in high school, and that was when it first really kind of caught on for me. That was my big thing. ESB is my favorite, and so it pretty much hung on from there. As far as the Legion goes, actually, I reconnected with an old worker or coworker who's an animator at my, and he had invited me to the 501st to handle. And my wife and I went to the St. Patrick's Day parade. And that was probably back in, I guess, 2008. Well, about 17 or 16, I guess now. And we were off to the races at that point. So my wife joined and as well. And we started with the classic Stormtroopers. And then I was like, well, if we're going to be in, we might as well be all in. So Vader was my favorite. And so I made an ESB Vader, which
the best one.
The best one. That's right.
Yes.
The shiny head. So that's been my primary costume, because it's like, well, I have the Stormtrooper too, but it's like everybody wants Vader there. So, that's one of my big ones. But as for my favorite, the charity stuff became my passion for why to continue doing it, doing the hospital visits, a few very memorable Make-A-Wish visits, so that's really been that. But I'm kind of in the event business, so it was always interesting. I got involved in doing the Garrison events, and asked to do that, and a rabbit hole that was. It seems to be hard to get away from that now. So, but talking with Nikki and over the years, so that's why I'm in Legion events and have been for, I guess it's my third year. Trying to keep up with the things you can and can't do, and and the logistics of all of that, just kind of fits in with what I do and how I think. And so it's been good. There's I've enjoyed doing it and continue to enjoy doing it. Sometimes it's frustrating to deal with a few things, but for the most part, it's nice getting everybody organized and keeping everybody happy and trying to find the right way to put the puzzle together to make the events happen for everyone. And it's been fun doing the Legion side and dealing with people outside of the United States and Georgia, so anyway, that's kind of it.
No, that's fantastic. And so I lived in Atlanta for, I think, 13 years, and every single year I wanted to join the 501st, and I never did. And I always regret, because you guys put on quite a show, and Dragon Con's an incredible.
Dragon Con, yeah, that's the the origination of the Legion right there at we at the very beginning. Yeah, Dragon Con is huge for us. It's a lot of work, and a lot of folks work on that, both in and out of staff, and then within the other fan clubs with us, to try to do that. But yeah, it's my first one was after I'd already joined, so it was different. It was not what I expected from conventions, and Dragon Con is obviously a special con. It's not the same as most cons that happen in a convention center. So,
right,
it is something to experience. If you have not, it is very different, but it's a lot of fun, and it's kind of just a crazy experience with people everywhere. And luckily, the pandemic slowed it down a little bit, but now it's back 100%, and everything is moving ahead well with that.
Wonderful. Well, Chris Curtis, I just see, joined us down here, and Chris is another one of our charity officers. He's coming back to his seat right now. Chris, since you turned up late, you get the most important question. We're gonna start a different line of questioning right now.
Thanks, Justin.
What's the absolute worst Christmas gift you've ever received?
Wow.
You can say who you are, by the way. You can introduce
honestly.
yourself.
Oh, yeah. I'm Chris Curtis with Oklahoma Garrison, and I'm a Legion charity rep here. And this is Rex. He's going to join us probably. Yes. Rex the cat is always in my lap or on the back of my seat. Okay. So sorry I'm late, guys. I misread the time. Hey, that happens, I guess.
That's okay.
So let's see. The worst. That's a difficult question for me to answer the way.
Yes, it's supposed to be.
Because I would say that I've never received a bad Christmas gift, because if someone has given me a gift, then that means that they're thinking about me. And that's the best gift I could get from anybody. Is that a cop-out or?
No, that's actually, okay, so this is, I've been giving, those that I know a little accolade, and that's exactly what I would expect from you, because this might be one of the nicest, most kind-hearted people I've ever met as well in the Legion. Oh. So, of course, you've never received a bad gift. It wouldn't be part of character. But I want to know this. Daisy, do you like mistletoe? Do you know what mistletoe is? Does everybody?
It's not a common thing here at all.
Oh, so there you go. But you know the concept of mistletoe?
I know the concept, but...
So let me ask you a question. We're going to ask you the hard question. Which Star Wars character would you like to see under the mistletoe? Yeah, and these are the hard questions. I told you you'd know the answers, but this is going to get deep. Who do you want to see under the mistletoe? And don't worry, I got your boyfriend's permission.
Can it be a Legends character?
Oh, of course.
Starkiller, probably?
There you go. Starkiller and Daisy under the mistletoe. Okay. I got this. Well, here's one for the group. And I asked this question the other day, and it's an important question. For any of you guys, we get to make these wonderful costumes, but there's nothing like the real thing. If each one of you could steal one item, just one, steal it, maybe get gifted, but maybe just take it away from Lucasfilm, what item would that be? And why is that item important to you? And I'm going to start with Christina, who got dropped off after we were talking about chainmail, but what item from the Lucasfilm archives would you want to take with you?
Oh, good Lord. It would be, it would actually be one of the tauntauns, either like the clay tauntaun. I have a weird obsession with tauntauns. In any of or in the newer movies, the Rise of Skywalker, there was the little mouse on the cliff that Brian Herring did. I love that little mouse. I didn't know he did that. I wasn't paying attention. But it's one of those. I really would love like the original Tauntaun that they, animated, because I just...
Now, this isn't the animation, the little model, but I don't know if you know that Prop Store, I think just recently auctioned one of the original massive foam pieces. Adam Savage did a video on it. You should go look at that. It's pretty good. Okay, let's keep going on. And Donnie, one Star Wars prop. If you could steal one Star Wars prop from the archives, what prop are you stealing?
He's going to show you.
Uh-oh, he's probably got it.
He wants the whole thing. Ole ati.
Oh.
I don't know if we have place in the garden. And and we don't know how much they eat, which
Right.
kind of food.
Yes. Yes, that's a good one. Okay, Teresa, what item are you going to take? You get one item.
BB90.
Really?
My phasma. Yeah, BB90. I would like.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Erica, what item would you take from the Lucasfilm archives if you could?
Well, you said a Star Wars prop. You switched the question because at first, originally you said
did I
a
say Star
Lucasfilm.
Wars?
You just switched
I
it.
gotta stick.
Originally you said anything from the Lucasfilm archives, and now you switched it to Star Wars prop.
Anything from the Lucasfilm archives.
Because I kind of want the Cup of Christ from Indiana Jones and the
Right.
Last Crusade, and I want it to work though. But I think that would be cool too, because I like all Lucasfilm. I like all Lucasfilm films, so I think that would be kind of cool.
Michael, what would you take?
Definitely an Imperial Walker. One of the AT-ATs.
I mean, that's a good one. That is definitely a good one. Okay, so everybody in the group, holidays are meant for memories, and for me, Star Wars has played an incredible part of my Christmases and Hanukkahs in the past. And I remember when I was, I guess it was 1978. So I was 6 years old, and I got the Death Star for Christmas from my mom. And it was, it was something I played with, and for probably 10 years after that. What was everybody's favorite Star Wars memory from the holidays? Whether it was a toy, whether it was a movie, whether it was an occasion that brought you together. So I want to start down, and Joanne, what was your favorite holiday Star Wars memory? Did y'all hear me?
Yeah.
I think just playing the movies over and over again, because my brothers and I would just play them over and over and over again, and then just stop them at the perfect explosions. And that sounds silly, but we used to sit there, and we would just stop them, and because this is when we had VHS tapes, and we would just have no, that's the best explosion, and we probably did it until we broke the tapes, but we would do it, and we would just sit there as kids and do that on the holidays, on our vacations. That, and play the old. And this again, the old video game, the old Empire Strikes Back video game.
Oh, the one that was on the console, like the old consoles?
Yes, with the AT-ATs.
2600, with the
AT-ATs. Yes, and the little square would light up, and you'd have to try to shoot the square. Yeah, we would play that on our holidays, and we'd sit there in our jammies on the floor in front of a little TV on a little, looked like a TV tray. We would sit there, and we would just do it with my cousins, and we did it with my cousins too. And that's a holiday thing. We would just get together and do that, and that was fun. That was, I don't know, playing together as kids. So, I mean, that's one of my holiday memories. So
that's amazing.
Playing.
Who else? Star Wars memories in the holidays.
I mean, I always loved getting together with family, my cousins and such that I didn't see, all the time, who were also Star Wars fans, not nearly as much as me, but we'd get our action figures and play and such. That was always a fun memory. But I would say my single biggest was maybe from when I was in college. I had moved to Kansas City, originally from Arkansas, and I had gone home for Christmas, and I'm opening up my Christmas gifts. I had this is in that weird awkward stage where you everybody's convinced you that you don't need to play with toys, and so to get rid of all of your things, and you get out of that Star Wars thing. So I had kind of grown out of that for a moment when I was in college, or at least I thought I had, and I was starting to come back around to it. But this time, I go home for Christmas, and we're opening up Christmas gifts, and I open up a package that was a copier paper box, and I unwrap it and I open it up, and there were all of my original action figures that had been in the attic. And my mother had sold almost everything else. My family had sold all my other things, and she had found those in an attic. After a move, I guess she didn't know what they were, and she had kept them. So she found them. And one of my best Christmas memories ever was getting those back again. I still have them.
That is sensational.
Yeah.
Who else? Any other memories about Star Wars in the holidays that you want to share?
Well, for me, it would be putting probably back later when I had kids and they were big into Star Wars, and we built the Lego Star Wars things, like the Death Star was memorable. It took forever to put together, but it seems to have stuck, because now, after one of my oldest is now 23, and he went back and pulled all of his old Legos that had been disassembled into kits and put those Star Wars kits back together. So, and now he's decorated his own townhouse with them. So, it obviously stuck from early age of building them. And now it's something he brought back into his life. So, and he's working on a Jedi. So he wants to join now that he's old enough that it's not corny. Again, it's back to being cool. So yeah, that'd be it for us. Hours spent putting those Star Wars Legos kits together.
Hey, the Legos really, I remember when they first launched, I think it was like in 99, right around 1999, and really brought my interest back into Star Wars. That had been, obviously the movies that were launching at that time did as well, but it hadn't been thinking about Star Wars for a while. And then those Power of the Force figures came out, and the new movie and the Legos, but the Legos were, I don't know, it was just that meld of two things that I love to do, and so it was always great to build one of those ships, and still do that to this day. Well,
I think it's a great way to teach too the concept of following the directions, and you can't just like jump in, and so it was a good way of making sure that it's like, okay, we got have to take this in a method, and they learned from it, and obviously still enjoyed it, because they, as I said, most of them got, put back in boxes, but maybe in various states of assembly, and we kept the instructions and everything for him, and he's actually reclaimed all of them, and now they're on display. So it's a good thought.
Just patience too, right?
It does.
Right.
I'm telling you, that Death Star, I didn't think we were ever going to finish it.
We made the Death Star when Naomi was 9 months pregnant with Jack, and we started at Christmas and finished it right before she delivered. I remember that very well. So this would, we've got about 10 minutes left, and I think this question might take 10 minutes to get around the room. Star Wars is about hope. It's about family. And what we do here is something that, I thank each one of you for, contributing to, because it's not easy running a worldwide organization like ours. And sometimes it can be tough, and sometimes it can be an amazing, happy experience. But, since Star Wars is built on hope, I want to hear from each one of you. What is your hope for not only the 501st Legion this year, but your involvement in the 501st Legion? And I want you to, feel free to talk about your garrison, your family, and where you want to see your relationship with this club go in the future, really. I'm going to start with Michael.
Wow, no pressure there.
No pressure.
When people ask me, excuse me, why I'm part of this club, I typically tell them, it's two reasons: to help people and to have some fun. And I guess that's really kind of the crux of why I'm here and why I like to do these things. Is I like to help out the various charities and the different civic organizations and whatnot that we do, and like to have a little fun. That's why we spend all this time, getting the costume reference library, the CRLs and things together, and help people with their various first builds and other things. Is to be able to see people to get the idea, plan it out, put it together, and then actually see it come to fruition. Just like to see more of that.
Wonderful. Erica, what's your hope for the 501st and Star Wars as we move forward?
Just to continue remembering why we joined in the first place, and from a public relations standpoint, just to continue showing why we do what we do, and that we are the bad guys doing good.
All right. Daisy. Hi there.
I would like to continue helping people with their costume builds, like Michael said, and using what I know and what I've learned over the years to help others with that. And from my 501st point of view locally, I would like to continue putting smiles on faces and high-fiving kids and making kids feel happy for a moment because they get to meet their heroes. And I think that's something that makes this club really strong and different from everything else. And of course, I get to share that with my other half, who we always do events together. So it's always great to share those moments together. It makes them more special.
That's an awesome answer. And tell him hi for me.
He's in the next room watching.
Hi. I'll yell. Miss Lucy.
Well, I think for me, one of the most important things that I see that we have to continue is this sense of a group. It doesn't matter. It still surprised me because I moved from Mexico a couple of months ago here to Spain, and it's amazing how you can arrive at any part of the world and find someone there for you, a group of friends, a group of family, and how we should support each other through difficult times or organize something to have fun or bring happiness to others. And I just want other people to connect and be able to share their experiences and to realize that even if we have a lot of differences, we have one thing that brings us together, and that overweighs everything else. That's more important. And of course, the good that we can do as a group to our little galaxy here.
Thank you. Jovan, what about you?
Hi. Well, I've met amazing people through the 501st, and I'd like to keep, continuing that spirit wherein you meet amazing people. And then, and on that note, I want to see more inclusivity. I want to see more kindness. I want to see more representation in this group so we can continue spreading the love of Star Wars to everyone.
Beautiful, beautiful. Chris, how about yourself?
I'm going to echo what a lot of others said in here. I have met so many incredible people like all of you guys through this weird little thing called Star Wars. And, I'm heavily focused on a lot of times my local garrison here. So I enjoy that, but I really love the opportunity to go cross garrison and meet people from other areas. I just visited with the CO from Arkansas recently over Thanksgiving, just when I happened to be there for family. And I said, hey, let's go grab a cup of coffee. And we ended up about 3 hours in and just had a great conversation. I just love that. I love meeting other people. I love bringing people to Star Wars and the 501st, and hopefully showing them the joy that we can help bring to others in the community and doing some good deeds.
That's great. Scott, how about yourself?
Well, I think that the family analogy, we try to here in Georgia, we're very all the clubs are very together, and we have we work hard at trying to to make sure that everyone, our events we deal with for all the clubs in Georgia, and we try to be trying to keep everybody happy and positive and moving forward and things that bring joy to other folks would be my big push, and try to keep anything else from being a forefront type of situation, and just try to keep it a very positive experience that's political free and Star Wars oriented.
And that's right. That's right. Empire rules. Okay.
There you go.
Same question.
Well, I I hope. Well, actually, there's a lot of things that are already going on that just started with the CRLs and adding the inclusivity of the female costumes. The IOC has just did a photo of women's fitting, and that's something that has really became one of those things that came on the forefront of my thoughts, is how many female costumes fit so differently from men's costumes, and we should be able to see how it should look, because you can't judge a woman's body by a men's body. And I want to see that further into the Legion, a lot, especially like with I love TKs. Female TKs have a lot of different cuts and has to be changed, and you don't know that. I had my first was a TK. I was at Spec Ops, and I didn't know there's so many cuts that I needed to make until after I put it on. Mm-hmm. And it made it used, and hopefully for the following years we get to see more and more of that.
Right. Doni, what is your hope for this year?
Conseguir aumentar nuestras visitas a hospitales, no solamente locales, sino internacionales. Fomentaremos el hecho de viajar más, pues, Alemania, Italia, Francia, y dando todavía un toque más mágico a los niños. A R2KT hacemos que saque fotos, ahora llevamos a Grogu a las visitas a hospitales. O sea, queremos que el mundo mágico de Pink Force, como dentro de, o sea, además de estar dentro de la 501, se abra también, como siempre hacemos, a todas las asociaciones. O sea, queremos, lo más fuerte de la 501 es ser internacional, y queremos fomentar eso. Nuestro objetivo es hacer que esto sea muy grande. Lo que sois ya.
Lucia, please.
Lucia, please.
Subtitles, please. He wants to increment visits that we do to hospitals and charity, not only locally, but internationally, move around, visiting other garrisons, and bringing some of the Pink Force into more cohesion with the Legion, and delete that division between the clubs and just unite to truly have a bigger impact throughout the groups, and take the international part of the Legion to add to that strength.
That's amazing. Thank you. And Teresa, saving the best for last.
Well, that's not true, but my hope for our Legion would be that, I don't know, we do some healing after the last few years of being wounded. We literally were stopped. We could not do anything that this club exists around. We couldn't gather. We couldn't troop. We couldn't do charity because we didn't have charity support. So everything that we are was taken away from us. And I believe that it hurt us, hurt every Star Wars club, because we couldn't do fundamentally what we were. So my hope would be is that we start coming back together, or come together, or work on the actual fundamentals of all that we are, that we remind ourselves who we are, why we're here, all the other reasons that maybe you didn't know existed. Yeah, you got a really cool costume and you went and did charity, but you then found a group of people, like 15,000 people in every single corner of this world, and you shared something, and that sense of family and a sense of belonging, or this, family, community, togetherness. And I would really hope that we remind one another of who we are, why we are, and what an amazing force we are when we are together, when we do stuff together. So this weekend, this actual telethon was a really wonderful, wonderful reminder of our humanness, who we are, who each of us are, what matters to each of us. We talked about family, we talked about tradition, and when we talk about trooping or doing the things that we do together as a club, I think it was really good to be reminded of the heart of what we are. And that's would be my hope, is that we remember what our heart is.
Well, thank you very much, Teresa. It's an incredible closing sentiment for us. So personally, I would love to thank each and every one of you and those that couldn't join us today because of the hour and other obligations that are out there, for picking up the pauldron and doing as much as you can to keep our Legion growing and happy and full of things to do. You guys are amazing. And it's been just such a privilege to work with you this past year. So I want to just thank you from the bottom of my heart. We have so much more to do as a Legion as we move forward. We have so much more awareness. We want to keep this flame alive for our kids, for their kids. I turned 50 this year, and I was 4 years old sitting in a movie theater, and this is all still with me and has given me you guys as a family and all of our friends up here that are also part of our bigger extended family and also part of your bigger extended family. So I wanted to thank you for your service this year. And, for the holidays, no matter what you celebrate, where you celebrate, may the force be with you and your family and keep you safe. We are the 501st Legion, and we are raising money for World Central Kitchen. It's very important that we see some donations come in. We want to really help with what they do, and they do amazing things giving emergency food aid across the world. So please give as much as you can. And if you are a trooper of our Legion, all you have to do is clear out your pantry, clear out your refrigerator, bring it to your local food bank, fill out the form online in the forums, and your garrison will get credit for that. And we'll be able to show the entire world how much we've done when one Legion comes together to do one common thing, and that is help alleviate world hunger. Thank you guys so much for joining me this morning. For the rest of you guys watching at home, an amazing full day of content coming, amazing Star Wars celebrities, amazing troopers from our Legion, and special guests. So please hang around, and may the force be with you all.
Happy Sunday and good morning, members, officers, friends, and family of the 501st Legion. We are almost halfway finished. I think we're a little over halfway finished, but we're over halfway to our goal for the Life Day Telethon. I am Mike Forrester, host of Armor Party Podcast and proud 501st member here in the Great Lakes Garrison. This year's 501st Life Day Telethon is focusing on a crucial mission to aid the World Central Kitchen, a wonderful nonprofit that assists communities all over the planet with food aid when it's needed most. We encourage you to donate food locally, but also at the same time, help us as we aim to raise $10,000 as a United Legion. So click those donation links in our social media channels. Now, currently, just looked probably about 5 minutes ago, and we are over halfway there. I think if we think about exactly what 501st Legion members do, we know that we never give up a fight. So I say, let's keep doing what we do and provide aid to communities all over the world. Now, let's think back to how incredible this telethon has been, all right? Like, look at the amount of people that we've had on here that have helped us out, okay? What a show it's been. We've had the legendary General Veers, Julian Glover, share his wisdom and insight with us. We've learned about 501st members Chris Bartlett and Paul Lee, who turned their passion into profession. We've had actors like Tate Fletcher and Ardashir Radpour, Sam Aline talk about what it's like to get into armor and become part of Star Wars. The incredible Sam Witwer, right? Being a proper representation of a fan. And it's just been an incredible lineup. So we are grateful for everyone who's joined us thus far. We've got some fantastic showcases still coming up. We check in with 501st founder Alvin Johnson very soon here, and the Bad Batch panel hosted by the Dad Batch with D. Bradley Baker. So much happening. So I want to give a shout out to all my Legion members who have put on this Life Day Telethon. It's an organization entirely of volunteers who have been doing this. And clearly they love Star Wars and love helping out their communities even more by doing crazy 24-hour events like this. So find me another club that's this dedicated to charity and united fandom anywhere out there. I'll wait. So I want to make sure you're hitting those donation links in our social media channels and keep being the bad guys who do the most good. All right. It's a happy Sunday wherever you are. Fire up those engines, prepare the jump to hyperspace, and let's get on with the show.
Happy Life Day from Garrison Titan. Thanks for donating.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. to our Life Day Telethon 501st Holiday Special. We are going to be baking up some cookie goodness this morning in support of our fundraiser for the World Central Kitchen. Since we're talking food and snacks and treats and holiday cheer and family tradition, we are going to work on some of our favorite cookie recipes that we'll talk about tradition for each of us, why these cookie recipes are chosen by us. And we have a special guest with us this morning. This is Leilani Shu. You may know her as the Jawas from all three of the most recent productions. So Book of Boba Fett, Mandalorian, as well as Kenobi. Hi, Leilani.
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
So we'll do some quick introductions, and then we will get right into our cookie stuff. And while our goods are baking, we will chat back and forth. Sound good?
Sounds good.
All right. Anne, let's start with you, please.
Okay, sure. My name is Anne Collins. I'm in the Florida region, so Florida Garrison and Recurra base. I'm baking.
Yeah.
Baking some wonderful caramel and chocolate chip cookies.
All right. Any is that just your favorite or?
No, just a go-to sometimes.
Yeah. All right. Kristen.
Hi, I'm Kristen. I'm in the New Jersey region, so Northeast Remnant. I am currently making some sugar cookies, more specifically the decorations that will go on the sugar cookies.
Nice. That's always festive and wonderful. Naomi.
Hi, my name is Naomi Sonfield. Good morning, everyone. I am also in the Northeast Remnant, New Jersey Garrison, and TK92679. And I am making snowballs or Russian tea cakes. And that's just a holiday tradition with my family. I grew up with my mom making these every Christmas. So we'll be doing over here. We're almost ready.
All right. Teresa and Christina. Good morning.
Good morning. I am making strawberry thumbprints. They're actually a quick recipe instead of a traditional recipe. I actually grew up making thumbprints, but my mom made cookies. So this time it's just a little different. I'm using a cake mix instead of, from scratch. And they smell really, really good.
I bet they do.
And I'm Teresa. We are from Eastern PA. So we are Garrison Creative, Eastern Pennsylvania. And I am making my great-grandmother's cinnamon rolls, which means right now I'm guessing how much milk to put in because her recipe reads like a shopping list instead of a recipe. So I let the mixer guessing until they look just about right to come out.
Wonderful. I'm going to be baking whipped shortbread cookies, the melt in your mouth ones. It's my grandmother's recipe, and they are always my favorite. And I get really nostalgic and very traditional around the holidays. So I usually try to cook or bake those things that bring me or remind me of being with them and being together. Of course, I no longer have my grandmother, so it's my favorite recipe of hers, and that's what I'm going to be baking. And Leilani has also done some baking.
Yes, I'm going to be, I baked Jawa cookies. I did gingerbread, and I did chocolate chip. So, and then I did the cutout. Normally I would do a homemade recipe, but I did it yesterday, and I thought because of time, I did it out of a mix. So I did these Jawa cookies. I did this out of gingerbread, as you can see. And then I did chocolate chips. I got the cutout online, and so I did this. It's a chocolate chip cookie, but it's a Jawa because I'm a Jawa.
Right? It's pretty darn cute. So we thought we were going to have a good old traditional bake-off, like flour flying across the kitchen and utensils. And we thought maybe with 6 of us on the screen, that might be a little noisy and probably not what anyone wants to hear at, 5 in the morning, 6 in the morning, depending where you are in the world. It might be okay for you, but what's that? Sorry?
That it would have been great to see flour.
Right? I was going to cook in my Wookiee, like Wookiee making cookie.
Oh.
And then I thought, what if I lit my Wookiee on fire? So I thought that I should not do that. No one wants to see that in the morning. Fire department, smoking Wookiees. No, we're good. So we'll just focus on the cookies. So if some of you are ready to put your cookies in the oven, and so why cookies? Why would we cook cookies? Out of all the things could we do this morning, why cookies? Anybody? Why would we choose favorite cookies?
I mean, cookies.
Because it's Christmas time? Is it because it's Christmas time? We should be baking this week, right? Because of the holidays. So
Yeah.
actually, it's a good idea, I would say.
Yeah. Well, it was a fun idea. It was, and we do that, right? You do prep for Christmas. You prep for your family coming over. You're going to have company. You want to have little treats out for people. And cookies are a quick, warm, comfy sort of welcome gift, right? Like, come in, have some snacks. And cookies seem to be one of the first things we will default to cooking. And it's nice to share that with our guests or our family or friends that come over. And anyone else, just because?
I mean, the Empire loves cookies, right?
Right? The dark side, come to the dark
Right.
side. We're all baking cookies.
Right.
Yeah, I'm actually I'm making cookies that go in my cookie boxes that I like to make each year. I started the tradition pretty recently, but I will say most of my cookie boxes go to friends that I've made through the 501st.
Oh, that's wonderful. Do any of you ever go in cookie exchanges at this time of year?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, my family does them every year.
Yeah, I love them. I haven't, well, obviously we haven't gathered, but we used to gather as a group of friends and everybody make their cookies. And then, you divide them between however many people. And it would make sure that you had this beautiful assortment of cookies when you had company. And in other years, we had cooked them and then just went and delivered them. We have a homeless area in a community in the city where we are, and that, you would drop off fresh baking, like cookies and just that touch of home and that touch of comfort that maybe is lacking for so many, which is part of the reason why this whole fundraiser is a big deal. The charity aspect or the sharing of that warm comfort that, we're experiencing, but so many are not experiencing. And when you look at it in retrospect, does it seem frivolous? Does it seem not flippant, but I don't know what the word might be when you think of that, there is people that are homeless, and can they bake cookies with their family? No, they can't. Do they have the ingredients to do so? No, they don't. And the traditions that we might have being together is really hard for so many. And when we do these things like all of us do, I know that our hearts give, and we do a lot for charity. Would you guys like to touch on some of the charity that you do or that you give of yourself as we bake away?
I guess I could start. Since I've been part of Star Wars, actually on Monday I'm going to be doing Ronald McDonald House because my fan club is located in Bakersfield. So I got really involved with, her name is Scarlett. She does Ronald McDonald House. And to me, since I'm a little person, I like to get involved with getting to the children, especially, things happen, and then the parents, get rushed to the hospital, have the kid, and things happen, and so they're not at home, and some parents end up staying in the Ronald McDonald houses for a year or a pretty long time, and so it's great what Ronald McDonald does, the Ronald McDonald charity. People donate clothes and things at the house so they can still feel at home, not so hospitally, because most of the time they're stuck at the hospital with their kid, and usually it's a baby, the mother just had the baby, and so I think that's a great charity. Also, like the homeless, giving back to the homeless. Like one of my friends, she likes to get us friends together, and we do a cookie exchange. And at the end, we end up, most of us take the cookies home. She says, if you don't want to take the cookies home, we leave it on the tray. And the next day she goes and donates them. So donates them either to, the teachers, the teachers who are working, especially during COVID, or she'll donate it to, the homeless or some local charity, and that's a good way too. And I think, especially, the cookie exchange is great. You're gathering all your friends or your family and trading recipes. Like we could all trade our recipes,
Yeah.
A lot of memories. Like my memory is my grandmother used to bake a lot, and she would bake for, I went to Catholic school, and she used to bake for bingo because, you had to donate all your hours and stuff. So she would be the baker, and I would have to be there while she's baking for bingo. That was their donation or their time, their hours. And so I remember my grandma would be baking the cookies in Christmas time. She would bake a lot of cookies, like the sugar cookies or the wedding cookies, or just different types of like this time of the year. What's as good as the persimmon cookies is known for this. During Thanksgiving to Christmas is persimmon cookies. So yeah, I mean it's gathering friends and family, but also doing something for a charity, like what we're doing today. Oh, look at those!
I'm going to put my cookies in. So there's my recipes left over. Cookies going in.
Ooh, they look good.
Oh, sorry. That's a horrible noise. Good morning.
Oh, you're so excited at
Good.
See, and
all right.
Deanna, you touched on the Ronald McDonald House, and actually that's one of the charities our garrison likes to work with. They have 2 events that's like come in and bake, where we bake cookies and treats for the children in the hospital. And so it goes into this big rack, and and there's another one that's where we make them dinner, and we buy the supplies. There's one out towards, I want to say Lancaster, Hershey area, where we pay for the supplies. And then there's another one in Philadelphia where we just pay them a set amount of money, and they'll buy the supplies for us. And it's like a full-blown kitchen. And that's one of our favorite charities and one of my personal favorites. We actually got to do the dinner. We prepped them dinner, and we just put them in bins, and we put them in the fridge. So the families who are there can have something warm to eat and visit and go with your kids. And it was one of my favorite charities and one of my favorite times with our garrison, because we'll challenge during the cookie. We bake a lot of cookies there, and we challenge each other, like, what are you making? And one of our friends would do like a gluten-free, vegan-free, it's just pure non-allergy cookie, and they come out amazing. And of course, when one of us does it, we're like, trash. But and one of our couples, Joe and his wife Ann, they try to beat how many trays of Rice Krispie treats they can make each time.
Wow.
And so I mean it's one of the better better sentiments, and especially around this holiday season. And I mean, children being in the hospital, from me personally being in the hospital as a child twice, it's a really happy feeling. And so these treats and these things mean so much.
Oh yes, for sure. I hear all the stories, and recently they had the gala. You know, people who donate or they did an auction. They did it actually with Star Wars theme. It's called Galactic Gala, and they had all their sponsors, and the 501st was there in Bakersfield. So it was really it's cool to meet the people or hear the stories and the success stories. I sat with a little boy that was in the hospital, you know, when he was born, you know, and then the parents, you know, had to stay at Ronald McDonald House, and you get to hear the stories. And the little kid is just so cute. I think he's like 5 years old now, but he's a success story. He was able to come home and everything, but he was in the hospital for a while, and they said that they were so glad that, because they live, I think, an hour away or so, and so from where a major hospital in Bakersfield is, because they live in Tehachapi, which is like in the mountains. So having Ronald McDonald House made it so much easier. You know, it was like a godsend to them. They said, you know, they were able to be in a home. They didn't have to be in a hotel or worry about, you know, the hotel bill. So, and then everybody donate, you know, and so like even like cookies, like, you know, like what we do, you know, they appreciate that because they're not able to. They're worried about their child or, you know, what's going on. And, you know, like this time of the year, like donating stuff like this is what they have at home that they're missing. So yeah, this is a great idea.
Yeah. I had done a lot for Ronald McDonald House as well. I regrettably had to be there with my oldest son 3 times. And as a single parent, that was a godsend for me. It was a beautiful place to stay as you were frantic of, you know, almost losing your child. It was a wonderful place. It was really warm feeling. And I always said that when we were all said and done, I was going to go back and volunteer, and have done that. I've cooked meals and gone in and done their chores for them because I was so grateful to be able to have used that facility when needed. So yeah, I support that too, for sure.
Yes, for sure. It's great because like I'm going to go on Monday, and I mean, we're not, you know, there's all other charities out there, but yeah, I think it's I'm going to take, because I'm in the music business, I'm taking one of my clients, and and then my managers, they support this cause a lot. So I'm gonna go and we're gonna go get toys and stuff, and you know, things that they need, and we're gonna go and make Santa bags because it's Christmas time. We're gonna make those big Santa bags and fill it and be able to give it to them. So I'm really excited. I have the resources, being in the music business, have people in my circle donate, and that's what's great of being part of Star Wars now, or me being an honorary member of the 501st. It's great putting all this together. Now I'm able to be, I don't know, like a I don't know what you call it, but I'm able to be like an honorary a celebrity, or you know, be able to help give back or find my resources, try to help, and I think that's great.
An ambassador, an advocate, ambassador. Yeah. So let's talk about why you've become one of our honorary members. It's because you have contributed to the Star Wars universe by your experiences and contributions to Kenobi, Mando, and Book of Boba Fett. And not just you. Is it you and your daughter?
Yes. My daughter, Rio.
Yes,
it's both
please.
of us.
Yeah, please tell us about that. I'm excited to hear that, Leilani.
Okay, so I got called, because I'm a little person, so I've always been in Central Casting's database. You know, I do stand-in, character related stuff, and you know, I didn't make it like my full-time job. So anytime I get a call, I just go, it's a day job, and then you're done. So this was the biggest thing. I got a call and they said I didn't have to fit. I mean, I didn't have to audition, just be here, and I got fitted. And everything was all secretive and everything because of Lucasfilms. I didn't even know what character I was. First, I was, they were measuring my head for different masks. And then I would see inside the different masks. So I know, because being in a low person community, I know the names. So I'm seeing Warwick Davis, Marty Clubbett, these are the famous little people.
Yeah.
Done like Pirates of the Caribbean and different things. And I'm like, what is this? Because the name that they needed secretly had nothing to do with Star Wars. So I was like, oh, okay, this is neat. But they spelled it different. So our secret name, which is out there, so I'm not saying something I'm not supposed to, Huckleberry. So I was like, ooh, a Huckleberry or Huck Finn, and I'm Googling it, nothing.
Yeah.
So I'm like, but that's weird that there's this creature head. But Huckleberry, like, was there creatures in, Huck Finn? So, and then I got called in, and that's where I got fitted for a Jawa. But again, I didn't know it was a Jawa because, Jawas are normally brown with yellow-orange eyes.
Yes.
This was the gray and the red eyes. So I totally didn't know. And then we were named something different. So I didn't know we were going to be a Jawa. So, so the first day, all of us little people, and we know each other, but we're all dressed up, we're all cloaked up. We're put in this one tent, and it's all us little people. So we don't even know with the set, because they already had them all placed, like Mando and all in place. So we were the last to get driven into the lot. So we get there and we're all in there. And we're like, what are we doing? And they're like, we don't know. It's some gray animal or whatever we are. So they finally bring us on set. And so we can't see. Ours is like the 501st, puts their stuff on. But we have like 5-6 layers in our, you can't see because when they film, you're not supposed to see through the black, You don't want to see the skin when they film us. So, we're like really masked up. So you can't see, and we couldn't see on the set and everything. So when I was on the set, they took some takes and then they're like, okay, bring the baby out. And then I'm like, the baby? There's a baby on set? What does that have to do with it? So I thought, oh, how cute. And all I can do is hear, can't see, right?
Yeah.
Can't see nothing, could hear. And then when they did a mask break, they film a little and they give us a mask break. And then I'm just looking around, it's all dusty, dirty. And I'm like, okay, the baby's coming back. And I look and I'm like, is that baby Yoda? Is that Yoda? Small version, right? Not the regular big. And I'm like, how is that Yoda? But he's like tiny, like a baby. And I was like, oh, that's interesting because he's in his cradle, right? And I'm like, baby. And they're all like, okay, baby's ready. Did you got the baby all queued up? And I'm like, oh, this is strange. And then I'm looking around and I see droids, but I see droids all dirty and different. So I seen a BB-8, but a different kind of a BB-8, not BB-8. And I'm just like, that BB-8, but he's not orange and clean and everything. He's dirty and a different color. And I'm like, oh my God, are we on Star Wars? And that's when I realized I was on Star Wars. And then Ariel got put in.
Yeah. And Ariel got put in.
Ariel got put in. I was first brought in, and then one day I couldn't work, and I let them know that, hey, can my daughter, work in my place, same size. You don't have to put her a new outfit, everything. And, and they're like, you have a daughter? And I was like, yeah, she's little too. What? How old is she? And then I told them, and they're like, okay, done deal. And then, because they liked me, and so they brought Ariel in. Well, they ended up liking Ariel. So then that's why Ariel got added in.
Nice.
Yes, I have a daughter.
Very fun.
Yeah. How was that to work with your daughter on a Star Wars production?
It was great. It's great because where we film, it's great for carpools. It's great to have And it's great to see the success, that, especially us being little and then, me being Asian, because it's like not that many, at first, not that many Asians are in Star Wars. So it's cool to have some Asians on set, there's a variety of people, just besides we're little, there's a mixture of all cultures in Star Wars. In Star Wars, it seems like there's no, it doesn't matter what your skin is or what your size is. And it's great that we're all different. Like the big Wookiee, Carrie is African American, so that everybody doesn't know that until they meet him. They're like, oh my God, So it's cool, and me now, she's Asian, so she represents the Asians. There's all different cultures inside Armenian, different, So I think that's great about Star Wars.
The diversity, talking about diversity, we were chatting about that earlier, like literally just prior to coming in, the diversity in the Star Wars universe is so vast and diverse, and accepting that it would be our hope within the 501st Legion that we also embrace that and be to make sure that Star Wars is for everybody, that everybody feels like they have a safe place to come home to or be part of, with zero discrimination or expectation other than just your love of Star Wars. So that's great to hear that you found that wonderful for you and that you appreciated.
Oh yes, for sure. And then I think that's, so a fan talked to me about that yesterday, asked me, actually they asked me if 501st is diverse. And I'm like, I think they are, because I said, I meet a lot of 501st throughout the country. I went to do London Con, I met you guys, and I just came back from the Middle East, and I was like, no, they're diverse. They're all over the world. So because he goes, well, I don't see that. And I'm like, well, then you don't meet all the 501st, because I see them. And it doesn't matter your size or if you're missing a leg. And I said, with Star Wars, it's that way. It's giving an opportunity. I'm a little person. It's giving an opportunity for us to have a job. Or be a part of acting. The most famous little person is Billy Barty. So, we're lucky to have, I tell littles that are little now, like we're lucky, like I was lucky, I grew up the age of Billy Barty. So he's more of a mentor to a lot of us little people, because he broke ground that for us little people that it doesn't matter size. We can do everything. Our brains are, our bodies can do the same as an average sized person. And so it's helped us in, because he was entertainment, that helped us there. It helped me when I was going to school, because when I was going into kindergarten, they wanted to put me in the disabled classroom. They didn't want to put me in regular classroom in kindergarten. And they wanted my mom to have me take tests and everything. And my mom wasn't happy with that. She was like, what do you mean?
No, I bet
wrong with her. Her brain works, everything. She's not disabled. And so Billy Barty, she called Billy, and he came down to the school and he ranted about it. And he showed videos and how kids should accept us and everything. And so I was able to be in a regular kindergarten because of him. Otherwise, I would have been pigeonholed into the special needs. And so I was lucky, and so that's why now there's more AVID groups, parents fighting for littles now, which is great, because now we've gotten older. So we try to be, leaders or mentors of that.
Sorry, I muted you so you guys wouldn't hear my beeping. You're going to hear it anyway. Yeah. The labeling, or talking about yourself being labeled or pigeonholed simply because of your size. is that something that you have endured your lifetime? Like, has that been something that has affected you, or?
Yes, and I was lucky. I mean, I grew up with parents, that fought with me and fought for me. I'm the first little in my whole family on my mom and dad's side. Like, anybody can have a little person, just like anybody can have, a special needs child, or once we have one. I know a lot of people ask about that because both sides, I was the first, and my parents were average size, and then once you have one, then me, it was 50-50 when I have a baby. So Ariel, my daughter, little, but my son, my youngest, he's 6'5", and he's 18.
Right. Wow.
So, so it's 50-50 chance. So I got one that's a little and one super tall. So,
right.
Yeah.
I just got a question about with having a tall child. Because my sister her son is like 6'5", and he's like 17 years old. Is it difficult to punish them? He punishes her by taking her coffee cup and putting it on top of everything, going, "Okay, here, mom, get it," and walks away. That's
terrible. That's terrible.
Oh my God.
That's a teenager thing. That's definitely a teenager thing.
I'm lucky, because I'm a single mom. I'm lucky he's always been like more babied. So he's been more actually. You guys know Tracy Thompson and Kevin Thompson.
Yes.
They're little, and part of they were Kevin was an Ewok in the original Star Wars, and their son, like on both sides, they were the first to be little, and once they had once they had had Wyatt. Wyatt is the same size as my son, and he's tall. He's super tall, and but he's like him and my son. They're protective of us. They're more the protector. So it really depends on your upbringing. But my son's more the protector. He watches out or gets mad if people make fun of me and everything. And same with Wyatt. Wyatt's very protective of his two parents, which is great. And you guys know Kevin and Tracy, and you guys probably met Wyatt. And he's very protective of his parents.
Do any of you ladies, would you like to ask Leilani any questions or
I would like to know if it is as fun to be a Jawa on set as it is to be a Jawa at a con. So we are both Jawas. My son has an off-world Jawa. We're all Jawa together. We have a whole horde of Jawas that troop together. And events.
Okay, so being on set is different than being at cons, but I love being at cons because I have the 501st. Because with the other actresses and actors, they don't have a community, and I've been blessed since day one. My first con was Pensacon, and my Florida garrisons know me.
Yes.
They welcome me. I'm playing with the droids. I'm playing with the, R2s, and they just fell in love with me. Pensacon loves me very much. I can't wait to see them. That was just in February. They were upset I wasn't there last year. So they were like telling the guy that put it together, "No, we need them here." So I love the 501st. I have fun. I feel at home when you guys are there. The troops come and, "Hey, we're gonna come get you," and then you guys come and get me, and then I look like a celebrity, like a bigger celebrity. They guard me, and the stormtroopers, and they take me to the 501st area, and then I get to see the Mandelbergs and everybody. And I guess I was told that I'm more the outgoing one. I don't know. It's either my managers are very very into that. Chuck and Nick are very into me being part of you know, the 501st and everybody. And me as a person, I'm a people person, and I've always, I'm in the music business. I get records played on the radio. So I have to tell my artists they have to do all this stuff. So usually I'm behind the scenes. I've never been on camera, everything. And now that I have to be that person. And because otherwise, you know, I teach them, or I tell them they have to do this. So I have to be that way. So I feel at home. Like, look, I went all the way to London, and I'm like, I'm in London, and, you know, I don't know nobody. You know, I mean, here's me going to London, but I feel at home once I get to the con. It's like, oh, here's my 501st. Here's all my family. You know, it's my extended family. You're all there, and that's it makes me feel it's great. Like celebration, for instance. Jill Waxman had everything ready for me. She called you guys, Erica. She called you guys and said, okay, we need to induct her. We're making this special. So the day before, because I wasn't part of the celebrity, because I was hidden, because I'm the hidden gem of Obi-Wan Kenobi. So I couldn't even stay. I was on Obi-Wan Kenobi. So I wasn't part of the celebrity. So the day before, the virtual cantina, the 501st first inducted me, and they came and they gave me the Sandcrawler and Ariel. They did the special awards, everything, special ceremony. They worked with Virtual Cantina because they had their thing the day before. And then afterwards, at the thing, at the event, the 504, the Southern California Garrison, they gave me passes to get in. They're like, oh, we'll take care of you. They gave me passes, and then they inducted me, or special inducted me for, I think the Garrisons, right? So I'm like part of all you guys already. Mandel Mercs. It's cool to me. The droids. If that makes sense. I hope I explained it. So, and then set. Okay, because I'll compare to set. I love being on set. I love the people I work with. You know, you guys know Brendan, who will be on here, Brendan Wayne, who is Mando's double. He's basically Mando. I love him. He's, you know, I'm a fan because my parents, I'm older, so I'm a fan of John Wayne. Well, my parents was. And so it's like, oh my God, he's John Wayne's grandson. And it's like, I was so excited to meet him. And other people on set didn't know, you know, like other like littles or people at first didn't know who he was. But here, me, I'm fanning out. Oh my God, Brendan, that's so cool. And, you know, me and Brendan are really close. Yeah, I love being on set. And now I'm really close to, like, I'm close to Tate Fletcher. I'm close to Emily Swallow, who you guys will have or had yesterday. So it's cool because when I go on set and you see all the extras and you see everybody else, and, you know, they come find me. Hey, Leilani, how are you? Emily's coming to me. Everybody's looking at me. How you know the star, you know? So Emily will come to me, or Tate will come to me, or sometimes we see the troops, the 501st. You know, because we had Mando Works on, and we had some of you guys on. So sometimes and they're like, hey, you're Leilani, hi. And I'm like, oh my God, we're part of, which, you know, whatever. And I'm like, oh wow, that's so cool. So it's cool that now it's all coming together. The more I do, I went from Mando 1, Mando 2, Book of Boba Fett, and now Obi-Wan Kenobi. And I get to meet all you guys. And now it's all, you guys are all together.
That's it. How exciting. Hey, like I'm celebrating your experiences because I think it's fantastic on so many levels. And I think it's really exciting.
Thank you.
How's everybody?
Leilani, we love what you do for the community here in Star Wars and how you treat all of us. I think you're amazing, and you always treat all of us so well when you're around. And I think it's refreshing to have that. So we love having you amongst our group.
Oh, I love it. And I can't wait. I'm going to see you in a couple of months.
Yes, a couple months. We're excited.
I'm
And
so excited.
I love how you refer to it as a family, our 501st, because we feel the same way. This is our family. I mean, we met through the 501st and now we are the best of friends. And this is our extended family and it's what we do. And my entire family troops together. My husband, my son, we're all trooping together as often as we can with our extended family, as dysfunctional as they may be. We like to say we put the fun in dysfunctional.
There you go.
I know, I can't wait to go to the other ones. And, you know, that's what's so cool that now I'm doing all the cons and stuff. Especially now that I'm Tika on Obi-Wan, I'm doing all the other cons and I can't wait because every city I go to or every country now, I always look for you guys. That's one thing I'll go look for because I'm like, oh, my family's there. I gotta go find them. Or my managers, you know, Chuck and Nick will go find you guys, you know, and then bring me to you guys, you know, or they're like, hey, I manage Leilani, you know, she's here. And then, you know, then all of a sudden here they come with all the troops coming to get me. So it's cool because then everybody else is like, that's not Star Wars. They're like looking at me like, you know, and then now I become like the big deal with all the other celebs that are from different shows that has nothing to do with Star Wars. They're like, who the heck is she? You know, because usually I'm like that little peon that no one knows who I am, right? You know, and then, you know, we're all just in our celebrity role. But, you know, these big actors and everybody, you know, think they're, you know, they're people, right? They're a big deal. But when we come, it's like, here comes the troops coming to get us. I'm like, how come she gets that special treatment and everything? That is great. I love it. I love the tension.
That's really heartwarming to hear how much that means to you, because that's how we feel about all of our honorary members, right? We're quite protective. We're very, you know, very personal, and they mean a great deal to us because of everything that they have done for us. So to hear it reciprocated back from an honorary member that they value being an honorary member is really heartwarming to hear. I personally appreciate hearing that. Yeah. So how's everybody's cookies going? I cannot believe we've blown through the hour almost.
Okay.
Oh, good job. How's it going?
Well, first batch of thumbprints kind of. But it's okay because I have breakfast.
Oh, they look so good.
Oh, yeah.
This recipe, these are a staple of every family get together we've ever had. They are breakfast, they are lunch, they are dinner, they are dessert. They are just every meal of all day long because one batch makes about 4 dozen. So,
oh, wow.
This is just our food for the day. They're not staples.
All right.
Oh, they are. No, they're not. So my cookies are being donated to Teresa because she's also a teacher.
Oh.
So they're all, I have this giant thing already over there because I love baking, but they're not eating. Well, I love eating too.
Yeah.
That's you don't need to eat, you know, 4, 8 dozen cookies alone. So they're going to her so she can give them to the teachers and teacher appreciation.
That's awesome.
So I will take them to school with me on Monday and they will definitely be appreciated. And I don't eat them and I will appreciate that. And I will take some with me to the theater tonight. We also are active in local community theater and we have a show. Our last night of our Christmas show is today. So we'll take some with us to the theater too for the casting crew during the strike after the show.
Oh, fun.
Great.
I have a quick question for Leilani. It's more of a personal question. I was just wondering if there's any special history to your first name, because my middle name is Leilani, and it's like not the most common name, but I always appreciate hearing it in someone else. And I was just curious if it's like a family name or anything.
It's my mom. Okay, so since I'm Chinese on both sides. It's just my mom wanted an Asian name, and so she liked Leilani because, okay, so I'm old, but the song that she liked was Sweet Leilani, So it came from Andy Williams, Sweet Leilani. And that was her favorite song. She loves Hawaii. We had some family in Hawaii, and she's always like, she was an Elvis Presley fan. And, she loved, he had all the, some of the Hawaiian stuff, Hawaiian songs. And she came from that era, like Don Ho and everything. And so she liked that song. And so that's why her and my dad named me Leilani. And you probably know, like, there's a lot of people that they don't say it right. So I have all different names. But yeah. So then a lot of my friends, they shorten it because they like Lei, because the Hawaiian flower Lei, so then they call me Lei or Lele, or they'll go the other way and call me Lani. So I have all these different names, but yeah, it came from the song Sweet Leilani.
That's awesome. Beautiful.
And you're from what area are you 501st from? What area?
Currently New Jersey, but I was born in Hawaii, and my dad family immigrated from Okinawa, and my mom's family, they moved there before Hawaii was incorporated as a state as missionaries. My grandfather was a pastor, and my parents met at UH. And Leilani was my mom's middle name because my grandparents were also, they loved the name and they wanted to honor moving to Hawaii. They also liked the song. And so and then my mom passed it to me. And so, yeah, it's just a special, it's something special. And I really appreciate, just the sentiment. And I think that's great that you have a similar meaning to your name.
Oh yeah, that's great that we have that in common. Like I said, like, our parents are probably the same age group. And so it's just their era. They love that song. Because everybody always asks me, what song? And I'm like, well, I'm a little older. So my parents are older. So that's where that song came from. Oh, okay. People always ask me that. But yeah, that's where it came from. It came from the song. And, and being Asian, my parents knew, that song. So that's great. I'm excited that you have the same name.
Yeah, it's just great to hear commonality, and it's just wonderful.
Thank you. Yeah, that's great.
Thank you. Do you have a special holiday tradition that you do with your family besides like baking cookies and volunteering? Is there something that you and your son and daughter do every year as a special holiday tradition?
Well, before I came from my mom's side, we came from a big family. So my grandma came from three brothers, and there was 3 girls. And so we used to get together, in our culture base, you get together, all the families come together for Christmas. But now that, we all gotten older and everybody goes their own ways, and the main 6 are all passed away now. So it's like everybody's like all scattered. So now we try to, my aunt, she, which is on a different side of the family, we get together on Christmas Eve. So we do on the, I migrated into kind of their family too. So we do, it's kind of like the Spanish culture. You do open at midnight. Or if you're Catholic, you open at midnight. So we do Christmas Eve. So we do the family get together. The Asian culture, or even Hawaiian culture, or Filipino culture, is you get the roast pig, you do seafood. We do, so we have like a big like lobster, and then everybody brings different food. My aunt will tell us what to bring, and we all get together. So it's more family. We do more family things. And then my kids, they're older now. It'd be before they would want to go see the tree get lit up or go to Americana and see all the Christmas lights and everything. But now they're older, they're all doing their own thing. My son has a girlfriend. He's going to Big Bear on his own. And he's 18, so my daughter's doing her own thing. So, the kids are older now. But we try to get together. We no matter what, we get together Christmas Eve. We always do family thing.
That's awesome.
Sorry,
Do you want?
How's your cookies looking, Naomi?
They're good. They're
Okay.
They're powdery,
good.
powdered sugary.
That's my manager's favorite, and he's watching over here. It's one of his favorite cookies.
If I could just give them to the screen.
I wish we could share cookies right now. Or can we? We should do like a share recipe, because
Oh yeah.
you know how you do
Yeah.
cookies change the recipes.
Yeah.
We could share recipes to the fans that are watching or whatever. We could share recipes.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, we should post our recipes in the comments to this.
Mm-hmm.
So anybody could make our recipes if they wish.
Yeah.
But we can also, Leilani, I can add you to this panel chat as well if you want.
Okay.
Yeah, so we can swap stuff. Kristen, how's your cookies decorating going?
I tried to make red. Red didn't quite work, but I think you get a demo when I hold it up and you can see what it is. They're supposed to be Santa Grogu's.
Oh,
Oh my
it's so
gosh.
But
Oh,
they're like
so
my favorite color. They're pink. They are perfect.
Thanks.
So cute.
Oh my gosh, they're amazing.
That's so
Great job.
cute.
Thanks.
So cool. So we've got Jawas, we've got Grogu's, we have Russian tea cake cookies, cinnamon buns, thumb cookies, num, and you had caramel and chocolate.
Chocolate. Yeah. Caramel
Yeah.
chocolate skunk. Yeah. I love those. Those are so adorable.
They
so
are
cute.
so cute. Oh, you got an off-world Jawa.
They are cute.
That's so wonderful.
Love them.
My niece
Love
was
it.
over here. She made the frosting, and so we did try to do as much as we can for the off world. So and then I got the red hots and I put them there, and then because I didn't think M&Ms would work, and then I did the orange ice. And then, because originally we talked about doing chocolate chip Jawa cookies, but they didn't turn out. They look like, I got the cookie cutter online and it turned out like this. It kind of turned out, but it kind of looks like a piece of like like date or something. So there's the cat. I don't know. I told you that's how Erica. I might burn cookies on live stream. That'd be embarrassing. So this is the gingerbread. So these are gingerbread. So I thought instead of gingerbread men, I would do gingerbread Jawa cookies, and so they're brown. So that's what I did. And the chocolate chip. And then we tried to make it Jawa-y because I'm in a hotel room. So there you go. I have my Loungefly backpack, which is all Star Wars, if you guys can see. And then it says 501st, if you guys can see, and there's Yoda. My manager put that all together. So then we have the Spanish. I went to Williams-Sonoma and got that. So if I was doing this live yesterday, I didn't mess up. This is what I used, and then I found this at Home Goods. I try to make it Star Warsy, or my theme, I guess. There you go.
I think we are close to, oops.
Almost done, huh?
I think so.
Oh. Any other questions you have for me before?
Kristen, do you have any? Did you ask any?
Not yet. I'll ask what your favorite memory baking is.
Baking?
Yeah.
It would be actually with my grandma. Like I said, my grandma was a baker. You're Asian too, right? So my grandma was a baker. She loved baking. She baked the sugar cookies. She baked the persimmon cookies, the banana bread, everything homemade, you know, because my grandma would have been like 100 and something now, but because back then they grew their own vegetables. She came from a farm. So when, you know, she believed in baking, you know, from scratch, never box. Not like me, but but she did everything. So we have all her recipes. So she baked the butter cookies, or she would go to potlucks, church potlucks, and she would see something and she would go ask them for the recipe. And so she knew she would go home and try it. So she made dump cake or what, you know, she was the baker. So, you know, and then I would be at her house on the weekends. My parents own a restaurant. So weekdays we would be at my parents' home, and then we went to Catholic school. But weekends, she would take us. So we wouldn't be in the restaurant on the weekend. She would take us. And so she would do the baking, the cooking for us, cooking all the Asian food. And we'd come home with leftovers, or she would bake, or she would cook stuff that my parents wouldn't cook, because we, you know, as Asians eat rice almost every night. So when it was spaghetti or enchiladas, something different, my grandma would do it. And we'd be like, see, Dad, there's other food, or how come we don't get to go to McDonald's? And he's like, no, you need to eat here. You don't need McDonald's. So it would be with my grandma. She was the baker. And then my daughter has picked up that. Ariel has picked up that. She's the baker. She loves to bake. So she will bake from scratch, or she sees something on it. She likes the Food Network and stuff, or Martha Stewart. And she'd be like, oh, that looks good. And she'd go bake it. So my daughter's more the baker. So it went from my grandma to my daughter.
Awesome.
And did you have memories too? Like, is it from your family or?
Oh, no, we weren't really baking all that much, but it's just something that's really relaxing and it brings people joy. It tastes really good. So yeah,
it's very comforting. And especially if you do it with friends, like what we're doing right now, it's something to talk about, I think. And, you know, we all get together. I think it's great. And I love your shirt.
Oh,
I just know
it's one of those.
That's so cool.
I can fit in a kid's size, so it's not an adult size shirt, but it's a flippy shirt.
Oh, so cool.
Yeah. I saw one of my students wearing it, and I'm like, where did you get that? Like, I think I could fit in a kid's.
I was like, looking at it, like, that's so cool. I love Darth Vader. I love Vaden. I was like, oh, that's cool. I like how I did that. That's cool. I only have my Obi-Wan. I have Obi-Wan. It's because I was on Obi-Wan. That's all I have. But I like yours. Yours is better.
Yours is so cool.
God.
Yeah.
Ooh. So food is important then in your guys's, would it be family? I don't want to say culture, because obviously every culture has their own foods that are special to them, right? Whether you're Ukrainian, Russian, Filipino, Western cuisine, there seems to be traditional foods or special foods or foods that you gravitate to. And when you look at food bringing people together, certainly through the holidays or just in general as families, When you look at times like this, Christmas time, holidays, it becomes extra special or something that actually bonds and pulls people together. And I think that's why it's so important to do things like this over the holidays. Like if you're looking to fundraise or looking to give back, because we seem to gather so much around food. Like we've talked about our family traditions, or, that we used to bake with our grandmas, or, it was a mom and daughter thing, or, whether you had your sons hovering over you, your 6'5" sons, because my son is also tall, swooping in to steal your baking because that's what they do. And that's a memory for them, right? Like the moms and their baking. And that's also something that is part of that feeling of family. And it seems to be a common thread through every single one of us, which obviously there's more than just us. I am not sure, guys, what is going on in our next panel, but I do know that we should be nearing the end of it, but we can keep chatting until they tell us.
Right.
Yeah. What was your favorite part of being a Jawa, Leilani? Your favorite part?
My favorite part of being a Jawa is to be seen, and I guess I'm lucky because I'm the first one to be cast credited as Jawa, so it's an honor because you Google Jawa in all the Star Wars, it'll come up my name now.
Wow.
So it's honored that got that, and then honored that now I'm the first one with a name, Tika.
Yeah.
And I have my own action figure, and it's just great because it's not even the celebrity wise, it's opened a lot of doors for me, community wise. Like I said, it's brought me to the 501st. It's brought me, opportunities like the Comic-Cons to travel. Like, who gets to go to Bahrain? I just came from Bahrain in October.
Wow.
And it's like, wow. And I would never, because you hear the Middle East or Saudi Arabia or Iran, Iraq, but I never heard of that country until now. And I went, and they are so sweet. It's an island like Hawaii, kind of. And you could drive the whole island of Bahrain in an hour and a half. And the people are so nice and so sweet. So if anything, it's bringing me to you guys. It's bringing me to the fans. And I love meeting the fans, especially the younger fans. Like I said, I'm just giving an example, but I when I went to Bahrain, I was like, oh, no one's going to know me. But it was all, like, everybody was different. One person was from Lucifer. One person was, no competition. We were they only had, I think, a total of 6 celebrities. And I happened to be one. And I'm the only one that's Star Wars. Everything else is Lucifer, was it Pinky Business? And then the other one is, they're all different. One was from Stranger Things. So here's me, Leilani, a Jawa from Star Wars, and when they get over there, they get it later. They get Mando later. So, because of streaming. So they only knew Mando. They didn't know me on Obi-Wan. They didn't know me on Book of Boba Fett yet because of streaming. So they set it up all Mando behind me. They gave me the huge banner, my huge area, and I'm like, this is all for me. So you guys seen it on my Instagram. And when they came, the kids came to me. They're like, oh my God, I've been so in love with you. Or oh my God, and I'm like, really? So I get excited that the little kids are like really like so sweet, and they're great. They even text me now. They message me, and I'm like, oh wow, I got fans all over the world, and they're watching. Hi, so I think that's so cool. It's cool to meet in different countries or different areas, like wherever you guys are. It's great. Like, wow, we affect, or we're known throughout the world. It's not just, U.S. or it's not just West Coast. It's everywhere.
Worldwide.
Like Canada. Worldwide. Yes. Star Wars is really huge.
It is really huge. And speaking of worldwide, we are raising funds for World Central Kitchen, and we are going to move over to our next panel, which is History of the 501, where we come from, where we're going, that sort of thing. So ladies, thank you for your cookie baking prowess, or your baking prowess, your tradition, your sense of community and family and togetherness. And thank you so much for being here this morning. Thank you, Leilani. Oh, and Emily Swallow, happy birthday. Daniel Brown,
happy
our
birthday.
tech guy, happy birthday. So let's move over to the other panel.
Bye, ladies.
Bye.
Thank you.
See you.
Have a great day.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. I don't know because it is global. Welcome to our panel on the history and trials of the 501st. Well, no real trials, but welcome this morning. Start off with intros. I'm the host, Adam Baker-Strode, TK0897, and I'll let everybody else introduce themselves.
I'll start. I'm Justin Sonfield. I'm the current Legion Commanding Officer of the 501st.
I'm Cher Lambeth. I'm TK976.
Albin Johnson, TK210.
Scott Campbell from Canada, BH7113.
Excellent. Well, why don't we start off nice and easy with a going back into the darkness of time. This one's really for Albin and probably Sherilyn, since you were much there at the time as well. You know, let's go and start like back to the founding. Give a quick brief summary of where it all started.
Okay. Well, I'll start because then Sherilyn comes quickly into the story. But I remember looking around and going, "Hey, there's nobody here." So I guess that's me. Yeah, back in 1997, as a lot of people know, but we're covering this for purposes of the story. 97, actually in 96, 95, recovering from a leg wound that cost me my leg, auto accident. I was really bummed out, and Star Wars was coming back for the first time in years and years and years. And a lot of people today would not know what a world's like without Star Wars, but it actually happened, kids. It was really dark. And so the movies are coming back. You can feel the excitement. A friend of mine named Tom Tom Cruise, not that Tom, a different Tom. We found sets of armor on the early internet, what were called Usenet groups, and we ordered 2 sets. And I got the first set right as Empire was coming back. Went to the theater, blown away by the reaction that I had from fans. I was blown away. You wouldn't see armor anywhere. Armor was very it didn't exist. Again, today you wouldn't believe that, but the idea that someone who didn't feel like a complete person or not even really Hollywood good looks and wanting to be part of Star Wars to be instantly recognizable was amazing. And when Tom showed up for Return of the Jedi re-release, it really clicked that you had more than one stormtrooper, and people reacted like, wow, that kind of looks like, maybe 2 guys from a patrol or something. And it really got me to thinking. We went out, started the website, and started putting pictures of our goofy adventures up there and create a whole fictional backstory of what TK210 and TK512 were doing. And before we knew it, you had people from all around the world saying, I like that. Can I be on that? And I said, well, let's create a fictional backstory. Everybody likes a good yarn. And in my kooky head, I just thought, man, there's nothing better than working for Darth Vader. The image of Vader with a stormtrooper on either side, classic. That's all I wanted. And Lucasfilm shipped out a Vader set to a local comic shop, and Tom and I got to recreate that picture, and end of story. Oh, well, nope. Then everybody wanted more. And that's when the next year we went to Dragon Con, a very big show in Atlanta. And there I met several other stormtroopers, some homemade, other manufacturers or whatever. And there was this lovely, lovely Leia there. And Sherilyn, you just tell the story of how we kicked it off.
Absolutely. Yeah, it was really cool to see Albin and some of the others. The studio creation folks were there in their armor, Jeff Allen and Kurt Allen. And as Albin said, I was Leia, and they had the Star Wars costume contest in the Star Wars track there at Dragon Con. And Al was like, oh, we can rock this. So he got all the other troopers together. He got me, and we recreated the scene where the troopers are escorting Leia on the Tantive to meet Vader. And the crowd went wild. We made such a huge impact on the costume contest, on the Star Wars track, and I think on Dragon Con in general, because as Al said, armor was not a thing at that time. And to see a whole group of stormtroopers, Vader, other characters was just incredible. And I had actually created my own Biker Scout armor, awful set of Biker Scout armor for the special edition of Return of the Jedi in my hometown in Greensboro, North Carolina. Theater's not even there anymore. And when I saw this group, I was like, oh my gosh, I love these guys. And started doing events myself. And as Alvin said, the rest, as they say, is history.
Awesome. Full disclosure, that's where I first saw you guys and remember it well. And well, here I am some years later.
We take the good with the bad.
Yeah. I mean, hey, it's the way it comes,
We love you.
So, I mean, and that led in, of course, to the prequels. I mean, while there was that gap, we really did quickly, right after the special editions, get into the prequels. I think the success of the special editions definitely helped on that. But, the prequels led to a really an influx, myself included, coming into Legion. I suspect a lot of us here, that's when we came in. Oh, Thomas just joined us, had some technical difficulties. Thomas, why don't you quickly introduce yourself while we have a moment here?
All right. Yeah, I'm Thomas Spanos. I joined in the Legion, I think back in 2002. Originally, when I first attempted to join, the member who was doing enlistments said, we don't have a place for your wacky made up Jedi. And I was actually dressed to the nines as the expanding universe character, the Clone Emperor. And when they told me I couldn't come, I took that as a challenge, and I kept knocking on the door till eventually I made it up to the head man, Mr. Albin, who said, well, yeah, that's the Emperor. And So I was then approved and joined in 2002 and started working with the membership. And I became a Legion membership officer. I helped make the more modern version of our Legion logo. I brought this one out here today to share. This is the prototype. This is the prototype of the Legion logo made by Bat Frog.
Nice.
And
Mike
they gave me
Phelps.
they gave me Mike Phelps, and I they originally said, oh yeah, we need to do a 14-inch version of the patch that I just made, which I made a patch that was 3.5 inches in diameter, and they wanted something 14 inches in diameter. So that meant that over the weekend I had to redesign the patch with all the new detail to support that size. And since then I worked for 18 years to honor our Eternal Legionnaires, the members who have gone before. And I've worked as a detachment leader for the Expanded Universe in the flagship Eclipse. And I think I've probably gone on a bit too long right now. So I'm going to step back and pass the mic.
Great history.
No, that's awesome. It's nice to see that prototype logo. That's really cool. I don't think I've ever seen that. You showed that.
There's only one.
Yeah, it's really neat.
One.
It's actually a cool one. I actually, just to go back real quick to dates, to put some dates on this. Special editions, for those that don't know, 1997. That original Dragon Con 1998, just to give the time frame we were talking about in our early days here. So, you know, quite a bit of time in the past for all of us older fogies here.
Yeah, and Adam, if you don't mind if I jump on here while he's showing the logo, this is the original logo for the 501st Squad.
Right.
A lot of people don't realize, like, there was like this really primordial version of it that you hold yours up, Thomas. This is what I'm talking about. So we had this designed in 97, 98, 99, and we were the Squad. Why the Squad? Because it was short for squadron. My dad was in World War II. I like the squadron look. But come on, folks, like, we were getting much bigger than a squad. And I love the idea, the nomenclature of the Roman Legion. It was, it's archetypal. It doesn't apply to anything current. I didn't want to infringe on any actual contemporary military orders. And so that's how we got to the Legion there. And that's the version he has. Sorry. Just
that's great. No, it's
dovetail on that.
The history panel. It's great to get some of the history.
People see that and go, what is that? Yeah, exactly.
Especially some of the older stuff that is not always, well documented. And I suspect many members don't even know a lot of the early stuff.
You'll see a lot of young fans today honestly believe that the 501st Legion is based on what was in the movie or in the cartoons, or like we're a tribute group to them. And I'm like, no, that's why history is so important. It's so important you keep it alive and fresh. Sherilyn's been doing that. So anyway.
Yeah, and we're kind of getting to that with as you mentioned, we're kind of getting to that where with the prequels kind of came out, and we started, I think that's when a lot of us came in, that revival. It's certainly where I came in. I joined in 2004, but had been around since the early days, and I think the motivation to sort of get involved, and as the Legion expanded and there were more and more garrisons around, squads around, outposts around that people could join, I think that helped that exposure globally. The UKG, you have Australia, at the time it was Terra Australia Garrison TAG. Yeah,
that's
exactly.
Right.
Yeah. Yep. Canadian Garrison.
Yep.
Or Badlands Garrison. You had all these garrisons all over that really did help that exposure, particularly as the prequels started coming in. And as we went through the prequels what were your guys' reaction to those prequels and that not only increased opportunity to troop, but also increased availability of armor. It was still somewhat on the down low, harder to get. You had to kind of know somebody, but how to or build it, as Thomas did, and still does. how did you guys all sort of react to that period? I think most of us here joined around then.
So I joined the same year as you. It was 2004. It was prequels. Star Wars was getting huge. I heard whispers of some kind of group. I had Star Wars friends. And I didn't go the Stormtrooper route. I'm up here in Calgary, Alberta. So what better than a space cowboy named Jango Fett, double blasters. And I just happened to work in a manufacturing place, and they were kind enough. I was drawing it up in AutoCAD, and I cut it out of aluminum, out of a CNC machine, built it up myself, and joined the group. And like you said, the rest is history. Was like public relations officer for years, helped do all the events in Calgary. I think one year we were doing 3 events a weekend, especially around Christmas time. It was fantastic. But yeah, it's definitely the prequels that really kicked it off here.
Scott, I remember, I'll jump in. When you showed up in Django, you were one of the first Djangos. Brother, I couldn't believe it. You brought that character to life, and the prequels we had to really kick it off. We had to show, look, we liked the original trilogy, but when the prequels came in and I saw people coming in, Cheryl, one of the first times I met you, you were in Amidala, the gown, the original red, the Django. Scott, I've always been impressed with that. Thank you for sharing that. That's great.
Well, I think you remember the jetpack. I remember showing you. I literally made it out of garbage at work, and the thrusters were air fresheners. But between you and me,
that was
that's
my
exactly
Boba Fett. Yeah, my Boba Fett was all out of Home Depot and the garbage can. Yeah, it's great, man.
But that's what Lucas used, right?
That's what you do.
Yeah. So
awesome.
Still works.
I'll give you another perspective. So I was in Georgia at the time. I lived in Atlanta, Georgia. So, pretty close to the heart of where all this is happening. But in 12 years of living there, I never attended a single Dragon Con. And the reason was I was kind of your biggest stalker. I saw all the forums and I researched all, and it's funny because 20 some odd years later at this point, I'm realizing that the people I was stalking are really sitting right in front of me right now. And, the internet was still in its relatively infant days. And so, you were rooting out there and trying, and oh, wow, I see this armor. And at the time there weren't really makers. There was like, here's how you make it. You make this buck and then you buy, and all this stuff. And so it just was completely overwhelming for me. So I'm going to stay as this stalker lurker through this story until a while from now. So, but that was, you had fans. And I guess that's where I'm coming from, is you had so many fans, and why that's still applicable today is that I think that still exists. And I'm hoping that, through this conversation, through this telethon, and through all the stuff that we do worldwide, those stalkers that want to join find that that eventually someday you're sitting with the people that you were stalking and having the same fun.
Yeah, Justin, you bring up a good point. I'll wait till the end of the thing, but I do this at every con, every panel that I do. It's the idea of the invisible barrier between super fandom and costuming. Like, you never know that you can jump into it. No one really, well, few people do, but a lot of fans don't see themselves as being able to get into it. And when they get into it, brother, they get so excited. So that you hear that story all the time. Like, I was on the sidelines, huge fan, huge collection, and fans have different ways of expressing it. And usually it's a collection, or marathons and trivia and all that. We try and invite everybody, and anybody watching today, I'll just cover it now, is just step on over, find your local garrison and hit them up and go, can I come out to an armor party, or can I get suited up? So that's great. I didn't know that.
You are interested, full disclosure, I'm also Legion webmaster. So full disclosure, feel free to head over to 501st.com. We have a unit listing. It's right in one of the drop downs.
Beautiful.
It tells you right who your local unit is. Look them up and
you just click on the map. Click on the map. Find where
the map's broken. The map broke. The API that ran that Google deprecated, so we don't have that anymore.
Okay, well,
it needs to be completely reworked. So it's lower priority just because of all the other things we need to fix.
No, that's fine.
So
anyway,
the map is unfortunately broken, but the map exists. The picture exists. You could use the map, but you just can't click on it.
Got it.
When the prequels came out, it reinvigorated Star Wars, and I was just really surprised to see the Power of the Force line relaunched, and I'd come in, seeing these expanding universe toys on the shelves, and the Clone Emperor, for instance. I was like, I like the Emperor. I never knew. It's like I had never heard of this before. So the prequels, although there wasn't a particular character that grabbed me, it added fuel to the fire. And what I wanted to point out is it's not just what's on the Disney Channel today, not just what movie just came out. Star Wars is vast, infinite, and there are support groups and individuals who can help get you there. And but a lot of it, you gotta, if you want it, you just gotta grab it, and whether it be crafting it by hand, 3D printing it, or working with others to get what you want. It's not limited to the standard cast of characters. And so again, when the prequels first came out, I was looking at them trying to figure, does this tell my story? But as I learned, even today, the prequel story is still being told and still being filled out, and the filling it out, it just keeps growing exponentially. And I want to say that if you don't see the one you like right now, just keep doing it, working on the one you like. Because whether that gets ordained as canon or not, it's still Star Wars. And following that, you're making your costume for yourself, not for anyone else. You're not being hired as an actor. You're not being, and the kids are not going to say, "Oh, we don't want you because your costume's not that." Everyone loves the costumes, and the first person you need to impress is yourself. And so the prequels were just power, fuel for that passion.
And I think that's a good point. Like, that's something a lot of us have talked about, certainly at Dragon Con. Many of us who go to Dragon Con, we don't build costumes. We build costumes for Dragon Con, but we don't build costumes for the 501st, or we don't build costumes to join the Rebel Legion, or we don't build costumes to join, the Finest. We build costumes because we enjoy building costumes, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. Do it because you love doing it. It's for, I think for a lot of us, I certainly built my first costume to join the 501st. It was a stormtrooper, but I failed. I mean, the stormtrooper wasn't approved. I pivoted and built my costume. I joined with was a Royal Guard. It was a TR. I joined with a Royal Guard because I had some stuff. I am short. It doesn't appear that way here, but I am short. It is. I have to make. When I'm building another stormtrooper outside right now, a hero suit, and I have to make a lot of modifications for it to fit me because I am short. I'm 5'6".
You make a good point, Adam. You make a good point, because when we got the first set of armor in '97, no joke, it's like finding the Holy Grail.
Yep.
And Tom and I we did not even imagine you could cut on it or modify it. And so imagine I'm 5'8" on a good day, and here I am tromping around in something probably designed for a 6-foot person, and I looked ridiculous until you put the helmet on. It's kind of proportional, but nothing fits. Today, the sky's the limit, from heating up the plastic, in just warm water, to molding it, to cutting it with the Dremel tool, all that stuff. The average person, when I talk to them, they go, "Well, I'm not the right size for fill in the blank or fill in the blank." Like, not only is like Thomas right, there's different costumes for different people, but there's ways to modify it and anything. But you're right. Yeah, there's so many options.
I mean, the scariest part's that first cut. Once you've made that first cut, it's a lot less terrifying. But also, and going back to that point, a lot of your local garrisons have armor parties. We have one actually next weekend here in Texas, and come on, and none of us bite. We love
the best time.
It's great. Super low pressure, and we'll show you how we did it. We'll help you build it. I mean, that's, we're going to make you make that first cut, because like I said, that's the most scary part. You got to make that first cut. And once you've made it, you're like, okay.
I'm not ashamed to say my first suit was cardboard. It was cardboard and soda bottles and foam core and whatever else I could find.
That's it.
You know, talking about the prequels really quick, Adam, it really did start up a whole new interest in Star Wars and the things we did. And that was our first hospital visit here in Carolina, was when Phantom Menace came out. Our local group, we weren't even a garrison then. Our local group just got together. We took our Star Wars costumes to the local children's hospital and basically did a troop there. And I still have memories of one father coming after us after we'd done a visit in his child's room with tears in his eyes, saying it's the first time his child had smiled since being in the hospital. And that's when I knew that that was something amazing we as a group could do. And I'm so glad that we've continued to do it.
Yeah, those are some of the hardest but also most rewarding troops. I mean, I guess we got to address the elephant in the room and keep this moving. But 2005 comes around, and going back to Albin's point here with the, the movie, what came first? Clearly we came first, but 2005 rolled around, Revenge of the Sith, and lo and behold, hey, we'd like to, put you guys in the movie. And, I mean, for those of us who are around, I mean, that was a pretty odd, crazy day. But it kind of started that, I would say, I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I think I was a GML at the time, and it definitely felt like that was the explosion of growth started right about there. Maybe a little before, but that
so you're talking about the marching into the temple, that being, all right, well, we need to back up a little bit because it didn't just happen like overnight. We're talking like back in 2002, Timothy Zahn, best-selling author, Star Wars books. We had Timothy Zahn, Aaron Alston, Michael Stackpole. They were at StellarCon, right?
Yep.
And Cheryl was there, and I had this crazy idea. And this is an important point in our history because it really opened up. Why don't we get some of the celebrities in on this? And so we, I went to a trophy shop and got a neat plaque and put, these goofy guys on there or the little ones, and we inducted them. And Timothy Zahn was so impressed with the group that he wanted to know all about it. We had a casual conversation and didn't think anything of it. A year later, Ara Rasalani, she's a mutual friend of Tim's, gets a hold of me and says, by the way, Tim's going to put you, the 501st Legion, in the next book. And I was like, are you just like that? And then you flash forward to Celebration 3, and a guy named Eric from Pandemic Studios says, we want to put the 501st Legion in Battlefront 2. And to this day, people still talk about that book and that game, and leading up to it was such a non-event to be in Attack of the Clones because they never announced it. They never asked us. Brother, you had to go just get the Star Wars Visual Dictionary. Oh, it says 501st Legion. That's how it happened. And it just snuck in. It was such a blessing. But we kept seeding the work and trying to put on the best presentation.
Yeah.
So, sorry.
No, you're good. It's again, history. That's what we're here for. The behind the scenes.
People kind of need to know, like, how do you build that kind of a relationship? And, I've been up where Scott's at. I've seen what they do. Like, you think to yourself, Canada, that's just not here. It could be anywhere in the world, but in my case, Canada. I go up, Scott, you had me up there, and oh my gosh, the presentation you guys did for the celebrities, like, you just made them all feel welcome. You had Scott, correct me if I'm wrong, there was an actor from the show Heroes that you guys had hosted. He wanted to be in the Legion. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah, no, it was great. For sure.
Well, tag on to what Al said, that StellarCon, Tim, Michael, and Aaron were the 501st first honorary members. That was our first honorary member induction.
Yeah,
those three are instrumental, and I think a lot of not just Star Wars, but a lot of fantastic novels and other stuff. Aaron is certainly. I have quite a collection of books from Aaron, both role playing and Star Wars and all kinds of stuff.
And they're the ones that kept Star Wars alive during that dark time. A lot of people don't realize that there was nothing, but you had Timothy Zahn, Michael Stackpole, Aaron Alston, other authors. You were like Radine Foster, like
it was authors and comics. to Thomas's point, you know, it was the comics and the authors that really kept things
Like
going.
Roy Thomas wrote for the Star Wars comic book. He lives here in South Carolina. Saw him a couple of years ago, and thank you, sir. Thank you. So yeah,
some of the comics that were keeping the flame going from Dark Horse, John Ostrander and Jan Duursema, their characters that they created made their way into the prequel. Ayala Secura was originally created by John Ostrander and Jan Duursema. Quinlan Voss. And Quinlan Voss had a physical, there's a person that was modeling for him. And that person, but Quinlan Voss came on from the comics, mentioned it in Revenge of the Sith, and then brought to life in the Clone Wars. And that's all, you know, that's all starting from roots from before the prequels.
Wow.
And I remember back when when they were going to make the 501st Trooper for San Diego Comic-Con, I was tapped to get the logo going for the card that would go in it, and then they at that time I was a Legion membership officer, and around the house I was I would say I kept saying I'm the LMO, and my wife at the time thought, English being a second language, she said, "Oh, the Elmo," and everyone was going around. She kept thinking of the little red puppet.
That's awesome.
And so one day I received a letter saying, after the success of the 501st Trooper, we're going to make the Legion membership officer for San Diego Comic-Con based on your clone emperor. And I knew the 501st was blowing up, but I couldn't believe that it's like, do you really need to do this? And I said, and we will send you a prototype. And so I said, well, if this is fake, there's going to be some proof in a moment. And a couple days later, I got a package in the mail. I woke up, my wife had handed me this box, and I said, well, it's either an elaborate hoax or this is something real. I opened it up, and inside was an Elmo doll that had the Clone Emperor's outfit and a blue lightsaber in his hand.
Yeah.
And my friends had made this as a hoax, kind of as kind of a dummy joke, but I was upset, but then I realized, I had good friends that would do this for me. But they put the seed out there in the universe, because not 2 years later, I began modeling in Dark Horse for the character Gainer Krieg. And then in 2007, at the 501st Legion Bash, Hasbro's Daryl Dupree came up and said, we're making an action figure based on you and your appearance in Dark Horse Comics.
Wow, there he is.
So I got to join right in the footsteps of the 501st, given the action figure. I was representing the expanding universe as Imperial Knight Gainer Krieg. And that's awesome. One of the exciting moments I got to participate in.
Yeah, a lot of people ask me, and I want to throw this to Scott here in a second. A lot of people ask me, like, what's one of the greatest things in the Legion? First of all, I didn't expect it to get this big. I'm so grateful that it did. To answer that question right away, I put the work in. I tried to organize, tried to build it out, try to keep it on the right track, keep the doors open. But the most exciting thing is when I see opportunities created for other people. The other thing is when I see it outside the United States, because I just feel like the world is one big family. Scott, you're the only guy here outside of our borders. Can you speak to what, an American, some people say an American product genre or whatever, what did that mean to you guys, and how did you feel about joining the Legion from outside the United States?
Well, I think you said it right there. I always stress to people, like, Star Wars, yes, it's a part of pulp culture, but the underlying story is family. I mean, I welcomed you to my house. We had a great time, and instantly wherever I go with 501st or anything Star Wars, like when I go to a celebration, I say it's not a convention. It literally is a Star Wars party where I'm it's like a family reunion for me. Like, right. I have friends from all over the world. But no, in Canada, yeah, we're hot right now. It's minus 21.
Wow.
We're in something called like Arctic vortex, but I'm a little bit hazy today because I went out to a Star Wars Fan Force pub night. We had a Star Wars gift exchange, and you know, so here we are with a group of people. Some are in the 501st, some are in Fan Force, but it's alive and well. We're a little disappointed that there's no announcement of any movies. We think that's more of an event, but it's still growing up here, and no, I love it. But what the 501st meant to me or means to me, it's Star Wars is also Christmas. Like I always incorporated Star Wars with Christmas. Tis the season. I always got Star Wars gifts, and I get to pass that baton on now. But some of the greatest events are not the conventions. We did Christmas events called For the Love of Children. And we're underprivileged kids. We did something at our international airport. It was a charity group. Santa Claus would come in on a helicopter, and the kids, there was a big Christmas party, and the kids got their first airplane ride. And I'll tell you that in Canada, hockey's number one. I show up in my Django to this event. I'm lined up on the red carpet for the kids to go to the airplane. I'm standing beside Jerome Laginla, who was the captain of the Calgary Flames, paid multi-million dollars. I'm standing beside like a hockey legend, and a father and a son come running up, and the dad's like, I can't remember the kid's name, right? Dad, look, it's Jerome Laginla. And the kid looks, he goes, no, Dad, look, it's Django Fett. Jerome
Legend.
Yeah, Jerome's
legend.
Face.
Yes.
He's standing there, you know, I'm as tall as him in my Django, and he's looking at me like, who the heck are you?
Yeah. No, but you're absolutely right.
It's the events that were not expected out, or like you guys stated, the children's hospitals. We did a private stampede parade for the children's hospital. And yeah, I mean, there was terminally ill kids that couldn't come outside to see us. They were at the window waving, and, you know, you're in your helmet trying not to, you know, the tears are.
Yeah.
Those are the events. And
That's
as
awesome.
a Canadian, I had to do some outdoor events in the winter, and I literally had icicles hanging. I had pictures of icicles coming off of my helmet because I'm in my costume for an hour. And yes, it's still hot, but it's freezing outside. But
wow, it's a little more than freezing.
Yeah. But Alvin, I wanted you to explain 501st, that it's not the blue jeans. And I know it has to do, yeah. So explain that story, why you called it the 501st.
Yeah, I'm standing in a bell because the jeans won't fit. I'm thinking I got to start no. Honestly, guys, it's so unspectacular, the origin of the name. So I wanted it to be Vader's unit. For anybody who hasn't heard the story, if you see in the original, a lot of Star Wars products, if Vader's around, he gets mad, he points. Suddenly there's like 2 or 3 stormtroopers, TIE pilots or whatever. He goes, with me, come with me. Where did these guys come from? And I thought it'd be great to have his own personal unit. And then as I started working out the narrative and the backstory for this, I went, well, they got to have a cool name. I don't know how the Empire's designed, but I'm leaning heavily on the Roman Legion topology. And then I think to myself, well, they're probably numerical. They're probably really big numbers, right? But, you know, we have human brains, so I'm relating it to what we think of as units. And I thought, well, if they're going to be, Vader's fist, they have to have a numerical catchphrase. And I thought fighting is good. So it was either fighting 400, fighting 500, something alliterative. And then, put the 1 on there to make it seem like it's not too round a number. And right there you had fighting 501st. That's very alliterative and very lyrical. And I thought that was a beautiful, beautiful thing. It wasn't until I really went heavy on that right out of the gate, we were the button fly jeans, and we were maybe the unit in World War II, the paratroopers. So there's a lot of other 501s, and yes, I will never live down the button fly jeans. Thank you, Scott. Great history piece right there. Steve Sansweet from Rancho Obi-Wan, great guy. Visited, become a member, be a supporter of them. original fan relations guy, never lets me live it down. Buttonfly guy. There he is. That's it. So funny. Hey,
So I
while
guess,
we've got a few minutes here, do you mind if we cover
so
some
I
real-
wanted to quickly touch on a couple things because
Good,
speed us up.
Yeah,
We'll skip past
speed round.
the big Rose Bowl parade. Unfortunately,
Oh, yeah.
obviously, huge day for the Legion. But
Sure.
then jumping into the post prequels, we had kind of a ghost town again, back to just the occasional special, but largely just comics and books. But then we kind of came to the announcements of the new movies, and I think that was sort of a big, huge change. It's where a lot of people started coming in. I think really the Legion exploded, like at levels. We were maybe 3,000, 4,000 people involved globally up until, with people coming and going up until the mid 2010s ish.
3 digits. We had 3-digit numbers, then we had to go to 4, and then that went out the window right as you're
and
talking.
Fives.
You got to go to 5 digits.
Yep, that was a lot of fun making that work.
Yeah.
But
coding everything.
Yeah, I mean, and technically, like all of us 3 digits actually are really technically like I'm 00897 in the database. Sherilyn 976. You're 00210, etc. We're all 5 digits now. We just zeros there. But going into that, I think that's where with the announcement of the new movies, I don't want to say reinvigoration, but I think we all saw a shift. A lot of us, when we sort of joined, were in a different world. It was not necessarily socially acceptable in many quarters. We kind of had the world pivot, and I think what we do became much more socially acceptable. Nerd wasn't a bad term, As we kind of wrap up here, because we only have a couple minutes, final thoughts? What did everybody hear? How does everybody here feel like going into the future? Because we've talked about the past, but I think the future it's the future.
I'll
What
jump
does
in
everybody
here
kind of
really
feel
quick.
there?
One of the things I loved so much about the prequels is you finally heard and saw for the first time female stormtroopers. We always yes, exactly. We always had women in the 501st, of course, and it always really surprised people to hear a female voice coming out of stormtrooper armor. And so, now as one of the first female troopers, I'm excited that we're full force on our own. So I'm hoping that will go forward. And I always love showing little girls that, yes, you can be a stormtrooper too.
That's awesome. All right, Scott, Thomas, real quick. We're wrapping up.
I would say that a person in some plastic, and we were cosplayers before it was called cosplaying, and I tell people that we're costumers, can make a difference. And I truly feel, thank you, Alvin, that this has made a massive difference in the world and will continue. And I think you even told me that, in your heart, this was for family. It wasn't just supposed to be just for the bad guys. You wanted a Star Wars club. And I keep that alive. I've got friends that are in other groups and like, no, you join the 501st. Yes, you have to be this, but look what good you can do. So just continue to do good in the world. We need this, especially now. And thank you, Album.
Oh,
and to jump piggyback on that, going forward into the future, what we have just incredible opportunities in technology for creation, and it's just so much inspiration to draw from, and so from a creative point of view, the sky is the limit. It is not even the limit. You just keep going, and socially, opportunities to use that creativity, to use that love. If maybe you're not going to go out and sculpt something, maybe you're going to maybe you're going to buy a costume fully made already. But the opportunities to go out and help out in a community, or just have fun and have opportunities to meet new people, new artists, and are just they keep unraveling for us, or being
It's just getting bigger. Absolutely getting bigger. Thank you, Tom. Yeah.
Finish us off real quick. Just let Justin finish us off, I guess, because we're about out of
Justin,
time.
go for it.
So, I mean, I think what you didn't know you were doing was you just built a community around the world where everyone we say this a lot around here. You guys carried the water for us. There was a time where this was not cool. And if you walk into any convention these days, you realize that costuming, cosplay, it is now very, very cool. And
we sucked. According to the public, it was a newspaper print.
But
it was a newspaper print.
I think that you have no idea, but you have built a worldwide network, a worldwide community where all of us can literally go anywhere and feel immediate warmth and a family. So I think there's a lot of great thank yous. I think that this is just getting started. Obviously they have such great plans for Star Wars, from a storytelling perspective, but we do help keep it alive and keep it personal. And
That's
so
it.
from my heart, as someone that joined in 2017, thank you all for paving the way for all of us.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
And you've done a wonderful job, Justin. I felt very confident in your helming of our ship right now, and I want to go back and just say, we're all a date on your start date doesn't mean anything. The work you put behind it is what's there, and you are appreciated.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yes, thanks to all our Legion staff and admins. You guys work tirelessly. People running this telethon. You guys keep the lights on. So thank you. I appreciate it, your leadership and all of your hard work. Everybody, thank you.
Thank you, Alvin.
Thank you all for joining us this morning. I think we're just about out of time, so we'll hand it over to the next. Yeah, I know. We could probably go could definitely go a few hours longer.
Oh, yeah.
And please come out, see us at, conventions, events, don't be afraid to come up and say hi. I think that's really the thing. That invisible barrier, it's not that invisible.
Yeah. Let's
Really
just
easy
leave
to
with
walk
this.
across.
The 501st Rebel Legion, Mando Mercs, R2 Builders, Saber Guild, everybody.
Yep.
It's for you, the fans.
Dark Empire.
You're welcome. Come on in.
Dark Empire, don't forget them.
Dark Empire, yes, all of them.
Yeah, definitely come out, come say hi. We don't bite.
Much.
Thank you, everybody.
Occasionally. Armor bites, we don't. Thanks all.
Thank you.
Action. Hey everyone from the 501. This is Alexander Wraith, and we are here at your plant. We're dressing it right now to be shooting and filming soon. Upcoming feature in Michigan, and this is it. This is what it looks like. Pretty gnarly. We actually shot Transformers here. But just wanted to give a shout out to you guys. Hope you're doing well and looking forward to seeing you soon. And may the force be with you.
Good morning, 501st Legion, and anyone else that is just tuning in to watch us right now. I have some super special guests with me this morning. Actually, they are our members, our family, my brothers in FISD, and I am so pleased and honored and excited to have them with us. So if you can imagine, all of a sudden you're just having a regular Stormtrooper day and then someone says, hey, we need you. It's like every 501 member's dream. And I am so excited to celebrate that for them, with them, and with the rest of you. So before we get into that, we are raising funds for the World Central Kitchen. We are looking to combat world hunger, and we need your help. We are all here really trying hard to raise funds. Please click the link. There's a QR code at the bottom. And if you can, we are still calculating stuff and donations up until the end of this month. So if you want to get out and troop in your neighborhood, please do. These food banks are in desperate need. We've had a few years of real great hardship, and we've got some families that are struggling. So it is our goal that we come together and sort of combat world hunger. So that is that portion of it. I am Teresa. I am from Badlands Garrison, Crimson Aurora Squad, and also one of the officers at the 1st Imperial Stormtrooper Detachment. And as I said, I'm excited to be with my TK brothers. So let's just go around and introduce everybody and let people know what production that you were on. We're going to be focusing on Kenobi, The Mandalorian, and The Force Awakens. So let's start with you, Victor.
Hi, good morning. Victor Silva, Imperial Sands Garrison. I was on the set of Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Justin?
Morning, everybody. Justin Reed here of the Southern California Garrison, Orange County Squad, TK 61490. And I was fortunate enough to appear in both The Mandalorian and Kenobi.
Thank you. Robert?
Yeah, hi. Well, good afternoon from the UK, Rob. And I was blessed to be part of The Force Awakens.
Brian?
Brian here from San Diego, Imperial Sands Garrison, BH 32514, and I was on Kenobi.
Thank you. Matthew?
Good morning. My name is Matt, and I'm from Imperial Sands Garrison. My TK number is 31428, and I was super lucky to be on Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Stephen?
Morning, everybody. I'm Steve Buckley, TK 1902 of the UK Garrison, and I was lucky enough to be in The Force Awakens.
Woo-hoo. Jack?
Jacko Luong, TK 8808 in sunny Southern California. Honored to be, was on Mandalorian. Excuse me. Morning, voice.
John?
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm John May, TK 256 from the UK Garrison, and I too was lucky enough to be in The Force Awakens.
256, that's a pretty long-standing. How long have you been in the Legion, John?
Since 2000, quite a long time.
Wow, that's fantastic. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Conrad.
Conrad Lujan, TK 50106, Southern California Garrison, and I was very fortunate, lucky, and honored to be in Obi-Wan as well as in Mando.
And Casey.
I'm Casey Grimm from the Southern California Garrison, Los Angeles Squad, TK 57899, and I was very lucky in Obi-Wan.
Thank you guys all for joining me here at home and across the pond. I am excited to have you guys all together. It was something that I had wanted to chat about and I've always wondered about. So I can't be isolated in my celebration of you and excitement of your experiences. And I thought, what better way to find out how these people felt being able to be on some of our most beloved current Star Wars. And Force Awakens for me was a big movie. I costume as Phasma. So to speak with FNs that were on that production, I always wanted to know how did you feel? Was it exciting? When you first, I know that there's a process that we all would go through, that you would submit yourself to, and they would choose who they would want. That's just luck of the draw, whether you're the right body weight, the right height. Everybody is kind of similar. I know that they have their own way of choosing, and that's cool. But how did you get to, once you get to that point, how did that feel when you were selected? Like, even getting there, does somebody want to just chat about that? I know we're under NDAs and you guys all know what they are, and we'll be okay. There's things we can talk about.
Yep,
so
I don't mind kicking off. I mean, like I say, because we were the first time that the 501st was officially asked to take part, it was a similar setup to how the R2 builders did it. So way back a year earlier in Celebration Essen in Germany, obviously Oliver and Lee sort of jokingly said to Kathy Kennedy, hey, if you're going to be making more movies, we're your guys for droids. I kind of said a similar thing to then head of fan relations, Mary Franklin, jokingly, look at the 501st, look at what we do. There's millions of us. We've got our own costumes. Obviously not knowing what the new films were going to be, you'd figured, TKs will be TKs. So look, use us. We're all over the world. It doesn't matter where you're filming, and kind of left it at that. And to say 9 months later, she turned up to an event, as she does as head of fan relations, just wandered around looking at people and sort of just having a general chat. And it was great to see her and chatting about the new sort of regime with Disney. Thought nothing more of it, went away, and then got a phone call from Mary again saying, look, can't say too much, but we've seen a few of you guys that we think would be suitable for a job we've got coming up. Can't tell you what it is, but I need to know if you can commit to some certain dates. So you think, okay, again, it's probably another PR stunt or an advert or something like we've done for Lucasfilm in the past. So that, yeah, cool. Let us know who you think you need, and we'll sort it out. No problem. And then another month went by, and then we found out, can X, Y, and Z come up to Pinewood Studios? And we were like, sorry, what? The Pinewood Studios? And they were like, yeah, we'd like you to come up and try on some costumes. Can't tell you what, because again, we just didn't know, because we thought, oh great, we could go to Pinewood, we'll bring our kit. They said, no need, there's new costumes. So of course that was the exciting thing. It's like, oh my god, they've upgraded TKs. Oh, this is going to be awesome. So myself and Gary Hales, the CEO of the UKG, we went up initially to scope out the place and see what was what. And then a week later, the rest of the guys, say Rob, John, we also had another guy called Steve and Ross, who had been selected, all came up to do our official costume fittings, and we all got sort of given a dedicated costume with a ticket number. Said, right, that's your costume, and yeah, it was surreal. Yeah, you were just trying on these costumes, and sort of, and obviously, our phones were confiscated, couldn't write anything down, so you were desperately trying to remember every last little detail of the costume, all the little nooks and crannies and the rivets and how the costume went together, because that's the main thing, I think, was the costumes are very different. The Force Awakens costumes, how the TKs go together, the design, the build is very different. It's a lot more awkward to get into the costume than it is the original trilogy kind of TK costumes. Once you're in them, they're very comfortable. The boots I found very comfortable, but yeah, actually kitting up, you needed help getting the costumes on. But yeah, that was fantastic. Few hours of sort of just getting the costumes on and trying them and walking around and then going, right, yeah, you're good to go. See you in a week's time for filming.
And so was that shocking, or like, what is this really happening?
I tell you what, when we turned up, you go into this great big huge, essentially a warehouse, a big sound studio. It's a warehouse, and there's, it's quite grimy and grubby. To be fair, you kind of think it's going to be super sheen, this, that, and the other. Think, oh right, okay. And then there's these couple of big sheets, and you stick your head around these sheets, and there is a photograph on the internet somewhere of the changing room, and it was just rows of TK lids who seemed to go for miles and miles, and that, I tell you, that moment when you see those, we were the first people to see stormtrooper suits. We're like, whoa, this is it. This is We've done it, boys.
Did any of you
I could die.
Did you have tears? Did
Well, we were
anybody
certainly
have
speechless.
tears?
Certainly speechless. That's for sure.
It was emotional. Yeah. It was
Yeah.
definitely a
So how long
pinch
did
me
you guys
moment.
have to keep that secret for?
Well, we did the costume fittings and kind of knew we were going to be doing it in early July 2014. I think the actual day of shooting, not that I'm remembering it, but I think it was the 21st or 22nd of July was the day of filming. And then obviously it was another year and a half before the film came out. You thought, oh, wait, the film's out. We can tell everybody. It's like, no. For some reason, our NDA, it was not until May 2016, I think close to Celebration Europe in London again, where we were finally told, okay, you can now tell people your 501st were asked to take part.
You guys just did one day of shooting?
It was just the one.
Yeah.
It was just the one day, and it was mainly because, again, it was a thank you to the 501st from Disney and Lucasfilm for keeping the fandom alive, all the fundraising, charity work that we do. They wanted to give something back to the fans, I guess, in the same way. They got the R2 builders involved, and it was just because it was a day where they needed about 120 guys on set. It was basically the rally, what I call the Nuremberg rally scene, where Hux gives his speech just before they fire the super laser, where you see literally thousands of stormtroopers. I know everybody thinks, it was all CGI. Well, to a degree it was, but there were about 120 of us, and they filmed us in different blocks, in different positions, over and over again. And then the guys stick it in the computer and make it look like there's 10,000 of us. So yeah, you had Hux, Phasma, and all the officers up on the balcony. And yeah, we were in costume for 12 hours, from 7 a.m. till 7 p.m. just filming. And we did film, let's say John, the guys speak about, we did film another scene, but it never ended. It ended up on the cutting room floor, but I'll let the other guys chat more about that.
So unlike the Mando and Kenobi, who came with their own TK costumes, you guys were given your own for this movie. And that was cool, right? Super cool. So
you got to take it home too, right?
Pardon me?
I wish.
You got to take home the armor too.
I tell you, security was bonkers, absolutely bonkers. You couldn't do anything without anyone noticing. Yeah, crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it was the security was crazy. I mean, for me, the costume fitting was just incredible. Walking in and seeing, like Rob said, that row of TKs in sort of the massive room there. But yeah, even so much on the day itself, we had to wear those big black sort of like massive
the ponchos.
Yeah, the ponchos things, big black cloaks to hide the costumes while we walked from the building to the set itself. So we're just, I think there was some photos online of some guys that were wearing them. But yeah, so we've got a huge costume on anyway, and then this massive cloak over the top of us. So just to stop, anyone taking photographs.
John, being in the Legion for 22 years, was that your first sort of experience like that?
I mean, I have done some extra work before in the past, before that, years ago, some British TV stuff and a few films, but nothing on that scale. And yeah, it was just, it was one of those pinch yourself moments because, the six of us were, once everyone was kitted up on the day, we were in this big waiting room with everyone else that's in costume as well. And it almost felt initially like just like a normal troop, because we've done loads of troops like all the other guys have. But then you just had to think, remember, no, hang on a minute, this is not a normal troop. This is far from a normal troop as you can ever get. This is really Star Wars. And it was just, I was like a kid in a candy store, just wide-eyed, trying to hold that all in and be professional. But inside I was just like going crazy, like a kid at Christmas kind of thing.
Yeah.
But it was incredible. And just a huge honor to be there and represent the UK Garrison and the 501st. And yeah, it was just amazing.
And you had to hold that secret for a year and a half.
Yeah, I mean, that was almost the hardest thing. A bit longer, yeah. I think that was great. Yeah, unbelievable how long we had to hold it for, and it's just But we had the NDA, and the thing is, we didn't know it was going to be that long. So it's like, okay, well, maybe next week we can tell someone, or maybe next week, maybe next month, and it kind of dragged out, So
they're at the premiere. We're sitting sort of watching the movie for the very first time with everybody, with fellow 501st members sitting right next to you, and you can't say a thing.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And it's like a few weeks later, you then get a phone call or a private message. You
Was it
little
the same for
you know, I was sitting next to you for the whole movie and you didn't say a thing. I couldn't.
Yeah, it was the same for us when we saw it in a celebration, the first 2 episodes at Kenobi. The same thing. You know, we were in the stands sitting with friends in the 501st and other clubs, and we couldn't say nothing, you know. We were just like
that was killing us because the credits even had, you know, the 501st Legion, the California Garrisons credited. But we couldn't say anything. People are like, where are you guys in this thing? Well, I don't know.
And, you know, everyone's posting things on like the other forums because they wanted to recreate the stormtroopers and go, oh, this is like the perfect replica. And I'm going, yeah, but you haven't done this bit. There's a detail in the front. I couldn't say a thing.
Oh God.
Yeah.
And you guys have an armorer program in the UKG, right? Like you have a storm. Yeah. Oh, it must have killed you.
Yeah, it was
brutal,
entertaining, that's for sure. Yeah.
we had a similar situation for Mandalorian. So we couldn't talk about it obviously for a long while, and then you know, some of us decided to go to Chicago. So we're in Los Angeles, Orange County, Southern California. Some of us decided to go to Chicago for a celebration in Chicago, and we were kind of invited into like the Mandalorian panel, and you know, so they show like the teaser and everything, and then the news broke out that, you know, that they invited the 501st to be on set. And like, we're just like you guys, we're sitting amongst 501st, Amanda Marks, you know, Doug Chang was like sitting in front of us, you know, it was so cool, but we couldn't say anything. And then, you know, it was, I think was it Filoni or who was it? Or Favreau mentioned it. And then it went nuts because they posted the photo of all of us together. Yeah. Finally on the screen, and then that's when like all of us can like kind of talk about it at that point. So that was really,
you know, I was sitting right behind you guys when they mentioned that, and of course I knew some of you guys, and as soon as I heard you guys were involved, I was like, oh my God, the SoCal Garrison. It made a huge deal because that, to me, like I didn't really hear anything about TFA, so I didn't know. So when I heard you guys were involved in Mandalorian, I'm like, oh my God, the Legion's involved. That's super cool. So I made a huge shout out to the SoCal Girl. I was like, you guys are awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, then immediately after the announcement, people in the crowd were like, hey, you didn't say anything. Like,
well, when I had heard that we had members in these productions, me being the stormtrooper, I don't know, attaché, love, dedicated to, you know, my first costume was a New Hope stunt, and then my second was a Phasma, and my heart is in the FISD for sure. I celebrated every single one of you. I didn't even know who you were, where you were from, but just the fact that you had the ability to do that, I was so excited. Like, what an incredible experience. Like Star Wars fans we are, right? To have been given that opportunity just by whatever it is. You were the right height, you were the right weight, your costume looked correct on your body. Whatever it was, why they chose you, you were chosen, and it was such a cool experience. Yeah, and I want to know how that felt for y'all. And of course, many other things, but we'll just go with how you felt.
Well, it's the little 10-year-old boy in me that was like super excited because I do work in the film industry, so I'm on set all the time. That part was pretty mundane to me, but the fact that I was as a stormtrooper, something I'd wanted to be since I was 10 years old in 77, don't do the math, and now I finally got to do that. It's insane.
Yes.
And to that end, I know I felt just a real weight of that kind of wanting to represent the club very positively to make sure that, you know, everyone at Lucasfilm Production had, you know, a positive outlook on us, and to maintain that and portray this iconic character faithfully on screen. I know that was a lot of pressure, and I think it's because LFL knows the standards that we hold ourselves to. And, you know, that's why part of why we get these opportunities is they know they can call on us and they can get stormtroopers. So, yeah, big shout out to FISD, anyone who's out there mentoring our Centurions, all of that. the people that put the love and passion into these suits is why we get to have these opportunities. So,
to touch on that, Justin, I have to give a huge shout out to everyone before us, like, you guys in the TFA, the droid builders, even in Mando, for being so professional on site, and really showing Lucasfilm what we're all about, and how we can, how professional we can be all together in such a big production. And you guys kind of paved the way for us in Obi-Wan, to be able to do that. So huge shout out to you guys for allowing future members to be able to be a part of that.
Yeah, how many UK got to be in Force Awakens?
There were 6 of us that ended up getting selected in the end. And again, it was just luck of the draw who happened to be at that event in May that Mary came to, that she kind of gauged was going to be the sort of right kind of height, body size to fit in the costumes. Because they'd been given very specific chest, weight, waist. So we knew guys, I'm sure so-and-so could fit, but it's like, no, because some guys were the same size as me, but they were much bigger chest, much bigger biceps. They just would not have fitted into the costumes the way those costumes were built.
Yeah, it was it was super important, because those costumes, I mean, I think all of us agreed at the time, they seemed a little bit over-engineered, and they were just very, you had, like I said, it had to take at least one other person to help you get in it. It was just completely, you can completely encased in it. Unlike our normal, TK armor. Before that, it was this. They were very specific and very form fitting in that respect.
And then Justin, so is Conrad. How many people got to be on Mandalorian?
33.
How much?
And
33.
Yeah, so it seems to be going up exponentially, because we got, I think it was, how many we had on Obi-Wan? I think that's 60.
Yeah, 50 and change, depends on how you count.
So it seems to be good. That means Lucasfilm is trusting us more and more.
Oh, definitely. And I think hopefully the more they do with large crowd scenes where they need the numbers, they know they can rely on the 501st. Like you guys said, we're professional. We can know how to keep a secret. We have good quality costumes. Yes, we are fanboys and girls. And yes, we do like to goof off and have fun, but when it comes down to doing a certain gig a certain way, they know we deliver, and that's a testament to everybody who's been involved in this and the way we conduct ourselves on any troop, whether it's a hospital visit, a convention. I think the Legion's name is out there as being one of the best at what it does, and that's down to its members.
Yes, agreed. So, an ultimate testament to what I'm going to say we. So let's say we are as 501 that would lead you to that experience that would be, well, obviously it is like a dream come true. I would say it certainly would be for me. So I can celebrate that for anyone who's had this experience, that you get to go from just being, not saying just, that's terrible, being amazing members to then this cool, unique experience. I think this panel should be called the best kept secret, really. Right? If we ever do this again in the future, guys, that's what it's going to be called, best kept secret. So is there any experiences? Did anyone record around the holidays? Was there any recording around the holidays for any of you?
We were holiday time.
Pardon me, sorry?
No holiday time.
No.
Negative.
All
Can't
right.
talk about it.
I was so hoping somebody would say that. I'm sorry, Teresa, I can't talk about that. All right, what can we talk about then? What could we talk about? Because I am so interested and I just want to celebrate the experience. And I don't know if you guys have gotten to talk about it. Have you? Do you get to talk about this often? I can't be the only person in the world that wants to know.
My family hate me for it because I mention it every 5 minutes. Yeah. Yeah.
I tell my kids.
Did you know?
I tell my kids, they're like 9 and 11. I have 2 daughters, and they'll say something like, "Hey, my friend's dad works at Disneyland," and I'll say something like, "Well, your dad is It's in Star Wars, you know that, right? Like, yeah, we know, Dad. It's like no big deal to them.
I mean, what
Really?
I'd like to ask.
I mean, I think it's cool, but yeah, but I mean, I don't. They're not as excited as I am, obviously. Maybe later they'll appreciate it.
Yeah, I was going to ask the Obi-Wan guys and the Mando guys, because obviously you had a lot more sort of sets to interact with and walk around. When you weren't filming, could you like hang out and sort of go behind doors and posts, and how much were you allowed to sort of look around the sets at all?
You know, I was almost afraid to even do anything because I didn't want to, you know, represent us in a bad way. So
yeah,
I was standing around, you know, doing what we got to do, and until they need us. But yeah, you know, just as everyone being on a set like that, you're kind of observing everything. You're, you know, maybe just as you're hanging out and waiting for them to need us, just kind of walk around ever so slightly to, like, you know, part of the set, see what it's made of, and, you know, maybe even touch it. It's like foam or whatever. So yeah, I mean, for me personally, I didn't really want to do stuff I wasn't supposed to do. So
you didn't want to jeopardize
the guys
anything.
fell. Yeah, exactly.
The scene that we were in is, you know, basically the only scene that we saw, you know, that big bunker entrance and then the tunnel. And I think, you know, the only other scene that we weren't a part of that we saw actually get built was Vader's back to tank. That was amazing. Like, if you know, when you see that on TV, that's not CGI. That's a huge water tank, and that's a huge set. And, you know, and walking by that daily just to get to our set, I think a lot of us were just kind of blown away with the amount of work and effort like these guys would put in. Like, it would be a dream job for me to have something like that, to be able to build these type of massive sets that's only going to be used for maybe 2 minutes, and then they got to tear it down. It's just amazing how much goes into production. But yeah, so really it was, you know, just seeing all that again, I still can't believe that I was actually in Star Wars, you know, like my first day on set and stepping on the dirt, and we were like, are we indoors right now? Like, are we in the studio? Like, it feels like we're in another planet. And like, literally we were on another planet. But it just felt so real. Like, you know, just looking around, it just, man, it was just amazing. If you can imagine that. But,
I feel a bit cheated. I mean, our set was just literally just a big piece of concrete and a load of green screens. And I tell you one thing is because we don't know until the movie comes out where you are and what you do, because you're not told about the scene or anything. You're just told stand there and look pretty.
Yep.
And it was just a hole in the ground. It was blisteringly hot day. I mean, we were. It was uncomfortably hot. And
I'm really surprised. I'm surprised no one keeled over that day, because it was ridiculously hot. It was
I know
crazy.
one of the flame troopers did pass out at lunchtime. Had to get some medical assistance. Yeah, one of the guys.
Those guys carrying those tanks. I mean, these are great, big, huge, heavy tanks. That, you know, tip my hat off to them. They went through something doing that. And then they say blistering hot day. Then you watch the movie and you're on an ice planet.
I mean, there was a sprinkling of snow they put on the ground. I mean, a real sprinkling. That was hardly worth putting it down to give the impression. But
it was very light, and I think, what are they doing? That's never going to come up on camera. I don't know whether it's like just a reference for the CGI guys later, but yeah, it was very, very weird. Yeah, you only had, let's say, the pit in the floor, which is basically, normally it's a water tank on the paddock lot at the back end of Pinewood. They decked that out like I guess like one of those elevators you see in the Death Star that troopers come up on, a bit like the aircraft carrier things that lift the planes up from the lower deck up onto the flight deck. That was decked out in sort of Death Star-esque kind of panels and lighting. Same with the balcony and the pulpit that Phasma and Hux were standing on. But everything else was just cranes with green screens. There was nothing else. So yeah, when you see the bit that you're actually in, you're like, how the hell did they do that?
Yeah, where do all the TIE fighters come from? There's 100 TIE fighters around you.
Yeah, troop transports and everything. It was phenomenal. So clever.
We were very lucky because our set was virtually complete. The only part they added in was some of the top part. And so it was great to be able to act in that, because it gave you the reality of where you actually were. And then on top of that, and this is not telling us a secret, this is what they do for most of their shows. Like the blasts that the E-Web was doing onto the door when they're trying to blast into it, they actually had blasts going off. It wasn't a CGI added. They probably augmented with CGI afterwards, but the initial blasts were actually going off on the doors. The E-Web cannon we pushed in by some of our guys along with a couple of prop guys. They had guys up on top as we were charging in. You can see stormtroopers get, there's that's real. Add that in during because they were using these they're like paintball balls. Actually, they are paintball balls filled with zirconium. They actually make a little spark. So they had 4 prop guys on top of the set shooting down at the stunt people and hitting them and making them spark, and then they'd fall down in front of us, which is always fun because, you can't see below there. So we're trying to run into this cave and there's stormtroopers that have fallen down in front of us. So you're trying to judge, okay, I should jump over now so I don't run into this guy. And I think we only had fall down, right?
We had a couple guys fall in armor, and I definitely stepped on at least one stunt person, so I'm sorry.
I never stepped on anybody. I stepped on a blaster once, but I never actually stepped on anybody. But
how did they tell who were the stunt guys and who were you guys so they didn't shoot the wrong people?
Well, the first row of the troopers was basically all stunt guys, and then we were starting behind them. And the prop guys did really good knowing who was who, and a few of us got hits because it's massive. We were just charging into this cave, so it was kind of, sorry about that. It was kind of hard to differentiate stormtroopers. So the prop guys did an amazing job of doing that. One of our guys, Ray, he actually got hit right between the armor on his shoulder, and he had a pretty good welt for a couple of days. I took a couple of hits on the shins, but nothing bad. But it was fun. It's all part of the action.
They wouldn't pop. Some of them wouldn't even pop immediately because they're hitting the ground. And the ground is soft enough to take impact, and then so it would bounce off, and then it would end up hitting one of us as we're rushing in. So so you can see some of us have blast marks on our lower leg armor from those little I think they're called zerks or something, right? But it was really
call them zerks.
Zerks. Yep. So I think it was only one time where I felt my shin get hit with something. I was like, when I was rushing in, I was like, I was like, oh, what was that? But obviously, you couldn't see below your nose. And so I was one of the early ones that actually fell on one of the stunt troopers. He got shot, he fell, and guess what? Like, where was I gonna go? Because I didn't know he fell. And boom, there I go. And I was like, oh man, that'd be awesome if they actually keep that scene, because I took a pretty good fall, and a few of us did. And I think after a while, because we shot that scene obviously multiple times, the stunt guys weren't falling in the same positions at every scene. So I wasn't the only person falling. Like the next scene, it was another guy that fell because the stunt guy ended up getting shot at a different time, and so. Eventually they said, okay, the prop guys, make sure you shoot them here. And then stunt guys, make sure you fall in this direction and make sure you're facing forward rather than across so that you're not tripping like 3 or 4 guys. So, so it definitely, took some time to get it right. Just so that, we can stay safe and then that we're not kicking or hurting the stunt guys, because the stunt guys did an amazing job selling themselves getting killed, and so but we didn't want them to get hurt for real. They did a really good job of protecting them and protecting us. Eventually, once they started seeing what was happening, they're like, oh yeah, we don't want these guys all falling and ruining our armor. But some of us have permanent scratches and marks on our armor, so it definitely is screen used.
Production was really good about protecting like separate or knowing which are the stunt guys and which are like the 501st guys, because they would say like we don't want to damage any of your armor, so we'll make sure we'll protect you guys and the stunt guys. So they were pretty good at partially each of us. But even then, it was kind of chaotic. Like it was, so season 1, it was like episode like 7 and 8, right? Where the E-Web blasters like honed in on the cantina, right? And everyone's running everywhere. But we also had people falling, 501st nonetheless. And there's cracks and, there's lava dust all over still, and so those are our souvenirs, if you will.
Yep. Yeah, my TK boots still have some dust on them.
I was about to say, I don't think the dust will ever come off my TK boots.
Yeah.
Yeah. Especially around the webbing, like that dust is like impossible to.
Yeah, I don't think that dust is ever coming off my belt either.
Yeah.
That belt is pretty much red for forever.
So how long did you guys stay in your costumes? The TFA guys you guys had one bad day of 12 hours?
Yeah. Yeah, we were in costume for 12 hours. Yeah.
We had multiple 12 plus hours.
Yeah, we did 7 days on Obi-Wan.
Okay. And what about
we reached Dave a lot.
I think John was saying it earlier. Yeah, these were not troops. We were not showing up to take photos with people and hand out trading cards. Actually, being a stormtrooper is hard work, and it was 10, 11, 12 hours a day in armor for the better part of 2 weeks. It was one of the most trying and among the most tired I've ever been, but I'd do it again in a heartbeat.
And people who say you can't TK armor, you just haven't tried hard enough.
You can't what?
So maybe
people like to say, "Oh, I can't even walk in my TK armor." It's like we were running and jumping over people in our TK armor. It can be done.
So maybe like Justin or Conrad, maybe you guys can speak on it. Like, because I only have experience from Mandalorian. How much running was there more running in Mandalorian, or was there more running in Obi-Wan? Because we did a lot of running in Mandalorian, right?
If you wanted to run in Mando, there was more running. It was one of those where hey, we need somebody to run from here to there. And if you were the guy with your hand up, you'd go running across set. So there's some guys that were a little more active and some that weren't. But I'd say there was probably more in Mando.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, because we had from the back of the set all the way to the front of the set, right? Like, and there was multiple takes of that, jumping over cables and stunt people like you guys did on Obi-Wan and stuff. So, but yeah, it was good. Some good cardio in there.
Totally. In Kenobi, we're all trying to cram into that bunker in the tight space. So I think that was probably the craziest part of it, just trying to be spatially aware in a suit that is not easy to be spatially aware in.
Yeah. I say we definitely earned our craft services lunch on Mandalorian.
So I asked
they did feed us good.
I asked our
the food is so good.
If they cried when they went on set, did anybody tear up in Mando or Kenobi? I must know.
I think I teared up when I found out I got selected.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, opening up an email saying, "Hey, this is so and so, blah blah blah. Please do not discuss this." And then I already kind of knew at that point. I was like, "Oh my gosh, is this what I think it is?" And I kept reading into the email. I was like, "Oh my gosh!" And I would just fist pumping and punching the air, and then I just kind of paused, and then I was really glossy eyed. I'm like, is this really happening? And even now, I'm still kind of in disbelief, when I've been watching all of these panels, and last night when I was watching the panels about the Star Wars rooms, I was just amazed at how much they've acquired through the years and how they've made their homes look like Star Wars. And then I keep forgetting, wait a second, I was actually in Star Wars, So it's I still kind of remind myself hey, yeah, those guys have some pretty cool stuff, but I actually got to be in it and live it. And so,
you've got a screen used suit now, haven't you?
Yeah,
I do. I got a screen used helmet.
That'll be on the prop store in a couple of days, isn't it?
Yeah. We had a similar part of the experience we had as well. Was very similar experience. What you described there was the moment that they asked us, "Okay, you're ready, everyone's ready to go on set now." We were heading out this door, and there was this table. It's this real long table, just full of blasters. So we didn't get our blaster until that moment. So as we were walking out to head out to set, everyone just got handed a blaster. And when we were used to trooping and props and costumes, but to see official Star Wars blasters on the table there and just be handed one as we're walking out. That was just another sort of wide-eyed moment. This is insane. How are we here, kind of thing. It was incredible.
Well, that would have been.
You didn't have a tear in your bucket then?
We didn't what? Sorry.
You didn't have a tear in your bucket then?
Well, I mean, it was just sheer joy. I mean, not necessarily. Yeah, it was just unbelievable. We just couldn't believe it was happening. So I think the tears may have came later, but I was just like, this is incredible, kind of thing.
I mean, you are thinking a lot when you go on set. You are thinking a lot. You're thinking, I've got to like be polite. I've got to or be professional as well. Be professional, and also take detail of everything that you see, because you're going to be asked questions to recreate it in the near future.
Yeah, I think I was more nervous. Yeah. It's just don't be the guy that screws up, drops your blaster, trips over. Don't mess this up for the 501st guys that are going to obviously come on beyond this. We're the first to do this. Don't mess it up. So I think I was more nervous. Like John says, I think once the day was done. And just from sheer exhaustion, there were definitely a few tears of what have we just gone through, and it's still a surreal moment. It's still when I watch the films now, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm one of those guys, and it's just so cool. It's just so weird.
It's still quite hard to believe when we see the scene we were in. That was us. It almost feels like an out of body experience kind of thing.
I think when we got on set, and then I started recognizing some of the guys that have returned from Mandalorian. So I started leaning on them and asking them questions, and a lot of them were very professional. And, they just said, just if you see any of the actors, don't fanboy and run over there and try and talk to them. We're like, okay, so we definitely got a chance to meet a lot of the actors, and especially the ones that we worked with. But I think a lot of us were very professional. We weren't all mobbing any other actor or actress that came on set. We were very polite, but again, testament to the guys on Mando who kind of like paved the way and said, "Hey, let's remain professional, enjoy what you're about to witness, and soak it all in." But because we definitely want other members to eventually get invited back. Or even new members, like I've already lived out my dream. So if I don't get selected again, I'm happy. I'd be more happy that somebody else in my club or other clubs, get invited back. But it was definitely amazing. And I just hope one day that others do get another opportunity like that.
Well, it's funny because you're mentioning, they didn't even tell us. We just kind of knew fanboying. It actually almost worked in reverse, because we had like all the stunt guys coming over, checking out our suits, wanting to see our helmets. Moses was amazing. She kept wanting to talk about our outfits and all that stuff. Ewan was really cool. I mean, O'Shea was amazing. Everyone on their side talked to us about our outfits more than we wanted to talk to them about their.
So I was, in my position, I was, one trooper away from Moses. And we shot that scene multiple times, and again, like as he mentioned, between scenes, she'd actually approach us and ask us, "Hey, is that, did you build that yourself?" And so we were told, "Hey, don't approach the actors unless they approach you, and if you respond respectfully and all that stuff." So I was again, when Moses started talking to me, I'm like, whoa, like, is she really talking to me? So is this Inquisitor really talking to me right now?
Yeah, Moses was so really nice. Yeah, she was so cool in between takes, and then she'd turn it on when the take would come and be like, "Oh man, is that the same woman?"
Oh yeah. She's super sweet, but as soon as once they yell action, like she just becomes this different person. It's like, man, like that. Yeah. So she really did amazing.
For a moment for cheering up, I could think of one, and for the folks on Obi-Wan, because it was so long. Because again, it was over 2 weeks, split with a week in between, and we're doing the scene over and over and over again, and they keep adding pieces in, almost like spinning plates. But the moment, one of the moments I remember cheering up is I'm tired. I'm exhausted, and a lot of us are. We don't feel like we're doing. A lot of us are kind of doubting. Are we doing a good job? We really want to do a good job. We want to be professional, and they start up the take again, and then this music starts up all throughout the soundstage. And do you guys remember that? Please tell me you remember that. And my all the hairs, my arms are staying on it because it just, you feel like you're right there, and you can just see everyone regenerate. You can see everyone be rejuvenated and just like, we're gonna do the scene again, and and that's one of the times I really felt like I was like, okay, I'm on set, I'm in Star Wars, I'm here to be professional and do a job, and I definitely teared up under my bucket a little bit there.
Like Matt said, they would when we were charging in, they would just blast the music for us. It really gave you the good sense that you were in the actual scene.
See, and I could tear up. I am tearing up for you guys. God, I'm so excited.
For me, it actually got more emotional afterwards. After we were able to talk about it, because I have 5 children. So being able to have the opportunity to tell them, hey, I have something I can actually tell you. Daddy was in Star Wars, and my children were shocked. And it's so interesting now when they watch Mandalorian or Obi-Wan. Daddy, which one were you? Daddy, which one are you? Is that you? So it's I guess a proud emotion to be able to have this experience.
Absolutely. Oh my gosh, I'm proud of you all, and I'm so excited for you all. So you TFA guys, did you get a chance to see anybody as well? Like these guys got to see Moses and, be more immersive. I know you didn't have as cool of sets around you, but did you get to experience that with the actors as well?
Not really. I mean, the only ones of note obviously were Hux, and he pretty much kept himself to himself between takes because he had to do that very long speech just before they fired the laser. And you can see when we were all standing around waiting, he just took himself off, and you can see he was practicing his lines because he had to do so many takes in so many different ways. So he did his own thing. And Gwendolyn Christie, obviously Phasma, she was up on the big plinth where he was as well. So they were quite far removed from us. We did get closer to Gwen later on when they filmed another scene. And I think looking at the movie, it must be when the X-Wings attack Starkiller Base, because we were all split into squads, and basically Phasma walks in between all the troopers screaming, battle stations, get to your ships. She's got 2 TIE fighter pilots with her, and we're all in squads basically running around like headless chickens, and I guess going to our various gun emplacements or whatever. But like I say, that scene never actually got used anywhere, and we've never seen the footage, which is a shame, because it's the one where obviously we're a bit more interactive, and we know that's when I run past the camera. But whereas, the scene we're actually in, it's like, well, we kind of just stand there and, I might be that guy or I might be that guy.
I'm right in saying Phasma wasn't wearing a helmet, was she, in that scene?
That's right, yeah.
She had it under her arm, which is amazing.
Yeah, she was just walking with it under her, because I think they filmed it with the helmet on, but they couldn't get the sound. They couldn't hear her. So they did 2 takes, one with and one without her helmet on. So, I don't know whether ultimately they would have put it in the film with the helmet under her arm or not, or whether that was just to try and pick up the sound a bit better. But I mean, we got to say briefly a hi to JJ as he came through the crowds after filming. Very, very quiet guy, like George Lucas, very quiet. Didn't hear him a lot on set. It was mostly a Scottish guy. I can't remember his name, but he was like the first AD, and he was the guy barking orders and giving out directions. JJ was just very, very quiet, would whisper in his ear, look into the camera, and he's a bit more reserved, I think. Yeah.
So that's my normal job. I'm a first AD, so I get to be that guy.
It's a cool job. And of course, we did see Lee Towersley and Oliver Stevens, the R2 guys, because they knew we were filming that day.
Right?
Yeah, so they came down to say hello and say hi to us. They had really nice, gave us all ice creams, again, because it was the hottest day of the year that year, and they were dishing out ice creams and drinks to all the troopers, because we were sweating in places I didn't know you could sweat.
I had some good interaction with you, and I was very fortunate enough to be in the line right behind the stuntmen. So they would fall down, and I was like one of the literally the first guy who gets to run in to the cave. And at each take, the back of the cave, of course, has an end to it. So Ewan and O'Shea and everyone, all the rebels would stop back there, and we'd basically pile in, and we couldn't stop until we were like all smashed up against each other so that everyone could get in. So every take, I was like right face to face with Ewan and with O'Shea standing next to him. And on one take, O'Shea turns to Ewan and says, "Dude, I'm in." So Ewan takes his lightsaber and bonks me on the top of my bucket. That's one of my favorite moments from the whole shoot.
Boop. Hi. So yeah, I don't know, guys, keep talking. I just want to hear it all.
I think there was a bit when Steve was talking just now about at the end of the day filming. It was quite a relief, even though that scene never got shown where we were running around. It was quite a relief at the end of the day. That was quite near the end to actually have something to do and actually move around and stretch our legs, because we were literally stood in this block. Okay, do the speech, move over, do the speech again. So most of the day we were just stood still. So it was a relief at that point to have a bit of running action to do. But as well, right at the end of the day, I don't know if you can remember, Rob and Steve, I think JJ did do a little sort of speech to everyone, didn't he? Just saying how amazing it was to see real costumes in the film rather than them being CGI. And he was just sort of obviously thanking everyone. So that was really nice to sort of experience JJ just showing his love and appreciation for Star Wars and the costumes and just everything else that was sort of done on that day.
I think McGregor said the same thing to us, and he's mentioned this on his interviews. When he did the prequels, like a lot of the stormtroopers were basically CGI'd. And he said that this is really the first time where I'm actually working with stormtroopers. So he felt like a kid as well,
Yes.
So he was fanboying over us while we were fanboying over him, So it was really funny, when he was telling us that story. It's like, yeah, this is the first time I actually get to work with stormtroopers. Yeah, I feel like a kid again, And
how did that feel, hearing that?
Yeah, it was just it was just amazing because we're feeling the same way about him, and then now he's feeling the same way about us. So it's one of those like, is this really happening kind of thing? But yeah, it was just great all around. Hayden was really cool. Like, even though we didn't, we didn't shoot any scenes with Hayden, but he would always come on set, and he definitely would come up and speak to some of the troopers, and he's super friendly, super nice guy.
Were you in the changing area when Hayden came in and yelled at us?
No, I don't remember.
He didn't
that
yell
part.
at us, but he yelled out. He came in and goes, "My people!"
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I do have a funny story. So I was on one of our breaks, and I was walking. I walked off out of our stage area or changing area, went to the bathroom, and I was walking back. I see this little girl walking around with somebody, and I'm like, and you guys talk about that cloak that we were wearing. It's like, oh crap, like let me cover up. So I was walking back, and I was like, I get back, and I think I talked to Victor. Victor was right next to me in my changing area, and I say, hey, Victor, there's a little girl walking around outside. And I think Victor knew already ahead of time because I guess the word got out, but it was little Leia. And I'm like, what? No. I just walked by little Leia. So yeah, she's walking around. I was like, no way. I just saw her right outside. I didn't even say hi. I was just kind of like scared. Like, wait, why would somebody bring a kid back here? It was so funny.
I actually got to speak with her briefly, and she was with her mom as we were the last couple people going in to the sound studio, and just the way she spoke and how she looked and how just articulate she was. I was like, that's a princess. Just a little princess.
Yeah.
Can each of you recognize yourselves on screen?
I'm fortunate enough. I got a couple of good shots of me, including a nice one right in front of Elasanim, and then a good shot when Reva's walking by, so I can definitely see me.
I remember I was standing in front of John, and I think Steve was 2 to my right, and I went, right, I remember this, visually remember this in my brain. Come the movie, instead of like 50 of us standing in the formation, there was like 300 of us. I was like, oh, I've got no chance. No idea who I was. I'm the guy in white.
No, that's good. That's what I say. If I can't pick myself out of the line of stormtroopers, that means we're doing something right. But sometimes spatially, based on where you're standing and that kind of thing, we're able to pick ourselves out. But that consistency, that's part of the look.
Oh, go ahead.
There was a day where the team got split up into two scenes, and the group of us that didn't make that first scene, they were out doing some shoots. We're just kind of hanging out, standing around, and then they came to us and said, "Hey, we need a couple of stormtroopers for the scene." And so I was lucky enough to be in a scene with Vader. I think Matt was there as well, so I definitely can pinpoint where I'm at in that scene where Vader comes in, walks by the stormtroopers.
With my children, we've watched Mando and Obi-Wan over and over and slow down the scene or pause right there just to find where Daddy's at, So it's a lot of fun.
And how
did you give a little wave to the camera when you did it? Don't know this.
Conrad, how old are your children?
I have a 14-year-old, 12-year-old, 8-year-old, 6-year-old, and 5-year-old.
Damn. Well, that's
man.
Oh, wow. Oh, well. Oh, right then. So your 5 children, when you watch that, how does that feel as a father, as a Star Wars fan, raising Star Wars fans?
I'll share a funny story. So after Mando, being able to tell the children, I heard them playing in their room, and they were going to go play action figures. So they ran to their room, they pulled out their figures, and I hear one of them saying, "I'm going to be daddy, I'm going to be daddy." And he pulled out the stormtrooper. And then the other one's like, "I wanted to be daddy." And then the other one's like, "Okay, well, I'm going to be Will." So a big shout out to our friend Will, who's also in the Legion. He was in Mando. So my son's like, "Well, if I can't be daddy, then I'll be Will." So then they started playing together. And that's a huge, proud daddy moment right there.
Right? Oh, God. That's
when your dad's an action figure, you can't get much cooler than that, can you?
Right?
Yeah.
Well, tell what your kids dress up as.
So my 2 oldest, originally, they were Force Awakens. We built their armor out of the toy. I don't know if you guys remember. It was like a 48-inch toy. So we kind of broke that apart, built out 2 armors for them, but they grew out of that. So now the 2 older boys dress in biker scouts. And then my 2 younger boys ended up they inherited the Force Awaken armor. And then now my daughter, she wants one as well. So I'll be back in the garage building something for her.
That's so cool.
Yeah, they come out with the Galactic Academy. They come out the troops, and those little guys, they're marked down, looking really, really professional in their outfits. His kids are awesome.
Thank you.
That's a pretty cool experience. That's a super cool experience. And so we watch Star Wars every Christmas together, traditionally as a family. Do you guys do that? Does anyone here do that over Christmas holidays?
I've never seen it.
Wow, is that right?
Yeah, I'm more of a Trekkie man myself.
I watch the holiday special every Life Day.
Oh,
now we know you're lying.
All right, has everybody here seen the holiday special, or is there anyone here who hasn't?
You can't unsee it once you've seen it.
Yeah.
Because I've never seen it.
Our garrison usually has a holiday party, and then the host usually has it playing in the background, and nobody's really watching it. It's just there. But I've seen bits and pieces. The Jefferson Starship, I think.
Starship Jefferson, yeah. Just watch the Boba Fett cartoon. The rest, you're not missing much.
Yeah.
Well, I'm being notified that my self-indulgence is over. I want to thank you all for, I want to thank you all for joining us today on our Life Day Telethon, fundraising for the World Central Kitchen. Again, guys, there's a QR code. Click the link. We hope you enjoyed this panel. I hope you enjoyed it. I sure did.
And thank you, gentlemen, all of you, for joining and speaking of this. It was something I wanted to ask you guys for a long time. I'm grateful that you joined in.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's been an honor.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Happy holidays, everybody.
Holidays.
Happy Christmas.
Take care.
Hello, my name is Jill Olson, and I'm the commanding officer of Garrison Excelsior. And on behalf of our members, I would like to wish everyone a happy holidays. Here in Excelsior territory, we spend the last 2 months of each year collecting donations for the Pirate Toy Fund, a nonprofit organization that provides new toys to children in need. We have been supporting this organization since 2011, and over the past 6 years, we have raised nearly $6,000 in toys and donations. On December 3rd, some Excelsior members participated in the finale of this year's toy drive and had a little holiday fun while doing so.
Welcome to our telethon celebrating Life Day and honoring many of the contributors to Star Wars, our wonderful favorite fandom, and also benefiting the World Central Kitchen. It is my very great honor to introduce the Yoda Man, the Yoda guy, one of the formative persons who created the amazing characters of our fandom that we love, Star Wars, the very wonderful Mr. Nick Maley. So thank you so much for joining us and spending time before Christmas and time talking about Star Wars with us.
Oh, you're very welcome.
We have I will let everyone go around the room and just give a little intro to themselves, and then we have some questions, and we just would love to hear about your experience because you brought this to life for us, and one of the most iconic characters, Yoda. So we are very excited to hear you share stories about how that came to be and your involvement. So I'm Amber Sotelo. I am a member of the 501st, and I am the command officer of Great Lakes Garrison in Michigan. And I will just kick it off to whoever would like to go next.
I'm Daisy. I'm from the Dutch Garrison, and I'm a part of the Legion membership officer team.
Welcome. Thank you.
And I'm Nick Maley. People call me the Yoda guy, basically because of a photo of me working on the radio-controlled version of Yoda. They started to the cruise ships that come through the Caribbean where I live started to tell people to come and see me off the ships, and people would get off the ships and they couldn't remember my name, and they couldn't remember the name of the gallery where I was, and they'd go up to locals and say, "Where's that Yoda guy?" And so we put that Yoda guy on the outside of the gallery so that the locals would know what they were talking about, and that was really how that came about. But later on, I'll tell you about some of the other people that were involved in building Yoda. And of course, as a team, we built Chewbacca, we built the Wampa, the Tauntaun, the Minot, the Ugnaughts, and creatures for the Mos Eisley Cantina.
That's from so many from the cantina. That is just such a scene that you remember. And I think all of us being at the age that, seeing Star Wars when it first came out and just being blown away by just all the denizens of that cantina and so many different life forms and just all together in that one place. And it is really overwhelming to just have that all, go panning that whole room and seeing all of those different characters and all moving and all full, so lifelike and full of life. It's just that is just speaks to the talent, the collaborative talent with Stuart Freeborn and yourself, and from the image that was in someone's mind to seeing it just so appear so alive on screen is just such a testament to the talent.
A lot of that is in the skill of the editor, of course, how they present things and make you feel like you saw things that weren't necessarily exactly there. Some of those things were a lot, they were talking about 1976 and they gave us 5 weeks to fill that room with creatures. There were 6 of us in a room trying to do that. I thought it was 8 weeks, but I recently looked at my contract and the letter that said, thank you very much, you're finishing at the end of the week, and realized it was 5 weeks to build them and film them. It was a 2.5 day shoot for that particular sequence. But there were, largely the way that the scene came across came down to some of the great stuff, some creatures that were designed afterwards by Ron Beck, that were made up by Rick Baker and some of the guys who later ended up with ILM, and they. Ron Beck his designs were a lot more way out than Stewart's, who was born in 1914, and so his mindset was, I think, way too terrestrial. That's why the weirder things that we made, which was Greedo, for example, were the ones that kind of got featured. I mean, we never knew Greedo would become Greedo. In fact, he didn't even have a name at the time. He was one of what we called the Martians that later got renamed as a different species. But he was just one of the weirder looking ones. I think we called Pondo Walrus Man, something like that, and that was one of the weirder looking ones. Originally, actually, that was supposed to be a praying mantis creature, but that had been made up with, it was very early days of adding mechanical things to people in suits, and my colleague Chris Tucker had built that using the same kind of principle as an angle poised lamp, so that the arms would kind of go in and out, based on that same idea. But once you got it on set, it made a lot of noise, it would go which really didn't help, with the dialogue. And they put it in the back, and then by the end of the first day, they just stuck it out the back, and it never got seen again. But that's the way of it. It was all at that time, pretty much almost everything was just pullover masks, largely made out of flexible polyurethane, and a few of them had little mechanisms in. Chewbacca, obviously, because that was based on Stu's work on 2001: A Space Odyssey. It was based on the apes from 2001, so that had lip movement and all kinds of things, tongue movement as well. But the one we called a bat creature had a little wiggly nose, and a few little things that in the cut you probably never saw anyway. But some of the others, like Hammerhead, they stuck a torch in the back of the head so his eyes would glow, and literally, if you see the side view, you'll see the torch hanging out the back of the head. So it was a lot less animated than you might have thought it was. The cut gave it more life, and the band wasn't there at all. That was an afterthought that was added afterwards. That's why you never see the band in the wide shot.
That's so interesting. I didn't know that. That is, and so you really spoke earlier to how there's the portion that you're doing and the vision you have, but the lighting and the way that it's that is so contributory. And I've been watching some of the wonderful videos that you have available on YouTube, and you spoke at length about the lighting of Yoda and changing the lip. And I think if you haven't seen this, please go search on YouTube, because there's some amazing information that Nick has to share about the behind the scenes mechanisms that make those characters come to life.
We try to specialize in the things that people don't know. Unfortunately, COVID really impacted us here, because we had like a year and a half where there was virtually nobody coming in the front door, and so we lost all our staff. And I don't mean they died. I mean, we couldn't afford to pay them anymore. And so the videos that we were putting up, we have to get back to doing that again. I was doing a number of apart from the short, what I call short videos, they're like 10-minute videos, which are good for YouTube. We have some live streams that I was doing with a lot of movie pros that are old colleagues from lots of different shows. And so those tend to be an hour or something more. So it's good to look for some of those too, because they have a lot of information in them too. But, eventually we'll get back to being able to cut them all up into little 10-minute segments and, throw them all on YouTube and see how that goes. I'm hoping eventually that might help to fund the nonprofit that I have here, where I'm trying to inspire youngsters to follow their dreams and to take a positive outlook on their opportunities, rather than the negativity that we are bombarded with as teens. That really, I was talking at Celebration 6 back in 2012 with Peter Mayhew, who was an old friend. I helped Peter get that job because we'd worked together on Sinbad and the Eye of the Tiger in 1973. And he was telling me about, his foundation, and, that he was helping challenge kids and various other things. And I said, but Peter, don't you think we're all challenged by society? We're challenged to accept the status quo. We're challenged not to do something extraordinary. If I had followed the status quo, I wouldn't be here today. And I try to help youngsters understand that it's normal to take your standards from the people around you, but normal people get killed in video games. You have to understand that another word for normal is average, and you can't live an extraordinary life by being normal. And people do what they consider to be safe. That is normal. You can't achieve anything extraordinary if you don't take risk of falling on your face a few times.
Wise words. I think one of our other panelists had a question about encouraging youth. And was it you, Steve, about, would you like to ask that? It was, yes, please.
Yes, it was. Hi, Nick. This is brilliant for me. Thank you for taking the time. I'm a sculptor myself, and you kind of just answered my question in a way, actually. But I got into this quite late in life, in my 40s, and I'm absolutely loving it. It's something I always wanted to do as a kid, but opportunities, and I think a lot about you were saying, I didn't think I could do it, and et cetera, et cetera. And my question really was, and I think you probably just answered it, but how would you advise kids that are younger kids that want to get into the practical side of it, which I think is still important in the industry? How would you advise them to get really into that, magic of creature creation?
Well, the one good thing I think about the Disney movies has been the way that they brought back a lot of practical effects. There were a couple of movies before that were bringing that stuff back, but people would look at all the digital stuff and say, movies like Terminator 2, where you had practical effects that were digitally enhanced, really just felt so right. And I can tell you, actors trying to have a meaningful discussion with a green box in a green room is really, soul destroying for them. And so having something physical to talk to and to work with, is a good thing. I know that's an aside, but I just thought I'd throw it in there. Basically, I try to encourage people to follow whatever their passion is. It doesn't really have to be anything to do with practical effects. It's really about achieving their goals, even though those goals might seem to be impractical when you first start out. One of my phrases in my book is, if you don't invest in your impossible dream, you're the one who guarantees it won't come true. And you're actually condemning yourself before you even start. It's one of those great, it's one of those I say great, one of those terrible things really about growing up, is that you are expected to make a decision about how you're going to spend the rest of your life at a point in your life when you have no experience to base any decision on. And so you look to the people around you, and you will look at those people. They are the people who make you feel safe. When you're a little person, you hide behind your mum or you hide behind your dad because it's safe, and that other person might not, might come. And so you've grown up with that. You look up to those people because they survived all those years, but they are going to give you advice that is based largely on their fear that you won't live up to what is average. They don't necessarily, they might push you to say you could be a doctor. And that is, that's a great thing to be. We're actually sponsoring someone who's going to qualify. We put them through school and through university. They're just going to qualify as a medical doctor in a couple of semesters. They're doing their internship right now. And it's a great thing to do if that's where your passion is. But then you become an average doctor. You just joined a new group of average. To be extraordinary, to live an extraordinary life, you have to always excel. You always have to aim to be beyond whatever it is of where you are. I'm in my 70s. I still aspire to try and learn to do new things, on a daily basis by building on the foundation that I already have. And so I started out as a makeup artist teaching stage makeup at college, and used that to get into movies. So I was dealing with practical two-dimensional makeup. When I got into movies, well, it was all about making pretty people look prettier. And that was pretty boring in comparison with trying to create a character that you projected 300 feet into a theater. And so I started to specialize in character makeup, and that led me to prosthetics. And prosthetics meant, from the base that I already had, well, I expanded to learn how to sculpt, and I expanded to learn how to make molds, and I expanded to learn how to make the chemistry of prosthetic pieces, and I learned how to apply those on, and I learned how to color those so that they blended into skin, and I learned how to punch hair so I could put in eyebrows. And it's a growing experience. And so that, the thing, it's a road, it's a journey. And I think that, the most important element is to not take on the negativity of people whose lives you don't want to live. Here is the real key, I think, the most simple way of putting it. You need to look at the life of the person who is giving you advice. And if you don't want to live their life, why would you take their advice?
That's a wonderful answer. Thank you. Brilliant.
Just have to say, look, this is you need to study the skills that are going to help you be better at whatever it is that you want to do. But you also need to study the industry, whatever industry it is, well enough to understand who are the real people who can give you the job. There is no point in queuing up if there's an obvious route to where it is you're trying to go, don't take it, because it's obvious to everybody else as well. And if there's a queue of 1,000 people lining up to knock on the door and ask for George Lucas, there is someone employed at the gate to say, I've got your information. Thank you very much. If we need anyone, we'll let you know, right? What you need to do is learn who is the person. George Lucas doesn't hire the guy who's making the props. He might hire the head of department, but actually only because he's been recommended by, he got a line producer, and the line producer got a production manager, and the production manager said, these are the heads of department, go and have lunch with them and see if you mesh with them. And the head of department is the person who hires someone of your standing in his department. He's going to determine everybody that comes. So you need to know who are those heads of department, and you need to track them down, and you need to stalk them.
Amazing. Wonderful sage advice. Much like Yoda, you are imparting some wisdom on us today. I love it. This is wonderful. Well, does anyone else we can have any other questions you wanted to ask? Mr. Maley, yes, Daisy.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, I like to make stuff out of fabric. That's my niche thing. I expanded that to work with leather because it's a very different experience. You need a very different set of tools and machinery and mostly your hands. But I wanted to ask you, what's your favorite part of creating? And do you draw a concept if you want to create something, or is it just all in your head?
It's pretty much in my head. I mean, I think the way that movies are made today, I'm relating this to movies rather than just relating to making a costume. And so I'll try to answer both elements of that. But when you're talking about making movies today, things seem to now be broken down into tiny little pieces. Back in the day when we were making this, we basically did everything. I mean, we had a concept, we did the sculpting, we made the molds because we wanted the molds to be able to produce particular materials, and if they weren't made right, then that wouldn't allow the materials to come out. We foamed those materials, we made the prosthetic pieces, we glued them on, we artworked them. You know, today on things like Mandalorian, I was talking to some of the guys that were working on that, and you know, the person who's doing the designs is an illustrator who doesn't necessarily know the nuts and bolts of how everything needs to be made or how it needs to work. And then, you know, someone sculpts it who isn't necessarily the person who's going to put it on, and then someone else phones it and gives it to another person who is the head of prosthetics, who's applying that stuff and trying to make it work. And in a way, I think that destroys the sense of satisfaction that you have of having a concept and seeing it all the way through. I think that's one of the benefits that you have as a cosplayer, is that you don't have someone else standing there saying, well, this is what we want. As a head of department on multi-million-dollar projects, I always tried as much as I could to avoid illustrations before we started, because often you could spend weeks going through a series of illustrations, and then as soon as you sculpted it up, they didn't like it anymore. And then you ended up changing the sculpt. So I would say, you know, what are the elements? I would sit with the director. I'd say, what are the elements that you see in this? And we will physically I didn't make maquettes. I know maquettes are very popular now, and that largely came from ILM. But I would just sculpt up the thing based on the limitations. You know, there's no point in designing a car if there's no room for someone to get inside. So you have to start with the limitations of what is going inside. What are you trying to cover up? What are you trying to mask to make this a practical working item? And then you sculpt around that. And then you talk to the director and he says, no, it's not really quite right. I said, well, what would be bad? Okay, well, and you shove it around. And as soon as he says he likes it, you're ready to mold. And so it saves several weeks in terms of progressing from that. As a head of department, obviously I wasn't sculpting everything myself. I started out really not as one of the main sculptors on Star Wars. I think Stuart really saw me as a technical guy, and so I think he'd lost sight of the fact that I'd been teaching at university stage makeup, and he wanted me, because I had a practical mindset. He had me making all the foam latex was a very delicate material to balance in those days. So he had me in the foam shop as my main job, making all prosthetics and all foam skins for all the creatures, which is what I did with Chewbacca. It wasn't really until later on, when I was head of department, that I was sculpting more. But I would have other people who were I thought better sculptors than me to come in and work with me. And I would say, no, you can't do that because, and I would limit them to the limitations that I would start with, and that way, it would progress. You're talking about working with fabrics. One of the people who is a great cosplayer and a good friend, Cynthia Kirkland. I don't know if you know Cynthia. She, you should be able to find her. She's been one of the winners of the what is it? My Universe contests at San Diego Comic-Con. And she is a fabulous seamstress who works with all these materials and with 3D printing and various other things. And she worked for a long time at Disney World making costumes for them. You should look her up because she is the person who could answer just about any question that you've got on working with those materials. And if you look at my YouTube, there's several times where I did like an hour-long panel with Cynthia that she'll talk about things that might be really useful to you.
That's great. James, do you have any questions you wanted to ask Nick?
Sure, that'd be great. Hey, Nick, I'm James Silvius. I'm from the Garrison Tyrannus out in Virginia. I was curious, now that, you started all this stuff out in the 70s and 80s when, the Star Wars stuff, as the technology has grown and you see a lot more stuff going CGI, do you see any of the CGI effects that you see going on that you think would have been better in a practical manner, and with tools like 3D printing and stuff like that? Do you see things that you could have done better?
Yeah, I don't see 3D printing as being a replacement for prosthetics. I think 3D printing, the only area that I can see, obviously for costumes, yes, of course, and for props, yes, of course. But in terms of character effects, I think that 3D printing possibly can replace life casts when all you want is the form as a plunger to go inside a mask that you're making. So instead of putting the actor through a life cast, you could 3D print the shape of his head and use that to sculpt on what it is that you're going to make, and then make your prosthetics from that. If you're dealing with 3D printing, normal 3D printing, the lines that are that are in the 3D print, even though they're getting smaller and smaller and smaller, those lines really don't give you skin texture and the kind of thing that you need if you're making a dummy of someone, or if you are trying to work something to a higher level. There is also, of course, resin printing is at a higher level, but resin printers are really small. And so, you'd have to spend a huge amount of money and waste an awful lot of resin to have a resin printer for head and shoulders or full body life casting, for example. But having said that, get back to the other part of your question. I think in most cases, being a bit of a dinosaur, I would say that most CGI that I see for I'm not talking about dinosaurs that are rushing around the room. I'm really talking more about characters that are there giving a dramatic impression. I think most of them, I feel, would be better if they were physical than if they were 3D. And I know that's going to horrify a bunch of fans. The one exception that I have to say was done really, really, really well was Davy Jones in Pirates of the Caribbean, which looked like it should have been It should have been a practical and then digitally enhanced, but actually was completely digital. And so, hats off to those guys. So yeah, it is possible to do it. But Snoke, for example, just looked like a cartoon character to me, to my eye. Maybe my eye is more critical, because I'm a pro and I'm looking at details maybe that are beyond that. One of the things I would like to see that I don't believe anybody is doing is to take a practical a practical makeup, film it against green screen, blue screen, whatever it is you're trying to do, and then digitally distort it in a way that you couldn't get a human being inside, which could be done. Instead, they will look at something and say, well, you couldn't get a person in that, so we ought to do it digitally. And usually what happens is people are when anything new comes out in the film industry, people go, wow, we've got to have that. And they'll pay top dollar for it. And the next movie that comes out, they say, wow, that was great. We want that, but we don't want to pay so much for it. And then, oh yeah, well, we want that. But, that guy's assistant to the assistant, he reckons he can do it and he's half the price. And so we get him to do it. And over a very short period of time, they keep cutting down the budget. Let's make it quicker. Let's get it out faster. And often the quality goes down and down. I still haven't seen anything that was digital that I felt was as good as David Jones.
I was. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, you're fine. I see. That's really neat. That's I didn't know that thing about the David Jones thing. That's kind of cool.
Yeah. So anyway, if no one has got any other questions, let me just share a little bit about Yoda while I'm here. That's what you introduced me as. There were a number of people that were involved in building Yoda. And, like all things, for many years, people take the archive, the Lucasfilm archive, as like a Bible of what was made and how things were done. And I think they overlook the fact that largely comes from interviews that were made at the time, pieces of paper that are left behind, records that are left behind, the actual props that are left behind. But there are assumptions that are made, like, there's a invoice for Yoda's eyes from a company called Christmas, that people look at that and they say, oh, that's where Yoda's eyes came from, because here's the invoice, right? But actually we got eyes from multiple companies and the Christmas ones weren't the ones we used. So there is misinformation that automatically comes out from that. A lot of the information is put together based upon interviews that were made at the time and published at the time. So those people would come and interview the people who were on the list that had been given to them by the publicity department. And so, just for example, they came and interviewed Frank Oz because he was a famous puppeteer and he was the puppeteer for Yoda. Nobody ever asked if there were any other puppeteers. No one ever asked that question. So that information was not in the archive until the 90s, when I started saying, this isn't really very fair to, Wendy Midner, to Kathy, to Dave Barkley, to the other people who were part of doing that. Frank was the key lead puppeteer, and it was his leadership that brought that puppet to life so well, that made that performance what it was. But if this is Frank's right arm, sorry, then this is Yoda's neck, and this is Yoda's jaw, and this is Yoda's eyebrows, and these are Yoda's lips. So his left hand is grabbing the bottom of the stick and operating the left arm. So who the hell's operating Yoda's eyes? Who's operating Yoda's eyelids? Who's operating Yoda's ears? You know, it's a conglomeration of the combinations of 3 or 4 puppeteers to get one expression, where the eyebrows have to work with the angle of the eye and the degree that the eyelid comes down or goes up, and the timing of it all to match with the dialogue. Now, in the same way, they would interview Stu, who was the mastermind behind all the creatures for principal photography. And Yoda was an extension, and no one had used the word animatronics previously for any movie. Animatronics, there was audio animatronics, was a term that Disney came up with for theme parks. And that term was not applied to movies until Empire Strikes Back. And they were looking for a way of explaining why we were breaking all the union rules. We were sculpting, the sculptors didn't like that. We were making molds, the plasterers didn't like that. We were building puppets, the props department didn't like that. And we were building mechanisms, and the special effects guys didn't like that either. So they thought, well, if we just call it animatronics, then everything fits into that wave. And it was Stuart's concepts of animatronics that we were all working towards. I thought all I was going to do was make the molds, make the skins, the skulls, the hands, and the feet, and that would be the end of my part. And I gave those component parts to Stuart, and it doesn't sound like much to say I'm making the molds, but when they've spent 5 months modeling a creature and you are going to destroy it in the mold, you have a degree of nervousness as you mix the plaster. And so, you've got to get it right, because if there's anything wrong with the mold, you just destroyed 5 months' work. But having gone through that, I thought that's all I would do. And I went on to work on the Wampa and the Tauntaun with Stuart's son, Graham. Graham is one of those people who never gets any credit for the work on Star Wars, but he's the one who sculpted 3/4 of the characters for principal photography in the Mos Eisley Cantina, and he was a great contributor to he sculpted all the Ugnaughts and other characters in those other movies, and he went on to be the chief makeup artist as well while Stuart was working on Yoda. I thought Yoda was going to be a glove puppet, and that was it. And then they wanted a walking Yoda. And Stu said, no, we haven't got time to build a walking Yoda. And so they came to me because I was the senior tech left in the workshop. And I said, why are we going to make an animatronic walking Yoda when we could make an oversized Yoda and walk him through the trees and nobody knows how tall the trees are? As long as he's on his own, doesn't make any difference. So I made that one. Then they wanted, I didn't make the hands for that. I think that came out of the props department, but I made the head for it. And then they wanted a radio controlled version because you cannot get 4 puppeteers in a backpack. And you can't balance 4 puppeteers on Luke's foot either, right? So they wanted a radio-controlled version, and I didn't really know enough about radio control at that time. So I said, I'll work with the radio control techs in the special effects department, and I'll do the finishing. And so I worked with Ron Hone and Dennis Lowe, who did the mechanism for that, and I did the finishing. And so having done those two, when the main puppet head, animatronic head, had problems, they came to me and said, could I build a backup? And I built I had been watching what Stuart was doing, and I knew that Stuart, who was 65, doesn't seem that old to me now that I'm in my 70s, but he was 65, working all day, trying to be there in case the puppet broke down, and then working all night to fix it, and then working all day in case it broke down, and working all night. But I had looked over his shoulder and watched what he was doing, and I realized that what he was doing was really too sophisticated to try and fix in a quick process. And so I built a mechanism that was really crude in comparison, but it never broke down. So they used it for 80% of the movie. And the other person that absolutely has to be mentioned, who is absolutely not given enough credit for her contribution to Yoda, is Wendy Midner, who married Brian Froud and went on to do Dark Crystal. Brian Froud designed Dark Crystal and Labyrinth. And she came to us from the Muppets as our liaison to make sure that we didn't build something that Frank couldn't use. And she built the bodies. So we were working on animatronic head and made the foam hands and the feet, but those went on to a puppet body that she made. And as time went by and we were waiting for them to decide what Yoda's head was going to finally look like, she was kind of bored, so she sculpted the hands and the feet. And then, well, she was still kind of bored, so she made up a Muppet Yoda, a Yoda that she envisaged based on, cutting and stitching foam the way that the Muppets are normally made. And it had this fun personality that was completely missing from the designs that Joe Johnson had done, that Stuart was trying to work with and adapt. And so they asked her if maybe she wanted to sculpt up a Yoda, a clay version of what she had done, which she did. And that was actually molded too. It wasn't finally the Yoda that was used, but it looks, I would say 70% of the Yoda that you know, and was very influential in the final sculpt that Yoda, that Stuart did. And so she needs a lot of credit for that.
How amazing your discussion of the collaboration and the influence that all these different perspectives brought to the whole of Yoda. That is just an amazing genesis of that. And I find that your work in Star Wars and your work in other films like Krull and The Keep, do you see those influences now? I'm thinking in Stranger Things, in the visage of Vecna and that creature, that those influences that have just permeated through film and become very iconic. How do you feel about that, seeing that?
To be quite honest, I think we went through a phase of animatronics that they talk about the golden age of practical effects, which is really the 80s and the 90s. And there was an evolution that went on there that went from being able to just make a mask to make a mask that moved and that changed and that, almost transformed. You see it in Predator, you see it in a lot of different characters that were made. Now we seem to have gone back to just making a silicone skin and slapping it on an actor. And I have to say, from what I've seen of the latest Stranger Things, I'm really not terribly impressed. I think it's, I don't see anything. I mean, even, even the Gormagon, all it had was a mouth that opened and closed. It didn't have, when you never got to see it properly on Krull, but Krull is a movie we made in 1981, and the Beast had mechanical lungs that expanded and contracted. It had a heart on the outside that pumped fluid through veins that were on the outside of the skin. So we put two colors in so you could see the blood passing through. And it went up through tubes that looked like hair, but it went up into the head, and you could see it running around in the brain that was exposed in the top. And it had lips that moved, and it had teeth that moved, and it had eyeballs, and it had eyelids. And I think to myself, this is 1981. Why we should be really galloping along here. Silicone. We were working in foam latex. We never at that time got silicone to work properly. We tried. And that really came out of Smooth-On largely sometime later. Silicone has its advantages. It has disadvantages as well because it's a lot heavier. And so you make a creature out of silicone, you need a much more robust mechanism to be able to carry the weight and make it move. Whereas, Yoda's ears were Yoda's ears with the mechanism probably didn't weigh more than an ounce, which is why they wobbled a little bit from time to time. Right.
Cute.
Yoda was. We built him in 1979, and he had, I've never seen ears that were sophisticated as Yoda's on anything, including the Yoda that we saw in episode 8, which seemed to have more of a kind of up and down. You can lever something like this and just pull it down, and that's a very simplified mechanism, whereas Yoda's ears moved forward and back and up and down and in and out. I think it's hard to beat that.
Yeah, they're trying, but they aren't capturing that magic, that vision.
Partly because people are being taught standardized things. We didn't have any standardized things. We were experimenting all the time to see how to make something work. Animatronics didn't exist, so we were kind of looking at what someone was doing transatlantic and saying, oh shit, I thought we were ahead of those guys. Oh, now, and that would inspire us we would develop something that was different to what they were doing based on the assumptions we made from what we saw that they were doing. And then they were doing the same thing, looking at what we were doing. And it was an escalation. Now people say, oh, yeah, well, you do that with prostate transfers, and you do that with, such and such. We have this technique, and we're going to float this, and we're going to do that. And everything is becoming standardized again. You have to be, you can't. I have to tell you this story because it demonstrates what I'm trying to say. I was working on something where we needed a crocodile that was gonna, try to eat somebody. And it wasn't a major thing. And I said to one of my guys said, I can do that. He said, I've done it before. I said, well, what did you do? He said, well, we sculpted a crocodile, we made it out of polyurethane, and we put a diver inside, and we put a mechanism to open the jaws, and the diver swam along, and we opened the jaws, and we went snap, snap, snap. I went, okay, so what are you going to do this time? He said, well, we'll do the same thing. everything you do has to be a progression from what you did before. If it doesn't progress, you're standing still. Think of it like you can't stay ahead of your competition if you don't keep moving forward.
It's a good message. And
You need to always be moving forward.
Absolutely. Well, thank you. And thank you for sharing some of these wonderful stories. You're telling us that we need to wrap up. So a final thought about moving forward and about inspiring kids and about Star Wars overall.
Well, thank you. And later on, I'll be coming back to you. I think we're going to take our nonprofit here in the Caribbean and register it in the US so that we can be raising money at conventions and other things. And I am sure that I'll be relying on 501st and the Rebel Legion to support us through that.
We would love to see you at conventions and love hearing the stories. And I definitely recommend anyone who hasn't watched some of the videos of the things you have to share about Han and Carbonite and about other things that you've worked on that have just been amazing and iconic contributions to Star Wars. We thank you so much for your time and wish you the very happiest of holidays. And thank you for sharing your time with us today.
You're very welcome.
Thank you.
All right. Welcome, everybody. We are going to test your knowledge of all things Star Wars here today with our master or apprentice. And I am privileged to be joined by quite a number of our friends. Feels a little bit exactly like the holidays when you see old friends and family kind of join. For those of you who I haven't met, my name is Damon Heron. I am from the Badlands Garrison in Western Canada, and I'll be your host and quizmaster here today. But first, we're going to go around and have the rest of my illustrious panel introduce themselves so you know who else will be playing along here with me. Pete, why don't we start with you and introduce yourself to the group?
Hi, I'm Pete Vilmer, Lucasfilm Head of Fan Relations and Senior Writer for PR.
Excellent. All right. Justin? Probably need no introduction by this point, but go ahead anyway.
Justin Sonfield, Legion Commanding Officer of the 501st, and I have my good luck World's Best Emperor Cup for this.
Yeah, we're not competitive at all in this group at all. I am sure. Anthony.
I am Anthony Wilson. I am the current Legion Commanding Officer for the Rebel Legion.
Excellent. Randy?
Randy Ward, Global Director of Saber Guild. And just in case Justin gets a little bit off a little bit, we get some competition. I gave Grogu a lightsaber. So just in case I have backup.
There you go.
Wonderful. Tom?
My name is Tom Hutchins, Mandalore the Uniter, founder and CEO of the Mandalorian Mercs Costume Club.
Excellent. And Mike?
Mike Stanton. I am the commanding officer of the Dark Empire.
Wonderful. So I think this is going to be good. Hey, before we dive into the questions, I was sort of curious, wanted to throw it out to the group, a little bit of a chit chat is sort of how much trivia buffs are, kind of is everybody. I know myself, it's, sort of a little bit, but just curious to see how competitive this is going to, turn into here.
I'm probably just going to grab popcorn and watch.
I'm prepared to be greatly embarrassed.
Mike, please share your popcorn.
Well, let's just say there's, I'm on Jeopardy next week, winning a bunch of money, and then the I know nothing. I'm somewhere in the middle.
I'm strong on lore and collecting, but or not on lore. I'm strong on history and collecting, and the lore, sort of.
This will end up being a little bit interesting on that one. We do, just to get everybody the confidence building, we are going to start with easy questions and they will get progressively harder here. So we'll see how that goes. We got about 30 questions today for those of you who are watching us. Certainly play along at home as the case may be. Here locally, we're just going to go on the honor system. I know somebody made the comment off is there's a lot of Sith on here to be talking about honor system, but go on that one. But I'm going to make, if you haven't already, is please go to the donation link. I believe last I checked, we were closing in on $6,000, and we've still got a few hours to go on this one. So, here's your opportunity to get in there and make a donation. But on the honor system, I'm going to ask everybody on the group here, keep track of how many you get right as we go. But my personal pledge is I'm going to give $1 for every question each of you gets right. So there's 30 questions. There's six of you on the call. There's 30 questions. So as much as $180 will go here. We'll see where it ends up. So it doesn't matter, embarrassed or not embarrassed, for every question this panel gets right, I'm personally going to donate $1 to the cause when we get to the end of it. So keep track, and we'll see how we go there. All right, we are going to try here just to see. I will attempt to share the presentation and see if it actually appears on the live feed. If it doesn't, I'm going to I'm going to obviously answer all or say out all the questions and the multiple choice answers for all of that kind of stuff. I have done my best, I promise. I have done my very best to figure out pronunciation. That's always an interesting scenario, especially when you find it's worse when you find more than one. So it's so that will be don't criticize me, but Just saying right now, I do have it on authority that it is Tantive and not Tantive. I did find official resources that, so just, I've heard that one before. Don't give me crap on that one. It is Tantive, but the rest of them I might butcher. That's just fair warning when we get on to that one. All right. Let's, sorry, just gonna make a small adjustment here. Okay, let's see if this will work. Give me a moment. If not,
it works.
It's working.
It'll work locally. We'll see if it actually makes it onto the feed here. So that's all good. But let's actually
faster.
Yeah, I think that might be out. So here's our first question of the day.
Padawan.
Just making sure. If not,
I think you're gonna have to scrap it.
Yeah, I think we are too. So that's fine. No worries. That is fine. So there we go.
Oh, now it's working.
There we go. There we go.
Oh, just after I killed it. Sorry.
Bring it back. Bring it back.
I will bring it back. I will bring it back. Sorry about that. All the guys in the tech room are just, pulling their hair out now at this particular moment.
All right.
There we go. All right, here we go.
All right. So, on what planet did Luke Skywalker meet Yoda? We got four choices here: Tatooine, Dagobah, Hoth, or Zilla.
So
Tatooine.
Say the answer.
Yeah, you guys keep silent. Don't give it away at that. We'll give about 30 seconds for the crowds at home to kind of all get it, and then I'll let you know when you're ready to give it up. So we want to make sure that everybody at home gets a chance, or wherever you are, gets a chance to answer this one. I got a little timer here off. All right, so certainly we're starting easy on this one. Answers. Who wants to show it out?
Dagobah.
There we go. On Dagobah. All right, next up, what was the name of the Imperial shuttle used to transport the Rebel strike team to Endor in 4 after the Battle of Yavin? So our choices here: Epsilon 4, Orion, ISD Hydra Shuttle Orc 39, or Tiderium. Give everybody a few seconds on this one. While we're waiting for people to go, I do want to give a couple of shout outs on this one, notably to Randy Flux. He actually put together a whole bank of questions that we've been using. So these are drawn from his bank. And Marcus Frowley here locally in the Badlands Garrison did me the favor of curating a nice set of questions that got progressively more difficult. So shout out. I didn't actually have to do a lot of work on this one, which I certainly appreciate. All right, up for an answer to that.
Tiderium.
Oh, sorry, Robin Flux. Sorry, I'm looking at Randy, and thank you, Teresa, for correcting me. It was Robin Flux on that one. There we go. Shuttle Tiderium. What planet is the Wiki homeworld? What planet is the Wiki homeworld? Kashyyyk. This is one I will admit had lots of variations how this is pronounced. Kashyyyk, Wook, Drogheda, or Kalara. What is our option here? I was literally watching, we had people over last night, and we had the original 1978 Star Wars Holiday Special actually on, the first pronunciation ever of the Wiki homeworld. That was entertaining. I'm a big Knights of the Old Republic video game fan, so I think that probably influences some of my pronunciation, certainly in there. All right, what do we got for an answer here?
Kashyyyk.
All right, Kashyyyk. Yes, that's the way.
Is it bad to say that my phone auto corrects it with the 3 Y's in it now?
Really? Like if you miss putting a Y, it will correct it.
We have a temple in Saber Guild named Kashyyyk, so every time I type it, it actually corrects it with the 3 Y's in it.
Nice.
Actually, the press notes back in 1978 called it Kazook.
Oh, wow.
Kazook.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yep. That's how it's pronounced. That was it, Pete. That was like, I heard that last night again. I was like, Oh yeah, that's really how they pronounced it. Yeah. That was fun. All right, excellent. Moving on to our next one is, what animals did Luke and his friends amuse themselves by shooting? Tauntauns, bantha, yopis, or womp rats?
Be very sad if it was Tauntaun.
All are good eating.
Along with pork.
I don't know
Pork
about
also good eating. I hear.
Yopis. They pass gas quite a bit.
Right.
All right. And our answer here is
Womp rats.
Womp rats. All right. Good shooting from a T-16. What is the signature weapon of the Tusken Raiders? The 4 possible here. Lanvarok, Gadurfi, Darkstick, Charek. It was nice to see that weapon get some real love in Book of Boba Fett. That was a real highlight for me watching, Pete, you're talking about the lore and other stuff behind it like that. That was neat to see some of that lore filled out for sure in behind that one. All right, our answer here, that's the shout out.
Gaffy stick.
All right.
Gaffy.
Was known as the Gaffy stick. Who trained Darth Sidious?
It was me.
Our options.
Mike, if you don't know this, we're going to be very, very worried.
Yeah.
Our Sith Lords better get this one. So
I will
we
either
have-
confirm or deny if it's a password somewhere.
Opera music playing in the background, that scene playing for us right now. That would be
Right.
very good.
So we have our options read Tenebrous, Revan, Plagueis, or Venomous.
Venomous.
Lots of good Sith Lords.
Venomous.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right, still a couple more seconds just to give everybody playing along a chance in case you got this. All right, go ahead. Who is the story of
Darth Plagueis.
The wise.
Darth Plagueis?
One day, I want to sit down in my costume and just read the story of Darth Plagueis the Wise. Just sit there and read it like we're reading it to kids, but I want to read this whole tragedy.
Oh.
So I'm not as much on the books, but I think the book did come out with some of that, didn't it? We got something.
It was the Darth Plagueis book, I believe it was.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right. I might have to actually sit down and do that. Okay, co-pilot of the Millennium Falcon during Battle of Endor. So who was sitting in the right seat?
One of Randy's alter egos.
He's one of my alter egos. I'm probably the only one here with an approved costume of this character.
Yes.
So Chewbacca, Nien Nunb, Lando Calrissian, or Arvel Crinid? Lots of fun. That's always the fun scene to watch.
Love the space battles.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
I remember watching
All
that
right.
when it first came out. It was like I was a little kid. I loved it.
Yeah, it was just always transformed you into something like you felt like you were just there egging them on.
It felt like you were in the cockpit with them. It was really cool.
Yeah, no, the filming on that was excellent.
Yeah. Well, you can feel it, right? As the fire was getting closer, because they're going to make it. They're going to make, they're going to make it, but you still, that.
You're like,
like lean with them into that bit of it. All right, our answer here.
I know.
Excellent.
I learned
Number
so
9.
much about that character and the filming of that part of the movie from when I was building my B-Wing costume. It was great. Why was this costume red versus white? There was some history on it. There's some great history on that.
Nice. Didn't know that, right? I have to dig into that. I mean, for me personally, that's always been a thing. Is amazing how much grows around some of these characters, whether you expect it or not. I mean, the whole Wilro Hood thing is a whole other thing as to how lore builds around the character with 37
Hood's gonna have some
seconds.
competition at Celebration this
Oh
year.
yeah,
Big competition.
I'm waiting for it so I can order it. I'm gonna run. I'm gonna run with Brisbane.
We're all running barefoot. That's
I am not running barefoot on a con floor. Nope, not doing that.
That's
one
a good
way
to
out.
catch something.
Barefoot on coals. That's what you need to do.
One way out.
One way out. That will be amazing, I'm sure. All right. What was the name of Darth Vader's flagship? So we're going to have to put some options because obviously more than one ship at one point in time. But our options among this one are Crusher, Annihilator, Executor, or Ravager. So which one of those was the name of Darth Vader's flagship? As I sit here, my background, I do this at work. The background you see behind me is sort of fly my Star Wars nerd flag high, even at work.
You need to put
Always
on your
gotta be
Imperial officer when you do that. It adds to the Zoom meeting at work.
So I will say this. I was in a project meeting a couple of years ago. If those are familiar with projects, you have a go, no go as to whether you're really, really ready to do the thing or not. And the senior VP in charge actually asked if I would wear my Vader costume on the Zoom meeting
Nice.
as part of that. Literally got asked. So I actually did. And so that's gone down in infamy among that. All right. Our answer here on Darth Vader's flagship.
Executor.
Executor.
SSD. Executor.
Which I mispronounced for years.
Executor.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
See, I think that one fits better. I think Executor sounds more like legit.
You would, Dark Empire.
So I did too. Thought it was the same thing. It's like, no, that's actually Executor. The executive power of
My sole job is to execute people. That's the point.
Got it.
certainly seems like it would be, but excellent. All right. What ship did Darth Vader fly at the Battle of Yavin? Was he in a TIE Starfighter, an Interceptor, Advanced X-1, or the TIE Bomber? This was another one. Just like first time you see this whole thing. Absolutely amazing what it looked like on screen.
Interesting story about. I was going to say interesting story about this one. They actually had not planned to make Vader's ship different at the end, but in editing, they discovered that it was difficult to discern which was the bad guy, the main bad guy. So they went in and redesigned for Darth Vader's TIE specifically.
Nice.
And that's how we got that.
Nice.
If you guys ever get around to Ranch Obi-Wan, you can see some of the panels that they use to film the Death Star panels from the trench that they've got. Yep. Those are awesome. Those are awesome.
Nice.
Yeah, it's amazing. I have Disney Plus and that latest Light and Magic show that was done there on sort of the history of ILM. Just amazing to see the creativity.
That is a must-watch show.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, unbelievable. All right, so answer here.
TIE Advanced
X1.
Got it.
There we go. The TIE Advanced X1. Love that
If
shit.
you want to get the real nerds, you can ask them who his wingmen were. So we won't go there.
Yeah, there are people deep. This trivia is not going to get that deep, but it is interesting when we run this among the general public and other, some of our expos and stuff. There are people who are really deep into the lore. Mm-hmm. All right, we're moving to a little prequel love here for a little bit. Who owned Anakin Skywalker before Watto?
Ooh,
wow.
We have Gardula the Hutt, Sebulba, Zero the Hutt, or he was always owned by Watto. There was no one before Watto. And we're starting to, get a little bit more difficult.
Yeah.
Give you some options here.
I like this one. This is a good one.
Because it is in the movie. This one actually is in the movie as to how Anakin came to be owned.
Oh.
Fun stuff.
If I remember correctly, it was a quick little one-liner in the movie.
Right. It's like blink and you miss it.
Well, and that's the fun part about trivia. Like there are people where it's trivia where you got to get deep into the lore and you kind of have to, go beyond just what's in there. But we've thrown a few questions you're about to see coming up where they were one line in the movie, and you probably watched the movie like 20 or 30 times, and you know the line.
Those are rookie numbers.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. What answers here? What's the guess?
Gardulla the Hutt.
It was Gardulla the Hutt. Yeah. I had to throw Zero the Hutt in there. Zero the Hutt's one of my favorite characters from the Clone Wars cartoon. I mean, just absolutely crazy, but
well, I went straight
nuts.
to Gardulla the Hutt, but then I second guessed myself before you threw the answers up because I was like, is that a Lego Star Wars character or
Right. Yeah.
more vast?
Yeah, absolutely. Excellent. All right, moving on. What pod race did Anakin Skywalker win in 32 BBY? So our options here, the Malastare Open, the Junlin Waste Challenge, the Boonta Eve Classic, or the All Tatooine Annual. What was the name of the podcast? So these are our mid-range. So you probably know the answer. Or you can work it out. Process of elimination. There's going to be a couple of these. Process of elimination.
And it may or may not be an unofficial Star Wars celebration party to kick the week off. Maybe.
No, I laughed because I was 19 when, or I was 18. Sorry, I was 18 when the prequel started, which ages me a bit. But I still remember sitting there watching the movie, and I'm excited that it's new Star Wars, but by the same token, I'm sitting here going, okay. And then we got to the pod race, and honestly, that was probably, besides the Duel of the Fates for obvious reasons, that's probably one of my favorite, just it wasn't necessary, but by the same token, it was that a few minutes of just some fun, and the actors did the commentary, and all of that just was a great mix. I thought it was a great little kind of dive off for a little depth without being too serious.
Yeah, just pure fun.
Yeah.
And it was, because for how long we'd done that with Space Battles. The Space Battles had, consumed you, and you felt like you were there. And that was what was neat to me, was now on land here you had these pod races, and it was that same feeling of, and you hated Sebulba because what, dirty trick was he going to play this time?
Right.
Not any of that. All right. So our answer here is Boonta Eve Classic. Excellent. So what city did Anakin Skywalker grow up in here on Tatooine? Mos Eisley, Mos Espa, Anchorhead, or Bestine? Where did they find Anakin? They're excellent. I think prequels have aged pretty well in my mind anyway, in terms of some of that, sort of that immersion piece of it. When you got to cities like this, won't give it away accidentally here, and the size of it, and the immersive nature of it.
Yeah, the prequels got some nice love for in Tales of the Jedi. In case anybody's wanting to watch them, they got some great stuff between Dooku and Qui-Gon. Nice. So check it out.
Yeah. That was a great series. That was awesome.
So good.
Yeah, that one's on my list for next week, or the week after, I guess, after I got some time off. Haven't made it there yet. So
that one is a good sit down and binge all of it. Just binge the whole series.
Just an hour.
They're fairly short, right? They're not sort of six or eight of them?
Yeah, I think is there six? I think there's six of them.
Yep.
And I think they're about 22 minutes a piece or so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'd have to double check. I don't recall.
Yeah, so that's a nice sit down in the evening and work your way through them. Excellent. All right, so our answer here?
Mos Espa.
Mos Espa. Excellent. So that one's a good one.
I hope you got a lot of money.
That's okay. I'm prepared for this. This is what we wanted to. So here's another one-liner in the movie, and how many times have you seen it? And it's like, what was the name of the protocol droid who greeted Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan?
You might have got me here.
Well, you might get it when you see the answers, because
it
is multiple choice, so that actually helps out. So was it TC-14? Was it SP-99? Was it LV-15? Or was it K-3PO? What was the protocol droid's name?
So I remember it.
So one line in the movie, if you've heard. Yeah, and I'm an amateur, so I have to, a small admission. She'll kill me, but she's at a troop, so it doesn't matter. So my wife has never seen a Star Wars movie through, ever. She loves The Mandalorian. Grogu hooked her, and The Mandalorian. She watches some of that kind of stuff, but she has actually in her life managed to never see a Star Wars movie all the way through.
Wow.
She's a member of the 501st. She's at a troop right now. We've got Starlight has one where they open Toys R Us early and got some Secret Santa shopping. So she's off doing that. So I get to say that about her on air because I'm probably not watching. But that's probably limits how many times I've seen some of these movies myself. All right. So what's our answer here? The protocol droid's name was?
PC-14.
PC-14. Yeah, absolutely. So if you remember the line there, it is awesome.
And by the way, if you haven't noticed in the chat, in the live stream chat, people are answering the questions with us.
Thank you for
I was wondering about that. So
we appreciate that.
Thank you,
viewers.
Really be broke.
Keep going.
I'm really going to be
need to
broke
take
here.
David's money.
That's right. Yeah.
So thank you,
David's
everybody, because I'm watching this over here. So
there you go. Yeah, they're doing that. They're going to crank that up. We're going to go from there. All right. What class of ship is the Tantive 4? So we got a WD-500 Star Yacht, an Action 3 transport, Star Runner class light transport, or a CR-90 Corvette. Another one of those ships that was called like 6 different things in various different ways around it throughout the saga.
Yeah, kind of stuff. Yeah.
The word Tantive, that's an actual word. If you look it up, it means to gallop, which I thought was interesting. So it's, I guess the meaning is to gallop toward something or to break a blockade.
Wow. Okay, I did not know that.
That's why it's called a blockade runner.
Right. No,
that's pretty awesome.
That is. That's one of those nice little tidbits.
Totally. Did not know that. That's awesome. All right. What type of class ship do we have here?
I think Corvette, right?
Yeah, it's our Corvette. That is our Corvette.
I do want to interject for those X-Wing and Armada players. It was the CR-90 Alpha model.
Ooh.
Wouldn't CR or the Corellian 90?
Nerd.
Look at the big brain on Randy.
Nice. So this is what trivia does. It brings out the trivia of the trivia. So it's like a whole meta thing around. Let's be trivial about trivia. I love that.
So we're gonna let all the members know that when the club commanders get together, it's about 5 minutes of actually talking business and about 55 minutes of this.
Yep.
Awesome. Well, that's a great set of camaraderie. All right. Who was in charge of the construction of the second Death Star?
That's a good one.
You'll know.
I'll pause here. You'll
you'll
probably get it when I show you the answer. So this is a little bit of a help here. So was it Moff Jerjerrod, Grand Moff Tarkin, Tila Kars, or Supervisor Gurdon? Who was in charge of the construction of the second Death Star?
Actually, such a poignant scene in Return of the Jedi.
Yeah.
This is probably slightly inappropriate, but this is the one where this is the one that circulates online around how soundtrack matters. I don't know if you've ever seen that one where they replace it with a different music in behind when Vader arrives on the Death Star, and it completely changes the
they
the
play
feeling.
like a love song music.
Yeah,
to it.
they play a love song music in behind. You even see him lick his lips as he's waiting for translates it something completely different. That's probably totally inappropriate, but it is funny to see how some of that goes. All right, so who was in charge of the construction of the second Death Star?
Jerjerrod.
There we go. Absolutely.
Tarkin,
the Emperor asks the impossible. One of my favorite lines in all of the movies. The Emperor is not as forgiving as I am. That still has got to be on my top 10 list. Absolutely. All right. Who was Luke Skywalker's gunner during the Battle of Hoth? So again, a one-liner. And they talk about I could take on the whole empire in that scene. So Dak Ralter, Wedge Antilles, Davin Felth, or Dexter Jetster.
And Dexter.
Excellent. All right. Battle of Hoth feels like that here today. So I know I said where I was. I'm from Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. We're minus 21 Celsius this morning. That's just below 0 Fahrenheit. We are headed to minus 35 in 2 more days. So we are in Hoth-like conditions if you ever wanted one. Teresa, I know Teresa's been on here a lot. People have seen her a lot. She's further north even than I am in the province. And I suspect they're calling for minus 40 or even minus 50 actually.
Where you like throw the water in the pot out and it turns into like
it does not reach the ground. Yeah, once you kind of get in that minus 35, minus 40, you can throw the pot and it will not reach the ground in liquid form or at all. In fact, it can actually evaporate. Like, oh, it's stupid. It's like, why do we live here?
Exactly.
I ask Teresa that all the time. Why do you live there?
Yeah. Well, I'll answer that in the next question, the dead air. We have a little bit of a joke that will appeal to all our friends in Australia who may, I know it's the middle of the night there right now for the most part, so they may not be watching, but there is a reason we live here. Anyway, our answer here, who was Luke Skywalker's gunner?
Dak.
Dak, that's right. Yeah. Dak. Me and Dak could take on the whole empire. What kind of ship was the Naboo Royal Starship? 32 BBY. So again, another one-liner from the Phantom Menace. Actually, 2, I guess 2. A J Type 327 Nubian, Baudo Star Yacht, Panwarka 116 class sloop, a Seraph class transport.
In books, you find out a starship like this gave Captain Phasma their armor.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. So to finish the discussion why we live here, it's because nothing really tries to kill us. Nothing really tries to kill us here. We don't have
Except
venomous
the cold.
creatures that
Frozen.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the meme that circulates around here is the air hurts my face. Why do I live somewhere where the air hurts my face? But then the joke is we don't have things really other than Canada geese. Canada geese, terrible,
they're just
terrible,
evil.
terrible. They're just they are the Sith. They are absolutely the Sith.
Even the Sith don't want to claim them.
Run you
They're
down.
darker than the Sith.
So bad.
Yeah,
So bad.
They nest there and they will run you out of there.
Yeah.
No joke. Especially when
You gotta remember, they come down here too.
Yeah, they come down here. They're in the pond behind my house.
We're happy to see them leave. Like as a bye-bye, go terrorize somebody else for a while. So. Yeah, same thing. All right, our answer here.
J 25 327 Nubian.
Nubian. I promise you, no one else has one. Excellent. All right. What Grand Army of the Republic unit did Obi-Wan lead during Clone Wars? Now, again, multiple choice, so we help this out here. Did he lead the 212th Attack Battalion? Did he lead the 501st Legion? Did he lead the 327th Star Corps? Or the 55th Mechanized Brigade?
I'm a member of 2 clubs thanks to this group.
It's the nice part about clones.
Right?
Justin, are you allowed to be in any other group?
No.
Okay.
Clones were such a good work. I don't have it. I've always wanted one, but I don't think I've ever anteed up the motivation, I guess, for the work that would have to go into getting
I will tell you,
one done.
it's probably my least worn, most favorite costume.
I've heard that a lot actually about the clones.
Yeah.
It's because of because they weren't necessarily built to be on humans, that it doesn't necessarily work real great.
But I wore it at Rhode Island Comic Con, and it is so cool. It is just so cool.
We have a thing, Loki. I don't know if others have had this done, but sometimes at our expos, they get into those inflatable T-Rex. A group of people get into inflatable T-Rex dinosaurs, and they run around. They have an unofficial running of the Rexes, and we got a couple of Captain Rexes in our in our garrison,
Nice.
and we always slip. We slip. If we can slip one of our Captain Rexes into the running of the Rex, and people go nuts for that. 'Cause it's like, as soon as they know who it is, that's been our thing. All right, so. Which group did Obi-Wan lead?
212.
The 212th, absolutely. For bonus points, it's not a question. Anybody know who led the 327th Star Corps?
No.
Let's see if we get trivia about trivia. Which Jedi?
Plo Koon?
Plo, yeah. Plo Koon.
No, it was Isla. It was Isla Secura.
Okay.
That was one of the questions we almost put in and didn't
glad you
actually
didn't.
get there. Yeah. On which planet did Jedi Master Ki-Adi-Mundi die?
Oh.
Was it Felucia, Kashyyyk, Slukami, or Magito?
Ooh, I think Damon might be getting back $1 here.
Yeah, I might save myself more than one, maybe $6 here if I can.
Although I think
This is where they're all scrambling for the Facebook chat. To
I know,
find out,
where's the Facebook chat?
The problem is it might mislead if you get more than one answer in there.
Oh,
It's like
It's already coming in, too.
I
Like
see,
phone
I see
a
an
friend.
answer in there, and it is not the one I thought it was. So that's good.
all kinds of fun stuff. All right, what do you think our answer here is? Put it up to the group.
Magito.
Yeah, it was
Yes,
indeed
that was right.
Magito. I didn't check with Facebook, right? Did we get good answers there? All right, what Wookiee helped Yoda plan the Battle of Kashyyyk? Again, one line, says his name in one line as he's leaving the planet. Salporan, Tarful, Guanta, or Gorlin? Says goodbye to Chewbacca and says goodbye to this other Wookiee.
I would like to thank personally Rick Strickland.
Is that
He's the
somebody
He's
throwing
guy
the
in
answer?
chat.
He's in the chat going, yeah. Making sure Damon gives as much money as possible to the World Kitchen. Excellent. All right. Our answer here, what did we end up with the answer?
Tarful.
Absolutely. Capital city of Camino. So I do believe we have a couple of questions where it's not directly. Don't think this was actually directly in the movie. I think you actually have to know this from the lore of the Clone Wars. We got a couple where the Clone Wars cartoon will certainly help you out.
Okay, definitely need the chat to step up.
Oh my God, yeah. We need our lifeline, people. Come on.
Lifeline, yeah.
Bring it
Phone
in.
a friend and see if it's any good.
And
Tamira City.
Pete's sitting here like, excellent.
Yeah. Mira City, Durham City, Tapoka City, or Givas City.
They're already coming in on the chat. Look at that.
I'm not even watching the chat. This is all from
I'm not either.
Yeah, Tom's gonna have the pride in knowing that whatever his score is his.
This is how
Yeah, this is Mandalorian armor.
So far, we
This-
have 3 people who have said the same thing.
Yeah, the Sith, no honor, but the Mandalorian have a code, so Mandalore's gonna stand there and
No honor amongst thieves. Come on now.
yeah. All right, so what answer did the chat get it right? Because one of the times these chat's gonna get it wrong, and then you'll know.
It looks like autocorrect hurt one of the
There you
answers.
go.
Tapioca.
Yes.
Tapioca.
Tapioca City.
No wonder I don't want.
Actually, did it misspell it?
Oh,
I actually got
I'm
it
sure it
right.
was an autocorrect.
Yeah,
I got it
autocorrect.
yeah, I'm sure it is because I mean, you probably type tapioca much more often.
My
So we're gonna
chat's like
stick.
frozen,
Oh, go ahead, Mike.
so- Oh, I was gonna say my chat's frozen, so I haven't seen anything since the fake stick back, whatever. So I'm actually doing this off my head too.
Just remember, he's a Sith, so he could be lying.
Nah, not about this.
No, okay.
Doesn't care, just kill you afterwards. It's
Exactly.
whatever.
I don't have to lie. I just no witness.
All right, we are still sticking with Revenge of the Sith here. Which clone commander did Yoda kill on Kashyyyk in 19 BBY? So again, this is a little deeper lore here around some of these are, phone a friend may be helping. Was it Gree, Stone, Pons, or Bly?
I have no idea.
We are into, and I should have mentioned it, we did tip over at question 21 into the hardest third of the question. So expect, if we're relying on the lifeline, not
I
a
just want to say
surprise.
thank you to Rick on the chat. So thank you. I don't know who you
Rick's
are.
going to
but
be the
thank you.
savior. Rick's going to personally cost me how much money? Which all good. Going to a
Justin
good
couldn't
cause.
handle it. He had to leave. Like Justin couldn't handle the question. He left.
Justin's gone.
He's gone. It's like-
He's like, no, I'm out.
Okay. Saving money here. Justin's gone. I got to save money. It's all good. All right. What consensus did we get online here? Since that's what we're asking Rick.
It's
All right.
Gree.
Commander Gree. There we go.
Almost the
Excellent.
same colors as armor. That's a good way to remember.
All right, now we'll see where we get into it. So, what bill passed by the Republic Senate in 22 BBY authorized the reformation of the Grand Army of the Republic?
Dang, Jar
Core
Jar.
World Security Act, the Enhanced Security and Enforcement Act, the Military Creation Act, or the Republic Military Enhancement Bill?
That's a good one.
This is a good one.
Blame Jar Jar.
Because they all sound like they could be it.
Right.
This I can't take credit again. This is Robin who did this.
Robin
this
did amazing. This is great.
This is
It's
like
a
because
good
they all
one.
sound so
Yeah.
great. Yeah, any one of these could be exactly it. I think this was when the last time we did this locally at the expo. I think this question was the poorest performing in terms of
Do we know
can
who's,
see that.
does
I
anybody
can
want to
see
say
that.
who said it for extra credit?
Oh, let's do that. So which one is the correct?
Oh,
Military Creation
It is
Act.
the Military Creation Act. All right, extra credit. Who said it?
Padme.
Was it?
That was Jar Jar.
No,
no,
it's
Jar Jar
Padme.
created
Pad-
the issue.
Right. She
Padme's
said,
the one that said it.
I didn't spend all this time trying to vote it down or what. I think that's who said it. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you're right. Well, I might have to double check that. What is the primary weapon of the B-1 battle droid of the Trade Federation Droid Army? And
These
you
are
can't
great
not do
questions.
this question without doing Roger.
And
Roger,
Tom,
Roger.
weapons are your religion, so you better get it.
Yeah. So is it the DC-15A, the E5, the HB9, or the E11?
This is another good
It's
question.
a really good question.
Like seriously,
Come on,
Robin should
Tom.
really get some extra
Weapons are your
credit for this.
religion. Come on.
We don't use battle droid friggin' rifles. Come on, we use real good stuff.
Oh,
Oh, you're talking about mass production versus personal.
We try to get rid of that as fast as possible.
Oh,
So much
Well,
fun.
look,
It's funny.
Process of elimination is going to knock down to at least 2.
right.
Coin flip.
Mhm.
Flip the coin. Look, I got a dime. I'm going to flip it.
All right. So what's our consensus on this one?
H5.
E5.
E5. Yeah.
See, I flipped
Yeah.
it wrong.
Yeah. E5. All right. Going back to the original trilogy. One of
I know
you
this one from the action figures.
There you go.
It's funny how that happens, right? It's like, I don't know it
find
from the
that
movie,
action
but
figure.
this is sitting on my wall somewhere. Who was the sadistic droid supervisor in Jabba's palace in 4 ABY? We have EV99, we have TC70, we have ACREV or G5PO. Who is the sadistic droid disintegrating evil supervisor?
Yeah, I don't think you could get this one till the Power of the Force series,
Right.
in 84. So it's a well-known name for that reason. See, I got collecting knowledge, but not the lore.
But you still have the
that's where they
answers, so
cross
that's
over.
what matters.
But if you have
Well,
the
that's the
figure,
thing.
you did very well.
Yeah. Yeah, the lore becomes the collecting side of things so easily. So many cool things. All right, so our answer here is
99.
EV99.
The white
Awesome.
droid in there is 8D8, and they look, and that one actually looks more
Are you kidding me on this next one?
than the 99.
Yeah. There you go. Okay. Now this
Oh.
one's a deep one. All right, so
It's
this one I
Admiral.
got you on.
It's right.
That wasn't on
What
an
is
action
Admiral
figure.
Akbar's first name?
I
This
actually
one
know
is
this.
deep lore. This one is not actually. So this is sort of testing. Do you have some kind of insane level of, what's going on there? So is it Tarth, Guile, Ferrith,
Admiral.
or he doesn't
It's
have one?
Admiral.
It's just Admiral.
Admiral.
It's just Admiral. Yeah. That's
He's
like the
Akbar
Marvel.
Akbar.
From the Avengers, right? His first name is Agent. Same concept here.
I thought his name was Akbar Akbar. So
Ow.
That was one. This is
Ow,
one of my
Akbar.
favorite.
Yeah, that's it.
One of the books we read is has the snack bar. The Admiral Akbar is. It's a snack. He has it. There has a little thing in there. It's a snack.
The
I would read that one to
Akbar
kids.
snack.
I don't even remember what book that one is. It's some nighttime story or whatever, and it's that's his line. It's a snack.
I'm just gonna.
Cereal
Like I say, I don't know if there's a consensus, but what do we have a guess on this one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gail, yeah.
I guess right.
Yeah. That one is deep lore because
That was not only guile, it was a guess.
Yeah, that was a total guess.
To the best of my knowledge, it only appears in print, so pronunciation is up to you. So you don't get on my case of that one, but I think it only appears in print.
You turned to the back page of the trivia book for that one, didn't you?
Yeah, you did.
The only reason I knew that was from the Star Wars Age of Rebellion role-playing game.
Wow.
Yeah, that's where it came out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Who was force choked by Darth Vader aboard the Death Star?
Oh, I know this one too. Haha.
Now, this is one of those ones where you got to pay attention to all the words and the, and things. So, General Teg, Admiral Motti, Admiral Ozzel, or Admiral Piet?
Weren't they eventually all choked?
Well, that's the thing, right? So it's like when and where was this? You should be able to get this by process of elimination.
Minutia.
Yeah. Well, process of elimination should get you sort of, you think about where and who was where on these ones. So, could be able to work your way through this.
They either got choked or blown up.
Right.
Yeah, that too.
And in some cases, both.
Well, yeah, they're actually all but one of these were force choked. No, two of these were force choked.
Yeah, just two of them. All right, so who was it on the Death Star?
Admiral Motti.
Motti, that's right. Ozzel got it later on a Star Destroyer. So
he's as clumsy as he is stupid.
Apology accepted.
Captain Nita.
This is again probably way off on the thing, but this is one of the more favorite Robot Chicken versions of this. We just pretend he can force choke us and drag him out, and then the guy comes back with a mustache on. So we just pretend, because otherwise he just kill us with his lightsaber. So, who is Prime Minister of Camino in 22 BBY?
You'll know it when you see it.
Yeah, when you see it, it's probably there when you get there. Kosai, Oranwa, Ennui, or Lamassu. Multiple choice does help this out. We're not being total jerks on.
I'd probably have 5 if it was not multiple choice.
Yeah, we did want to be lighthearted and fun and not, frustrating and wanting to kill the host by the end of it. Okay. Answers here? Lamassu. Excellent. It's been... I've been really enjoying Bad Batch and some of the, the interesting stuff that you see even behind the scenes in Camino has been very entertaining. I do love that the television fleshes out all the stuff that you've got, from the movies. All right, 2 questions left. What creature did Padme face in the Geonosian arena? Now, more than one of these was in the arena. It's which one did Padme actually face when she climbed up the post? Was it a Reek, an Acklay, a Nexu, or a Gundark?
There's a great crew shirt for this that uses this creature on it, and it's called Bad Kitty.
Nice.
Space Tiger.
Excellent.
In my old RPG game, one of the characters had a pet one. Their character had a pet one, and the GM's like, "You realize what they grow up to be, right?"
And here, kitty. If I die, that's what's gonna happen.
This is not a Lothcat that you can just keep around.
In the Star Wars Old Republic MMO, my character has one of these as a companion.
Nice. All right. So our answer here, it sounds like we've all narrowed in on our answer here for the Nexu. That's excellent. Bonus points. The Gundark. Where did they appear in the prequel?
That's right. Yeah.
What's that? Yeah.
We saw that one of those in the Clone Wars too. Gundark.
Yep.
It was red with the weird looking front.
Yeah.
Things. Spikes.
T-Rex.
Yeah.
All right. We have reached the end of our 30 questions with our last one.
Already? Wow.
Model land speeder did Luke Skywalker own? What model of land speeder did Luke Skywalker own?
To be fair, did he own it or did his uncle.
Yeah, well, he sold it. So we'll go with this one. Is he sold it? So
well, it wasn't like his uncle wasn't exactly going to argue.
It passed him in the will, so to speak, by that
probate
point in time. Probated, cleared at that point in time. All right. So was it the X34, the Hyperfoil 1000 XTC, the Sunrunner ZX, or the V35 Courier?
I noticed you avoided pronouncing the entire name, so I
yes.
He does say it he says part of the name in the movie. You just got to catch it.
Yeah.
You're a collector of Legos. You know what this is.
Yeah.
Well, they sell it. Yeah, they sell it, and then and that's when they.
Yeah.
That's how you learn what
they weren't in demand anymore after the
toys and the collecting.
Yeah, that's true. Because this is actually most of these. When you buy the toy, it's right all over it. So if you had the land speeder, it would be there. All right. Well, what was the model?
X34.
X34. Awesome. Well, clearly some people online did really, really, really well. I know that kind of brings us to we'll kind of stop this and let it go back to where we need it to.
Reading the chat, it was clarified that the V35 was Owen's.
Yeah. In the garage. You see it in the garage when they're going to do the oil bath. And one actually drives down the street there in Moss Isley. I was actually building one when I built the Mando land speeder. The Courier was going to be the original thing I was going to build.
Oh.
Nice.
So can we say thank you to everybody that was in the chat giving us the answers? That was amazing.
Yeah.
So with the chat, do I assume it was a perfect 30 score for everybody with the chat helping out?
I was -3 because I didn't use the chat, so I'm a -3.
Well, you know
I
what?
was -3.
I will make good. If you did it on your honor, that was great. I will at the end of this one, I'll be throwing 180 into the donation for the World Kitchen, and hopefully the rest of you can, all of you out there, if you haven't had a chance to do that. I don't know what you think. Trivia, kind of worked out. Good mix
perfectly.
there.
Thank you so much, Damon.
This was great, Damon. Thank you.
Very fun.
And the questions were amazing. So another thank you to Robin for those, because that was incredible.
Yeah,
those were great questions.
Well constructed. It's it makes the job easier when you just have to take somebody else's good work and tweak and refine it a little bit. So it was all good on that one. All right. Well, I certainly appreciate the participation. I love this. It's great to see, all the leaders of the club and representatives from Lucasfilm. And I think this is probably the representation of what this is like, a rich experience, for everybody that we help serve. And when we come together, amazing things actually get done, pulling together. So I'm just happy. I'm happy I got to be the one to see this group together. That I got the privilege to host the session that pulled this group together. So I don't know if there are any other comments anybody wants to throw in here.
I just want to say thank you, Pete, and your team, Alex, everyone over there that has been so supportive of our clubs over the years. In fact, Mary Franklin, everybody. It's been a real pleasure to carry on the torch of the name, and we are very thankful for your partnership.
Absolutely.
Well, we're very thankful for you and for just events like this. You guys are raising funds for a very, worthy cause, and this is what you do, and this is why we love to support you. Wouldn't have it any other way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Happy holidays, everybody.
Yes.
Happy holidays.
Yeah. Happy holidays.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another edition of the 501st Legion's Life Day Telethon. If it's your first time listening, welcome. And if you've listened to us before, welcome back. My name is Stephen Schultz, and I am your host in the pilot seat today. I am with my other dad batchers, your space daddies. First up.
What's up?
It's CT20209 from the San Diego squad, Imperial Sands Garrison. It's Joe Lara. How are you, sir?
Doing excellent. And so those that don't know, I'm tech, dude, gotta be.
Awesome. And of course, we couldn't do it without him. The only echo in here, CT12530, the XO of Southern California Garrison. It's Ramy Shanaday. How are you, buddy?
I'm doing good and excited to be here. And for anyone that doesn't know, based on the headset on my head, I am also Echo.
Awesome. And of course, next up, he's waited 37 years for this moment. It's CT42685 from the Southern California Garrison, Alpha Ignition, John Rodriguez.
Hello.
How are you, sir?
I am absolutely elated. I'm sorry, I don't have my helmet on me. I don't have my headband. I was just watching the game. I'm so happy to be here, and even more happy that we won the World Cup, which is a bizarre thought. But thank you for having me. So super happy to be here.
Excellent. Good to have you, man. And dialing in all the way from North Carolina, it is CT25259, Brian Cook. How are you, buddy?
Hello there. Aren't we CX? I don't know. That's a minor detail.
We are CX, but whatever.
Happy to be here and happy to serve the Legion today.
Excellent. Good to have you, man. And ladies and gentlemen, you know him as the voice of 9 billion clones.
Yep.
It is the man himself, D. Bradley Baker. How are you, sir?
Doing great. Great to be with you.
Excellent. Good to have you. I was thinking, let's go ahead and start things off with maybe a little lightning round. We're going to flip it in reverse because normally we do lightning rounds at the end, but we've just got so many questions for you, D.
Gonna bring the lightning. Uh-oh.
So
bring it. Force lightning.
So Tech, do we have any
Oh, we have another tech here.
I'm so sorry. I should say Joe. I'm sorry.
That escalated quickly.
It did.
Joe, do we have those lightning round questions ready to go?
We do. Yep. So here we go, D. As you can imagine, with the 5 of us plus Omega, we have a healthy appetite and can pile in that food. The Bad Batch are planning to crash your holiday meal. What can they expect to eat for dinner this year?
At my holiday meal?
Yes.
I'm afraid the Bad Batch are going to have to forage on some satellite somewhere else. I don't know if we're going to have enough, since I have my family and my sister's family and my in-laws and my brother-in-law's family eating. So what we're going to eat is, I think it's just going to be the standard, just kind of turkey and mashed potatoes and probably too much alcohol, stuff like that.
Well, I'm pretty sure Wrecker's going to throw down one turkey himself. So,
he wants more. More than that.
No food
All right.
fights. No food fights.
Yeah, no food fights.
Oh, we'll see about that.
So awesome. All right. Here's the next one. With so many holidays bunched up together, Halloween, Thanksgiving, and Christmas time, when do the winter decorations go up in your home? And is it ever too early to put those things up?
For me, I'm one of those people that wants the Halloween season to start on July 5th and go all the way to like January 2nd. It's like, Nightmare Before Christmas, Krampus, anything I can get to kind of keep Halloween alive. But Christmas, it's probably it's going to start a little bit before Thanksgiving, but it really starts in earnest at or after Thanksgiving. And like I put up my yard, I think the first weekend in December. And I try to hold off just, you know, I don't want to, but but it makes it a little more special if you, I guess, conserve the time period for Christmas in particular. But Halloween, that's when I want to generously apply throughout my year.
That's awesome.
If you want, I have a website, creepyyard.com, and I show my Halloween yards that I put together. I'm very proud of them.
Oh yeah, I think I've seen that a couple of times. It's something to look at for sure.
Yeah, we just watched Krampus last night, and it's one of my favorite holiday movies. Actually, is the movie Krampus.
Oh, nice.
It's a kick. It's a kick.
All right,
slowing down the lightning around here.
No, you're good. This is great. So I served in the military like a lot of our Legion members once did, and now we're finding the 501st to be another brotherhood. In the military, on December 25th specifically, it's a long-standing tradition for commanding officers and leadership to serve the meal for the troops, but the leaders have to pick a location, sometimes which group of troops to serve. D, which squad of clone troopers are you visiting to serve that meal and provide morale during the holiday season?
Now, wait a minute. Are we talking about in the Star Wars universe or the Earth universe?
So that really happens in the real world, but you're going to serve the meal on the Star Wars universe.
In the Star Wars universe, the place I want to go to is Hoth, and I don't know who's stationed there. If anyone's stationed there, who is? Do you know?
I don't know. Well, just the rebels.
Unanswered question.
All right. Well, then let's go to Coruscant. Let's do that.
Okay.
There's a lot going on there.
There you go. Awesome. And I got two quick questions. So the next one is from a listener from the Dad Batch pod. Intergalactic Cosplay. Now, this is a young man, Connor. He makes amazing armor out of cardboard. So really cool to see him building. He has a question. What clone do you relate to the most?
I'm probably the most like Tech because I like my technology. I like that kind of stuff.
You just made Joe's day.
You just made his year.
I'm more nerd than anything, but I'm so far from any of the clones, just in terms of all kinds of other capacities. But certainly there's a lot in all of them to kind of aspire to in terms of their competency and their generosity and their dedication to each other and to what they feel is an important cause. There's a lot that's admirable, aspirational even about the clones to me, but probably in character, I'm probably the most like Tech. I wish I were more like Wrecker. Just kind of open-hearted. The mind is a cloudless sky, and really strong, and just wants to go have fun. And he never has a problem with anything except maybe for heights. That I wish I were. I'm working on some weightlifting this year, so I'm just kind of inching my way towards it. But I'm so far from it. It's got a long ways to go.
Just lifting droids. Just
that's
yeah,
right.
donkey
bending clankers. I like it.
Well, I think your first answer was perfect. So let's go to the last final question. And I think I know the answer to this one. It's snowing outside and it's coming down heavy and fast. The next morning, it's cold but calm. You get to jump on the back of a healthy tauntaun or curl up inside with a warm cup of blue milk by the fire. What are you choosing?
Oh, it's tauntaun.
Yeah.
I'm riding the tauntaun. I'm serious. If you ask me my favorite Star Wars character, it's the tauntaun.
Yes.
Right. I just think they're so cool. And I've been lobbying to get tauntauns in the Bad Batch universe. So I've got fingers crossed. Who knows? But I love me a tauntaun.
Oh man, can you see the Bad Batch riding tauntauns through a scene?
Yeah, any of them, all of them. It'd be great. Let's do it. We we got to see it.
Well, I think Wrecker might need an extra large
Yeah,
tauntaun, but
or something else.
He can ride the Wampa.
Rancor.
I'll ride a Rancor. You guys can ride tauntauns.
So good. Thanks, D. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
All right, Joe. And who do you want to throw it to?
Let's go to John.
Me? Oh, you want to do a Hunter's hard drive while we're at it? All right. Can you see me?
Yep.
Yes.
All right. Well, D, I have some holiday tradition questions for you, if you don't mind.
Yes.
The first question is, what holiday media, and this can be movies, shows, music. So what holiday media does your family enjoy during the holidays usually?
We've got Christmas songs going constantly. I have playlists that last for days of all kinds of different styles of music. My dad was a musician, and I really revel in the galactic jukebox that is available to all. So first and foremost, there's a lot of music all the time.
Right on.
And then second of all is probably we gather around various movies and TV specials that are Christmas related. Last night was there's Krampus. We're probably going to hit. There's one called Rare Exports. Have you ever seen that?
Oh.
It's a Swedish film. Not a lot of people have seen it. It's very interesting. Kind of a Krampus flavor in there. I'd recommend it. And then of course, Home Alone, Stephen Colbert Christmas special, Pee-wee's Christmas special. There's so many fun things to choose from, and new shows too that are actually quite great too.
Well, we'll get to the new shows. So I appreciate that. I'm gonna have to check out those
Rare Exports. Check it out.
Yeah, Rare Exports. I'm gonna have to check that out. Okay.
Check
so
it out.
question number 2. Aside from holiday things, what shows is your family currently enjoying? Like stuff that's out right now. Currently, it doesn't have to be Star Wars. It can be whatever you guys are enjoying right now.
Let's see. We made our way through Ted Lasso. That was a really good one we all enjoyed. We made it through Only Murders in the Building. That's one that we could negotiate everyone actually being in the same room to watch.
Right.
The teenagers get a little fussier, as do the old people like myself. But some shows is like, oh, we can actually all watch this and enjoy it. There's a new iteration of the series, All Creatures Great and Small, a British produced series, of course.
Okay.
And the 70s produced series is not that good, let me tell you. But the new series is very sweet, very calm and gentle. It never gets too dramatic. It's just kind of a nice little kickback and just kind of enjoy it. It's no one's gonna go off the road or run over a horse or lose their leg. It's not that dramatic, but it's very nicely written and just kind of reassuring comfort food of a series. And then let's see, what else do we all like to watch? I'll just throw those out there. That's probably a good representation of what we could all tolerate.
That's
as a family.
That's awesome. Okay, and now I'm going to be a little selfish and say, I know this is a Star Wars centric podcast or telethon, but what are you most excited about for Peacemaker 2 season 2? And also, did you love voicing Eagly in the first season?
Yeah, I mean, doing Eagly was beautiful fun. It was Peacemaker was such a it's a great show. Not so much for the kids, but not for the wee ones at all. But I so enjoyed it. I've never seen a series where I religiously watch the opening credits. I will not. Everything else is like you skip forward because it's like I've already seen that, but not Peacemaker.
Right.
Yeah, so they brought me in, and James Gunn had me voice Eagly, and they already had it about 90% animated already, which is I was watching, and I was like, is that a puppet or is that how are they? Because that looks really, really good, and I'm picky about that kind of stuff. I was watching that stuff very carefully back when A New Hope and Empire Strikes Back came out originally. Sure. I was very interested in special effects and special effects makeup. So I've got a pretty picky eye for that kind of stuff. And it's like, Eagly looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. Yeah. So they asked me, can you do that kind of a thing? And I said, yeah, I think I can. And they had a decent temp track going with it, but but the stuff that I used, I was able to give more nuance and specificity, which is that's the value that I bring when I'm hired to do the creature work. And darn if it didn't look and sound pretty darn good. I mean, I was very pleased with it, and the show was really fun, and it really made me laugh. And I don't know anything at all about the new season. I mean, I think I've heard him mention that there will be a second season because the first did very well. Everyone loved it. And but he's a busy guy, and I don't know when he's getting to it, but when he does, I would imagine that there's going to be Eagly involved, because the whole ensemble was just such a fantastic ensemble of the show, and Eagly's a nice little seasoning to keep in there. So I imagine that they will.
Absolutely, thank you for that. Right on. There he is.
Yes.
Right on. Thank you. The next question is there anything coming out that you are looking forward to seeing, you or your family together, or just you by yourself? Something that hasn't come out yet that is in the work?
Well, I'm really dying to see Avatar: Way of the Water.
Okay.
But after that, I'm really dying to see the Avatar, the Airbender series that Mike and Brian are making over at Nickelodeon. I don't know if I'm involved with that yet. I hope that I am, but I definitely want to see anything that they've got cooking in their neck of the woods. And I really want to see Guardians of the Galaxy 3 coming out. That's going to be a lot of fun. Maybe I'll be involved with it.
Hey,
Fingers
I hope you're
crossed.
involved in.
I might be. Who knows?
All right.
Yeah. So those there.
Okay. Well, perfect. And last one. What are your top three? And if there isn't three, you can name one. But what are your top three comfort films? Any season. It doesn't have to be Christmas.
Top three comfort films.
Yeah.
That's going to be Raising Arizona, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, and
two.
What's the no? Not, I got a picture in my mind, but I can't say it. It's he's the nerd with a guitar in the it's an Edgar Wright movie. Scott Pilgrim.
Oh, that's a fantastic film.
Yeah, Scott Pilgrim, Close Encounters, and Raising Arizona.
Oh, Raising Arizona.
I've seen all three, and I can attest those are fantastic choices. So
those are my favorite. I just love those movies. I really love movies. I've always really been very interested in movies and television as well. I never thought that I'd be involved in making it, but I'm genuinely an enthusiast for good, innovative, interesting storytelling, and that's part of why it's fun to be involved with making these shows.
Right on. Well, thank you so much for those answers. I really
appreciate
it. Who's next?
More questions.
Is there a list? I guess Ramey's next.
I can go. Okay.
All right.
So D, we've got some more questions. These ones are similar to some of the lightning round ones, but these ones are a little more nuanced, I think.
Oh.
Okay. So number one, the best holiday gifts come from the heart. And this is Omega's first life day with her new family. So on the magic morning before the rest of the squad wakes up, she sneaks down into the cargo hold of the Marauder and peeks at her presents. What do you think Omega would find that she got from each of the other Bad Batch members?
Well, let's see now. Well, I think Wrecker's going to give her another variation of Lula that looks like a tauntaun.
Aww. Nice.
I love it.
There you go.
Crosshair's going to gift her some toothpicks.
Of course. Naturally.
On character.
Let's see now. Echo. Let's see. Echo, what would he give her? Echo would give her... Well, Tech is going to give her a new communication device of some kind. It's got to be a technological device of some kind.
Gives her her first phone.
Yeah. Yeah. I think Hunter would give her a candle, something that she can smell, something that smells like home to her.
Oh, wow.
I like that.
That's thoughtful.
Because he's a guy, he's got scent. he's got tracking and scent, and I think it might be a scent type of gift. And Echo, he's a really pragmatic fellow. I think he would give her a chair seat pad to make it easier to sort of bump her up when she's piloting the ship.
Little booster seat, maybe some bricks on the pedals and stuff.
Yeah,
there you go.
Puts her up a little higher so that she can interface with her navigational training.
Exactly. Awesome.
How about that?
All right. Fantastic. Okay. Next one. Santa Claus has broadened his operation and is now delivering presents galaxy wide, but clearly he needs help to cover such a large territory. So he calls up his old college roommate, Sid, and asks for help. But Sid simply turns around and subcontracts to the Bad Batch to handle their sector of the galaxy. How does each member of the squad use their unique talents to help them successfully complete the mission of delivering all of those presents?
Okay, well, Crosshair is going to be the one to launch the presents from very, very, very strategically from wherever they're placed in the sky. You just you tie that little candy cane or whatever, and bam, he'll get it right down the chimney.
Special attachment on Fire Puncher. Yeah,
that's awesome.
Exactly.
Tech's going to avoid anything that's flying in the air. He's going to be piloting the ship. Hunter is going to be looking out for the Empire or anyone that wants to foil them down. So he'll be scanning the horizon, and Wrecker and Omega are going to be wrapping up the gifts and getting everything ready for Crosshair to fire. That's a very rosy picture, by the way, especially when it comes to finishing things with Crosshair.
Sounds great.
I know, right?
Maybe his heart grew 10 sizes that day.
More than likely, definitely.
He can come around.
Redemption.
Okay, it is well known throughout the Outer Rim that the Kaminoans throw the best ugly sweater party every life day. Even though they're all clones, the clones have proven to the galaxy that they are, in fact, quite unique individuals. With all of their individuality, what do you think are some of the standout clones and their ugly sweaters that show up to the party ready to win the contest?
Standout. All right, well, let's bring them all back. Wow, that's a.
They've all embellished their armor and different, Echo's got the handprint
so they're
early
gonna
on.
mod out their sweaters as well.
Exactly. Different colors.
Well, Rex is going to have these blue snowflakes that are very, very
nice. Nice.
And Wreckers is just going to be it's going to be too small, but he's gonna put on a good face and go ahead and wear it. It's got a Rancor on it with a little hat, that's kind of cute. Crosshair's not going to wear a sweater. he's not going to do it.
His arms will be folded the whole time.
He refuses to do it. Echo's going to wear one that Omega knitted for him.
Nice.
And he'll feel awkward, but he'll go along with it. And Hunter is going to have this kind of Arctic foxes on it.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
Nice. Let's go with that.
Nice.
Did that cover everybody? Oh, Tech. Let's see. Tex. Well, Tex is going to have, it's going to be like one of those LED ones that has,
like your back wall.
Yeah. It's like got a lightsaber, but it's got LED lights on it and it lights up and it's all, ostentatiously technologically advanced.
Perfect.
Nice. Okay. My next one's sort of a two-parter, and then we'll kick it over to the next segment. So the clones of Kamino have all pitched in and got you, D. Baker, the man who gave a voice to all of them, your own set of armor in real life.
Oh.
As we've seen, many of the clones have customized their armor with special paint jobs, extra details. Now it's your turn to put your own special personal touch on your new shiny white armor. What does D's unique armor look like?
What a great question.
Well, I want mine to have a flavor of Hoth and Tauntaun. So I want it to be a lot of white, but with also some Tauntaun on it as well. So that would be part of the
like maybe the horns.
Yeah.
Some horns.
Yes.
Oh.
Tauntaun horns.
Maybe
let's
a
go
fur
to that.
pauldron. A fur pauldron.
Yeah.
I can actually see that.
Okay, now while we're on that, part 2 of the question. So we know the clones have given themselves nicknames such as Waxer, Boyle, Hunter Tech, and so many more. Now that you have your armor customized, what is your clone's name?
I'll call mine Clunker. I'm not going to be the one you probably want to take along on a mission. I might be able to provide backup, but I don't know.
Is there some accident proneness in
Yeah, there will be more accidents if you bring me along on that mission with the more competent clones, I think.
Heavy wrecker vibes here. I can feel it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he wishes.
Oh man.
Okay, well that was it for my list. Thank you so
Okay.
much. I'm going to kick it over to Steven for the workbench.
Wow, this is quite the gauntlet here. This is
Oh yeah. Putting
Awesome.
you through it.
Awesome questions, Remy. Thank you for those.
Brilliant.
All right, D. So actually, before I get into the workbench with you, I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you, because you've brought it up so many times so far. Echo Bass and Tauntauns. Are we gonna see in your head canon? So we're not breaking any NDAs here, okay? In your head canon, is there any connection between Echo and Echo Bass?
I'm not sure if my heart can handle the answer to this question.
Oh, if I only knew. That's I mean, wouldn't that be wonderful? It's perilous for me to even speculate, because then it's like, oh, if it ever happens, it's like, oh well, you talked about it, so now you're in trouble. But, yeah, wouldn't that be that's a nice little association. I wish.
Awesome. Okay, so we have a segment that we do every week called the Weekly Workbench. We are 5 members of the 501st Legion, but we're also 5 makers, and we make everything from costumes to props. We utilize all kinds of skills like 3D printing, foam smithing.
That's very cool.
What's on your workbench this week? And what's one of the things that you've worked on recently that you're most proud of?
The things I've worked on recently, I'm most proud of is I keep going on about my Halloween yard. It's really the time of the year when I'm not creating for somebody else's mythology. I'm just kind of making my own world. And I do it not digitally or with my voice, but I do it with my hands and my mind. And so I sketch out all of my creatures, and then I source all the elements, which are PVC pipes and couplings and fabric and masks and lighting. And then I proceed to kind of assemble it in an improvisational way. So it's not something that I completely plan out or map out. And I just kind of allow it to reveal itself as I'm putting it together. And so I mean, as you all know, it's really exciting and satisfying to make something from your mind and to create it into the real world, and then to share it with people or show it to people or have it displayed or whatever you like. But there's this feeling of connection with this creative flow that really anybody can get into. And that's part of the fun of diving into the mythologies that we so enjoy, like Star Wars, where you can not just view it and enjoy it that way, but that you can actually dive in and create it, and then sort of create your way into it so that it feels like you're a part of it. And in some cases, you actually are a part of it. You're just like, see that stormtrooper right there? That's me. And my version of it is doing that vocally, but it's really gratifying to do that. This week, my workbench is mostly just putting batteries in things. That's about as involved as it is right now, or plugging something in. I've got my new light cube back here that I just set up.
Oh dang,
very cool.
Your office is amazing. I love it.
I just love feeling like I'm in a spaceship. So I'm gonna be in a spaceship. You know,
I'm kind of jealous, actually.
Why not make your surroundings like what you want them to be, right? That's so this is also my design, and also I keep adding things to it, and and there's something really fun and satisfying and open-ended in a creative way about that I really enjoy.
That's awesome. So out of all the Halloween themed items that you've worked on, what's the number one most proud thing that you are of?
I really liked there's these roof lurkers that I put up. I think it was a couple years ago that I particularly liked. You know what? The thing I think I might have liked the most were these spider things that they had a spidery front with a spidery head and this big back to it, but it is off of a human skull, and those looked really messed up and interesting. And the director of the movie Krampus, who knows a friend of mine, saw some pictures of it and told my friend that he wanted me to come to his house and make them for him. I said, no, I'm not going to do that. But, here's the pictures of how to do it. And so my friend went over and helped and made a few for him. but that was like, that's nice to get a little acknowledgement for this side passion, hobby, creative project that is just for you, but that other people say, that's cool. I'd like that too.
That's awesome. When the Dad Batch needs some snow spiders, we know who to come to.
All right. I can help you out. I can hook you up.
We'll make you the sixth member.
And Crosshair, go ahead and shoot.
Yeah, we're gonna wrap this up right now. Crosshair is a complicated clone. He has a mystery around him, along with
very complicated.
He's not. Yes, he's along with some mean tendencies. Some people could even compare him to the Grinch. As you very well know, he's not much of a conversationalist, and we have a segment on our podcast where I, as Crosshair, I get to speak out on whatever's my mind. So we would love to bring our tradition to you and end our time together with our segment called Conversations with Crosshair.
Okay.
The floor is yours.
But can Crosshair talk about anything he wants to?
Whatever you want.
I want to put in a good word for just leaving me alone. I want to clean my gun and be alone with my thoughts. And I don't need to talk about anything else. And so that is my soapbox for the week.
So that was perfect. That was perfect. We weren't even expecting you to do that. It was more about like, hey, whatever you want to talk about.
Hey, what do I want to talk about?
Thank you for that, Dee. Really, thank you for that. That was amazing.
You know what? And it's fun to do that. It's fun to riff as these characters, but I got to throw out there that I don't think of myself as these characters, even though I perform these characters. That really, that the writers of the show write that, and the producers and those that direct and shape the whole thing. It's a grand collaboration, all of these characters and these stories that are told so beautifully. And I see myself as a vital part of that, but it's in a way it's like I don't feel like I am the characters, even though I can talk as the character, but the whole fabric of what is being expressed, both vocally and in terms of how the story plays out and everything, those are the writers that are making that real, and the producers and the executive directors and everything that shape this whole thing together into this irresistible, wonderful thing that we call the Bad Batch or Star Wars or any of these entertaining mythologies that we love to consume. And it's just such a privilege to be a part of it. But I just don't want to get cocky about it, as Han Solo might say, and take too much credit for what is a grand collaboration, frame by frame, throughout all of these stories.
And that's really why we love you, Dee. Thank you for all that. We really appreciate that.
Yeah, well, it's a pleasure talking to you guys. Hey, I want to hear about the charity because I want to give to the charity. Tell me.
Yeah,
tell me
so
what this is all about here.
We're getting word that we're wrapping it up. So if you haven't already, please make sure you check out what the 501st Legion is doing with this event to help support the World Central Kitchen by visiting us at 501st.com. We've already helped raise over $6,000 towards our $10,000 goal, thanks to support from the 501st Legion's 15,000 worldwide members and supporters like you. So keep watching here as we still have more amazing content to continue to share.
Okay. Now you blasted through that pretty quick for me. 501st.com.
Yes, 501st.com. Exactly.
And how much have you got so far for that?
Just over $6,000.
Okay.
For the weekend.
Well, I'm going to go right now, and I'm going to donate $501.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
I'm going to do
Amazing.
it. Man. I'm doing it right now.
Amazing.
Awesome.
There's the website. And is there like is there a link to, is it the charity link? Is that it?
Oh,
There it
okay.
is.
So
You go to the charity link.
So we have another link that's specifically for the telethon one. So it's bit.ly, so bit.ly.
bit.ly.
.ly.
Okay.
/ 501st LDT. LDT, Life Day Telethon.
That's it?
And,
That's the
and
link?
that should be the one specifically for the Central Kitchen donation.
It says something's wrong here. Did I do it wrong? bit.ly / 501STLDT.
Yes.
That's coming up as a 404 error. Are you sure that's correct?
You
sure that's correct?
I'm pasting what they sent me into the Zoom call here.
John, you are muted. We cannot hear you.
There's a link in the chat there, D.
Of course, it's 501st. I'm sorry.
We got a link in the chat.
Oh,
it's in the chat.
Yep.
Oh, it's in the chat.
Yep. Raimi added it to the chat. So did Erica.
So the one that you told me, it didn't take me to it, but the one in the chat did, and I'm trying to figure out why that.
We forgot the slash.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
All right. Great.
There we go. We got it.
Can't forget the slash. I want to make sure everybody's watching gets this absolutely correct because this is important.
Yes.
All right. Donate. I'm clicking the donate. I hope everyone who's watching is donating. Maybe $5.01. Maybe $50.10. Maybe
every penny counts.
$501. How
It
about
all
an
notices.
increment of 501? How about that?
I'm noticing a trend
Sounds
here.
good.
All
Why
right.
not?
Hey, thank you so much, Dee. We really appreciate your time today.
Yeah, it's my pleasure. Happy holidays to all, and happy New Year. And I just got to say, it's been a long wait, but it's going to be worth it. The Bad Batch are back on January 4th.
We are ready.
We start out on the beach, and then it takes off, and it's a spectacular season. I've seen most of it. I've not seen the final rendering of the last 2 episodes of it yet. That will be even more bonkers, but it's great. I'm not just saying that to promote the show. I genuinely loved it. The different ways that it went. It's interesting. It's fresh. It's fascinating. It's fun. It's just great Star Wars, and the Bad Batch is coming back January 4th. So
Love it.
I'm as excited as you are, and I've already seen it.
We're all so excited.
Love it.
All right, great. Take
Thank you,
care.
Dee.
Be well, and we'll see you on the other side of 2023.
Thank you, D.
Thanks, D.
Thank you.
Force be with you.
Oh.
Dropping in.
Uh-oh.
Jumping in.
Is it a tauntaun?
I know.
Chris, we've got company.
Is it Omega? Omega?
Good company.
Where are they at?
Where are they at?
Oh, okay.
Hello, y'all.
Wait.
Where are they at?
We're going back in?
Hey, Justin.
Hold on.
Senor Justin Sunfield.
We're not
What's
off.
up, buddy? What's up, buddy?
First of all, D, thank you for coming by. Hi, everybody.
Welcome to the Marauder, Justin.
I appreciate it. I'm a frequent visitor of the Marauder, so thank you for having me aboard again. Just wanted to say thank you to this group, and we're coming towards the end of the telethon, and we have a goal, and it's an awesome goal, and that is to continue to curb world hunger. So I wanted to come on again and say, first of all, thank you, Dee, for your donation. As always, you're an incredible player with us, so really appreciate it.
You got it. We're all in this together. Let's all pitch in.
Thank you. And I want to talk to my Legion brothers and quickly say, if you bought a coin, put $2 more in. Put $2 more in for every coin that you bought to go straight to the charity. Just go to that charity marker and donate, please. If you're a Garrison and you are trooping today, if you are a fan of ours and you're seeing a Garrison trooping today and you see your Star Wars friends, bring food. They can bring it to a local or tell them that you donated food on behalf of the 501st, and they can record that. And we can all take credit for helping, this condition that literally affects every country on this planet. So please give with your hearts, give till it hurts. And let's really make a dent in this and do some real good, some real bad guys doing good. Thank you all for your presentation. And this was my favorite panel. Dee, you're just a superstar. And hearing those voices is just heartwarming. So thank you.
It's a cherry on top.
Oh, it's nothing.
Take care, everybody. We'll see you at the finale.
Thank you so much.
All right. Toodaloo. May the force be with you.
Goodbye.